All righty, we are live at Coletco for tonight's Facebook record sale. When you and YouTube, when you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. We are here, and I need to go ahead and plug this up. Welcome everybody. I've actually, Laura's my witness, here plenty of time today. I just had to do some final touches up, cleaning this place up a little bit. I think my final touches up have been done, and I'm ready to start selling vinyl. Hopefully y'all ready to start buying vinyl. All righty. All right. Here we go. A new night, unlimited possibilities. A new night, unlimited possibilities. All right. Laura still somehow gets beat out by Mike Massey, and she's here in the building. All right, so let's go to the Coletco page. I'm on Facebook as Chad Williams, and I'm on the Coletco page. I've hit the like button, I've hit the share button, I've hit the copy link button, I've hit the group button. I just shared it into 2 groups. Now I'm going to copy that link, and I'm going to move over as Chad Williams, and I'm going to move over to Coletco. Now I'm operating as Coletco. I'm also going to hit the like button, and then in the chat I'm going to tag, I'm going to do that over here in the post. I'm just going to tell everybody. Let's see here. There we go. There you go. Frayed ends of sanity. Facebook Live. So I got frayed ends of sanity in my head today. Is there any YouTube comments out there? Hello. So who's on the screen? Phil Freeman, Rob Gates, Laura, Dwayne, Arnold, Paul Sponable, Greg Hubers, all on the board. Let me ask. Yeah, where's all the YouTube people? Goodness gracious. Laura was the first YouTube comment 10 minutes after the feed started. Has notifications went out? I bet notifications hadn't been sent out. Have I got an email? I got an email. Goodness. Are the YouTube viewers on a hunger strike? Where's all the YouTube family? Usually it's like 2 or 3 to 1 over there. Facebook's winning in a big margin. Also, it's 5:21. I haven't. I'm actually really I'm actually really early, especially compared to when I actually start physically selling records. But I told Laura a moment ago, this is my third time here today. If I was here after midnight, I came back at 8:30 a.m. I was here from 8:30 to 12:30, cleaning the store up to accept new records tomorrow. I went home and ate and got ready, took about an hour and a half nap, and then I'm here till probably 4:30 or 5:30 a.m. again. So it is early, I know. See, that's bad, because if I get into a swing and get this place under control for once, I am going to start at 5 and 5:15. So, and then people's going to realize, holy moly, I'm missing all kinds of stuff, which is going to be bad. I'm almost done sharing everything. And I've already moved. I moved a bunch of boxes already today. Now I was sneezing and coughing up a storm earlier. Fred Goodwin we've been breathing in Fred Goodwin dust. Whew. Powerful stuff. Years of dust on Fred Goodwin stuff. All right. Here we go. See, has this got dust on it? Look at the dust on that. Whew. All right, luckily I got some paper towels over here. I found all kinds of CD box sets today, but we're going to have to obviously clean them off. All right, so let's do what we do best here. Let's do what we do best right now. I think y'all know what that is. Sell records. If you had anything else on your mind, keep it to yourself. All right. Shout out to everybody here. I show up. John and Laura are busily working. This morning when I got here, Ed, Steve, and G, busily working. Big shout out to G. She finally got the sale watched for Sunday, and she's got everything tagged. And I think we only had two. We had two things. We're trying to figure out who got them. And I don't think they actually sold. I think I just laid them off to the side. So we got everything tagged from Sunday. She had to watch it in real time, so it took her about 6 hours. Incredible. And when I left, they were packing orders, sorting orders. She was still tagging. Jack was here putting stuff in alphabetical order. When I left, there's basically new people here, or I get back, and there's Laura's here, John's still here, and they're busily working, which is what we love to see. Great people here. This is one of those places where it's a machine. Everybody does a great job. If somebody doesn't start doing a great job, I can usually identify it pretty fast. Right now, the people we have here are doing an incredible job. Here we go. Let's get my other phone out. And I think there's some Japanese. Let me see what I got over here. I have a crate of action figures. I've got 5 crates of new vinyl. And I have a crate of Japanese auctions. Make that 2 crates of Japanese auctions. 2 crates of Japanese auctions. We're going to get started with some right now. And a Japanese 45 and a Japanese CD. Ooh, I didn't know I actually got that. All right, here we go. Here we go. Toto 4. Toto 4. Rosanna, Africa. $35 start. The song of the day was Frayed Ends of Sanity. I don't know if you caught that, Craig. Yeah. I've listened to it. I listened to Injustice for All today when I was cleaning. This morning I put on Injustice for All when I was cleaning. Got that done. It hypes me up. And then I listened to it on the way home to take a nap. And then on the way back to work, I listened to that song. Of course, it's like a 9-minute song? It's pretty long. Progressive metal at its best. All right, Toto already has a bid. We're off to a great start. All right, there's that. Let me move these box sets. And then... yeah, I got to be careful touching my eyes, all this dust. All right. And then here's our first auction. Dwight Yoakam is a $7 start. Dwight Yoakam, Streets of Bakersfield. That's a $7 start. Yeah, there's 5 crates of new vinyl. There's over 70 new Funkos. Yeah, there's got to be at least 70 over here. I went wild on the Funkos because we were low stock. I've got, there might not be 72, 4, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. No, there's about half that. There's about 40. There's about 40 new Funkos. Or unless the rest of them hadn't shown up, which is a good chance. And which Sleep Token album? The video tonight doesn't have too many comments because, one, I posted it late, and most of it was old stock that y'all have been probably seeing a few times. So there's that. I'll put that there. Somebody wants a Taketo, which I can pull no problem. Let me go get that empty crate. I don't know why I took it over here. All right. So here we go. So Tom Kelly. Tom Kelly's already in on Toto at $35. Dwight Yoakam is a $7 start. I don't think Arcadia has come in, Wes, but I'm going to have to go up front and get my laptop here in a minute anyways, but I don't think so. And then we have the B-52's Cosmic Thing. This is $34.99. That's a MoFi pressing, B-52's Cosmic Thing. I've sold Front 242. We got Air Supply, Gorillaz, Linkin Park, Hybrid Theory, Tool, Tapestry, Yellow Brick Road, Linkin Park. I probably need to ask Alvo which Linkin Park. DRI, Beatles, Eminem, and Air Supply. All right, so there we have it. Next is the Sisters of Mercy Floodland. That's a MoFi pressing, $34.99. So Air Supply's Greatest Hits is $29.99. Both of these are sold. Dennis Schellenberger got one. Thank you, Dennis Schellenberger. Make sure these go in for $29.99. And the last copy here went to Carla Brecky. Thank you, Carla Brecky. That is so to you. So those are sold and sold. I have Harem Scarum, limited edition 666 on individually numbered copies on clear vinyl. Harem Scarum's $38.99. And then Carole King Tapestry. This is sold to Alvo C. Dabney. Alvo C. Dabney, that's so to you. Thank you, Carole King Tapestry. Let me go ahead and reply to him right now. Which Linkin Park, because I'm pretty sure there was 2 in the video. There's probably Hybrid Theory and the other one, the other big one. Sisters of Mercy, First, Last, and Always, $34.99. Dunkirk soundtrack. I thought this was really cool. I love Hans Zimmer soundtracks. I kept one myself. I have most of the Hans Zimmer Music on Vinyl soundtracks. $49.99. And we have White Zombie, Devil Music Volume 1. White Zombie's $38.99. Dean Tefford gets DRI. So Dean gets DRI, Dean Tefford. Rebecca Howard already saw where he got it and said she wants on a waiting list. So Rebecca, that's so to you. Dwight Yoakam's a $7 buy it now. And Tony Clem, you get the first auction of the night with Toto. Thank you, Tony Clem. That is so to you. So Tony gets Toto. Thank you, Tony, on Toto. So let's give that to Tony. One and only bid on Toto 4. And thank you and welcome back. No, not Tony Clem. Not Tony Clem. I was reading his comments. Sorry. Correction. Alert, alert. Tom Kelly. We have, do you happen to have a KISS URN? Under URN. KISS earn? Oh, a KISS, or like you could put cremations in. We have obituary, Slowly We Rot. We have obituary at $38.99, music on vinyl. Hall & Oates, Rock and Soul Part 1, that's $44.99. And we have Men at Work. Who Can It Be Now? $34.99 for Men at Work. Also, we have Lamb of God Wrath, that's $38.99. Wasp, Headless Children's, $38.99. Nirvana, $29.99. Korn, Follow the Leaders, $33.99. And Front 242 is $33.99. And that's front by front. And this did get sold. Thank you, Craig Rutherford. Thank you, Craig or Weatherford, on that. And I'm going to go ahead. He asked if he could get, Craig asked if he could get Portishead and Portishead Third. I'm going to say, I don't have them, but I can get them. Let me know if you want on a waiting list. And Craig, I will probably go ahead and order them anyway tonight. Okay, so KISS Urn. No KISS Urn or KISS caskets. The craziest KISS thing I probably had was, well, I don't know. I've sold a lot. I sold some incense Sunday night, and I was like, wow, KISS incense. Is that supposed to smell like Gene Simmons or Ace Frehley after he has sweated 10 pounds of sweat? We have Eric Clapton at his best. Great marketing genius. Hey, listen, as a businessman, I got to hand it to Gene Simmons. Amazing. He says, I'm in the promised land of America where anything's possible. We have Eric Clapton at his best. 1 LP, 2 LP, gatefold. Eric Clapton at his best. Japanese pressing, a $35 start. Eric Clapton at his best. $35 start. That's up for bid. And our next auction is Grateful Dead, Working Man's Den. Love Gun. I've had that one stuck in my head all week. I don't know why. That riff of Love Gun. We have Grateful Dead, a late 70s U.S. Los Angeles reissue. Based on the label design is somewhere between 78 and the early 80s. VG minus, and this is a $5 start. $5 start on that. $5 start on that. No barcode on this jacket. No barcode on this jacket. There's that there. There's that, and this is a $35 start, and Jeremy Merrick has that. Let's see here. Okay, Pat Lucero, sorry to hear about your friend. That's always sad. I know one thing, when I bought a person's KISS collection of somebody who passed away, and I think it was up in around like the Boston area, and then Paul went up there and bought it, and then a few people knew we bought it, and it was like people in the comments like another fallen KISS Army member, and it was a lot of people paying serious tributes to their fellow KISS fan, for sure. It's pretty wild. Strong fan base, unbelievable, probably the strongest. Eric Clapton, Jeremy Merck has it for $35. And Grateful Dead is just a $5 start. VG minus on that. VG minus on that, okay? I don't know. I mean, I've heard of KISS caskets. I never did hear the KISS urns before. That's pretty interesting. But yes, Pat, sorry to hear about that. Sorry to hear about that. I actually, Pat Lucero, I opened your Slaughter gift over here. I opened it last night, and or technically this morning, and I was going to play it, and then I realized I wouldn't be up front, but I do have the Slaughter record open that I sold for you, and I'm going to try to play it tonight. So, all right. Next, Fred Cardinale, wants on the front 242 waiting list. Front 242 waiting list. Fred Cardinell. All right, that's good. So anybody else? We got Korn, Nirvana, Wasp, Lamb of God, Men of God, Hall & Oates, Obituary, White Zombie, Dunkirk, Sisters of Mercy, Carole King, Harem Scarum, Sisters of Mercy, and B-52, Cosmic Thing. Several MoFi pressings in there. Those are going to be slid right over here. I got one more crate to knock out right quick. And next thing I have is, let me do this one right here because it's not in order. Jamie Butler gets a Takedo. Thank you, Jamie Butler, on Takedo. And this is teal with white swirl. That's so to Jamie Butler. Thank you on that. Final call to get a bid on Grateful Dead for $5. I'm going to give that one more chance. And we're going to go ahead and sell Jeremy Merck, the Eric Clapton, for $35. Thank you, Jeremy. That's so to you. Flying through some Japanese. Wham, bam. Thank you, ma'am. There's that and there's that. Over here, we have, let's see. Let's start from the back. I've got a few that have seam splits. And we have Five Finger Death Punch, Black Sabbath, Arcade Fire, and Iron Maiden. Last chance on these at sticker, or I'm going to try to get them back if I can. So we have Five Finger Death Punch, $33.99. Never Say Die, Arcade Fire, and Seven Sons. So those are all $33, and then the Arcade Fire is $54. Margaret has the Grateful Dead at $5. Those all do have light seam crackles. Just want to go ahead and show those right now. Probably the last time I show those, or I'm going to see if I can get possibly a refund. And here is Dan Fogelberg, a Japanese pressing of Phoenix. Dan Fogelberg is near mint minus and pristine. Beautiful Japanese pressing of Dan Fogelberg. Margaret has the Grateful Dead for $5. Gatefold jacket. There is Fogelberg. There he is. $35 start on that. Digging around over here, I ran across some Fred Goodwin singles, like 60s top stuff, and I'm going to be grabbing random handfuls. Probably we're going to be doing lots of maybe 10 for $15 starts. They're all 60s. 50s, and just, you know, various conditions from Fred's collection. Maybe lots of 10 for $15 starts. Let's see if we got 10 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll do, I want to leave those in there together. 2 Bill Haley. So let's pull out, let's see here. Let's pull out one of those tops. Is that what's on the bottom? Yeah, let's put another Bill Haley in there. All right, so we'll call these 45s $15 starts, okay? And I haven't really examined each one of them. So, I mean, there's a original Bill Haley Deca, and it's VG Plus or better. I would say at minimum, some of these are going to be VG, but just FYI. Like, that's VG Plus. That's the Jimmy Rogers. So, Bill Haley, Pat Boone, Jimmy Rogers, Bobby Day, Gary, or buy U.S. Bonds, Mark Denning, I think it's Denning, and then Hawaiian Wedding Song. Who is this here? This is Nat Hasley and the Toppers and Tommy Rowe, okay? Any movie posters? Yes. I plan on doing some posters tonight. I got to make a post in the group, so I have huge stacks of flat posters, probably a couple hundred that have never been gone through, and it could be anything, but it's posters. It's definitely posters. Eminem Curtain Call. Eminem is sold to David Velma. David V63, thank you, David V. That's so to you. Lincoln Park Meteora. Here's the other Lincoln Park. So Alvo Dabney either wants this or Hybrid Theory. We'll find out from them. We have Counting Crows Butter Miracle, blue marble vinyl, $34.99. But yeah, there'll be a post made here in about 5 minutes when I'm done with this crate, advertising the Led Zeppelin. And then later tonight, I have Fred stuff to go through. I'm going to try to knock out all the vinyl. So by 11:30, all the vinyl that I have possibly to sell tonight has been sold and shown, and that way we can get into some Fred stuff, books and posters tonight. It's going to try to get there as fast as possible. We have Iron Maiden, No Prayer for the Dying. Iron Maiden is $36.99. Guns N' Roses is $36.99. Welcome to the Jungle. Violent Femmes is $34.99. And Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy, black, gray, white vinyl, Lay It Down. And then there is a Takedo. We've already pulled one for Jamie Butler. Those 1045s are a $15 start. Grateful Dead, one bid, $5. That's so to Margaret Gearhold. And Dan Fogelberg does have a bid with David Johnson, $35 final call. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here remaster, $36.99 on Pink Floyd. Red Hot Chili Peppers Greatest Hits, this is $44.99. The Cure, Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me, that's a 2LP, $44.99. And Snoop Dogg, Rhythm and Gangsta, that's $39.99. And Linkin Park Hybrid Theory. Now this one is sold to Kelly Vlodarchik. Thank you, Kelly Vlodarchik. That is sold to you. She also got Gorillas, so that's sold to Kelly. Both of those are sold. Rat is $33.99. And of course, Rat was out of print for the longest. And Rat is on black, gray, white colored vinyl. Rage Against the Machine is $33.99. Rage Against the Machine is $33.99. And then we have Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. This is sold to Alvo Dabney Jr. Thank you, Alvo. That's so to you. And then some Vinyl Me Please. John Prine, Sweet Revenge. Willie Nelson, Phases and Stages. These 1045s from Fred's collection can be bought for a $15 buy it now. And David Johnson, you get Dan Fogelberg for $35. And folks, it's time for an all-new slew of auctions. All-new slew of auctions. And I have one more quote warm-up crate to run through before I officially probably go through our first discount bin of the night. And Darren wants Rat. There is a 2, so we'll go ahead and give Darren Chrisman 1, and then Tom Kelly, if you want 1 as well, just let me know, okay? And I think I have a few New Orleans records over here. I think this one's from the New Orleans collection. The Funniest Moxie. Moxie is the qualiest people. Jimmy Cross, Winds of Notre Dame, Jerry Landslides. I'm not for sure, but that looks pretty interesting. It is going to go up for a $5 start. Make sure nobody else wanted anything that was in this bin. I don't think so. So we have Willie. We have John Prine. We have Rage and Rage, Linkin Park, Snoop Dogg, Cure, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Pink Floyd. Takedo. Rat is Invasion of Your Privacy, $33.99. Colored vinyl, Violent Femmes, Guns N' Roses, Iron Maiden, Counting Crows, Linkin Park, and then a few that have seam splits, Arcade Fire, Five Finger, Black Sabbath, and Iron Maiden. Teresa's in on Moxie at 5. And so far, there's only been one, let's see, I think there's only been one no bid, Dwight Yoakam for $7, which I'll show in 1 second. Here's some more Fred Goodwin singles. We'll try another lot. We got Bill Haley, See You Later Alligator. We have, who is this? K-Star, number 2. Bill Haley, number 3. Bill Haley, number 4. Herman's Hermits, number 5. Johnny Rivers, number 6. Herman's Hermits, number 7. Herman's Hermits, number 8. The Castaways, number 9. And Kathy Linden, that's number 10. There's 10 singles, a $15 start. 10 singles, how about 10 singles, a $10 start? Maybe that'd get them sold. Will $10 starts get them at least minimum sold? At least to get them moving. So how about 10 for $10 start? Maybe some of them might be 30 or 15. Some of them might be 15. So, or 10. It doesn't matter to me. We'll figure it out. Billy Joel. Well, the first lot didn't sell. I was like, okay, maybe that's not the magic price. Everything has a magic price. I've learned that. Eventually, you're going to hit a price and like, okay, it's going to be sold. And then here is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing of Billy Joel. This is Piano Man. The Misfits Fiend bobblehead is $39.99. We sold one in the box Sunday. We sold one in the box Sunday for $44. I have a brand new one there for $39. Now, Jason went ahead and bid $15. Debbie just bid $10. Technically, Jason has them for $15. And Moxie has one bid with Teresa for $5. Billy Joel's a $35 start. The Piano Man. And then I have one more crate right here. All righty. Let's do this. And let's slide these over. One more crate very quickly here to run through. We have a few things sold. David V did get the Beatles revolver. Thank you, David Vilma. Beatles revolver is sold to him. Make sure Rebecca Howard is on that DRI waiting list. We got George Strait #1's Volume 1, $34.99. Alan Jackson's $36.99. Cosmos Factory Red Vinyl, $33.99. Shadows Empire, $33.99. The Cramps is $34. Slipknot is $36. Archie Shep is $36. Virgin Prunes is $38. Tool is sold to Alvo C. Dabney Jr. Thank you. That is sold to you. The 45's now at 18. Joe Salomo went on Billy Joe at 35. Kiss, Alive 3, $46.99. Led Zeppelin Live, Texas International Pop Festival, $36.99. Kiss, Alive 2, $54.99. Cramps is sold to Teresa. Thank you, Teresa. That's sold to you. And next is Teresa also gets Moxie for $5. The 45s are at $20. Billy Joel's at $35 to Joe Salomo. Slipknot's $36.99. White Zombies $38.99. Machine Head Unatoned is $29.99. Metallica Damaged in Japan. Nagoya 1986 $39.99. Alanis Morissette is $33.99. Evil Empire Rage is $33. Cold, A Different Kind of Pain is $38. And Grant Green Idle Moments is $34.99. Has everybody hit the like button? Has everybody hit the like button? That's my biggest question right now. So we got Grant Green, we got Cold, Rage Against the Machine, Alanis Morissette, Metallica, Machine Head, White Zombie, Slipknot, Kiss, Led Zeppelin, Kiss, Virgin Prunes, Archie Shep, Slipknot, Star Wars, Cosmos Factory, Alan Jackson, and George Strait. And those are all right here next to me. Jason, you're out on the 45 lot. Debbie Winstead has it for 20. Debbie Winstead has it for 20. All right, give me 1 second over here and see what's going on. Let's see here. All right, there's that. And Tom Harris said he will take Metallica. All right, thank you, Tom. That's so to you. So it's up to Jason on these. We're going to go ahead and sell Joe Salomo, the Billy Joel's for the Billy Joel for $35. Thank you, Joe. That's so to you. All right, Joe, that's so deep. Appreciate that. There's that. Debbie Winstead has the 45s for 20. So what's next over here? All right. The next thing I have is, it's got some cover damage, but there's been a lot of people asking for this particular one. More Than a Feeling. Man, I just slapped the heck out of the camera with Boston. Okay, so we have Boston self-titled, More Than a Feeling. Here we go. It does have a pretty significant cover bump here. Let's go ahead and start it for 25. Boston is, the vinyl's beautiful. It does have Obi, but a pretty significant cover ding there. $25 start on that. And Jason's out. So this first lot of 10 45s that have actually sold is sold to Debbie Winstead for $20. 10 for 20. John just destroyed a bunch of Funkos. They're indestructible. Okay, here's the next lot. We have the Teddy Bears. We have D. John Sisters. We have Something Smith and Redheads. That's literally what it's called. Something Smith and the Redheads. Roy Hamilton, Herman's Hermits, Jimmy Rogers, D. Clark, The Moonglows, Laverne Baker, and the Crew Cuts. How many was that? That feels like that was 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 10 singles there, a $15 start. 10 singles, a $15 start. So the Moonglows and Laverne Baker there on top. Not bad whatsoever. All right. We got those coming all night long, folks. And hardcore. We're going to have the most 60s rock and roll pop you can think of, and probably the most nastiest hardcore stuff you can think of. All right, those have bids. Let's go grab our first discount bin. Let's go do that right quick. Give me 1 second. Let me take a picture of this stuff over here. Okay. Got to make a quick post. I actually, you know what? It's because there's nothing really going on in the group during the sales. These posts I've made like live during the sale have actually turned out to be really good. So let me take a few pictures of some things. I'm going to make a quick Post over there. I think we got everything in that video. So everything in that flip video, everybody got everything they wanted. Craig Weatherford wants on the waiting list for Portishead and Portishead third. Rebecca Howard on the waiting list for DRI. And everybody else got everything except Alvo Dabney. We got to figure out which Lincoln Park he wants. Everybody else is taken care of. Boston does have a bid for 25. The 45s has a bid for 15. And we are rolling. Just like Limp Bizkit. Craig, we might need some lyrics. All right, let's find a great discount crate. Let's get started with like a half off bin. I know everybody's ready. I'm ready. You're ready. We're all ready. We're all ready to see some half off crates, aren't we? I'm ready. You're ready. The whole family is here and ready for half off crates. The whole gang. I got some here from about 2 weeks ago, I think. Let's go ahead and get started right now. We're about to sell these 45s for 15. We're about to sell Boston for 25. Let's see what else I have over here in this box. I have a few here from New Orleans. We have the Chimpanzees, Let's Get Pregnant, Sir Ball Diddley, and Los Vigilantes. So let's put NO for these, as in New Orleans, $10 start. NO, New Orleans, $10 start on those. Jason gets these for $15. So Jason gets the next 10, which is everything from the Teddy Bears to Laverne Baker. He gets those for $15. We're about to sell Boston for $25. Our next auction we have here is Randy Travis, Storms of Life. It is an OG 1986 specialty original, and it's going to go up for a $25 start. Top new male vocalist of the year, Randy Travis. What a voice. $25 start on that. What a voice indeed. Where's my purple juice at? I don't got my mute button tonight, so I'm going to have to do it with my cursor. So let me click on this right quick. All right, let's do some half off vintage. Here we go. Let's do some half off vintage. This is probably going to be an insane crate to get the show started. But hey, that's why I'm here. I'm here for all gas, white knuckle, full throttle, white knuckle. Weather report, black market. The half off price, I'm telling you, is the half off price. No more, no less. $10 on that. Boston is a beautiful Japanese pressing. As far as the vinyl, the cover has one ding there. We got bids now for 27 on that. Nola's now at 12. Randy Travis is a $25 start. Bachman Turner Overdrive is $7.50. Get your yayas out. The Rolling Stones, that's $12.50. Dusty Springfield Cameo, $10. Just don't get your yayas out in Publix or you'll be hearing from the police and then you'll be in jail. We have Gray Slick Dreams. Gray Slick is $7.50. Sunfighter, Paul Cantor. Speaking of Gray Slick, there's another one, $10 on Sunfighter. And another Starship. This one is called Gold. And it has the bonus 45. It's $10. And Robert Palmer, Double Fun. Robert Palmer's $10. Where's my phone at? I got a... let's see here. Let me post that and then this and this. Okay. Let me type this out. All right, boom, taken care of. Okay, there we have. Sorry about that. That'll be about the longest pause I take all night. Nola 12, Nola 14, Boston 28, Randy Travis 25, Boston 27. Troy Overmeyer is going to get his yayas out. That's so to Troy Overmeyer. And then Jefferson Starship. First is Michael. Now, I'm assuming you want this, gold. because that's the only one that's technically Starship. But if you do any of the other ones, let me know. Thomas, you were second. And then the Boston's at 30. All right, so Boston's at 30. The NOLA singles are a final call to Teresa for 14. And Randy Travis is at 25 with Joey Osbrooks. And Craig, your box did arrive. Thank you, Craig Thomas. Ed has opened it. I saw the letter on top, but I hadn't got to get down to the bottom of the box. But I do know this. I hear there's some crab chips in there. I understand there's crab chips. Wow, Frank Zappa, now just $17.50. Frank Zappa meets the Mothers of Prevention. Also, Neil Young and the Blue Notes. This note's for you. That is $12.50. Let's reach right over here, and let's grab another handful of singles from Fred's collection. Let's count out 10. Let's count out 10. The first one is The Temptations, My Girl. 1. Neil Diamond, Solitary Man. 2. The Shirelles. 3. Four Seasons Ragdoll. 5. We have Mamas and Papas. 6. Mamas and Papas. 7. Mamas and Papas. 8. Monkeys. 9. Monkeys. 10. Wow, that's a good lot. $15 start on those. 10, Fred. Buy them as if they're VG or better. VG or better. Valerie looks like it's VG, VG plus. The Shirelles looks like it's VG or VG plus. So yeah, some of them could be really nice. Some of them may be less. Those are a $10 start. And we have, or $15 start. Black Satin, George Shearing Quintet. That's now $5. And the Moody Blues, Caught Live plus 5, $10. The death of me tonight is going to be remembering if I'm starting these for 10 or 15. So I'm going to have to stick with something and roll with it. We have James Gang Rides Again. James Gang is $10. Jimi Hendrix, now just $20. That's crazy. And we have Mahavishnu Orchestra with John McLaughlin. That's $10. So these New Orleans singles, we have 1, 2, 3. 3 here, and these are sold to Teresa for $14. It looks like we're definitely about to sell Boston. It is sold, actually. David V gets that for $30. Thank you, David V, 63. And I already got your claims out of the flip video from earlier. That's sold to you. And Randy Travis, just one bid. And Randy Travis is sold for $25 to Joey Osbrooks. Okay, so let's see how many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You're right. Let's add one more to that. And it's a good one. It is Marvin Gaye, Can I Get a Witness, and Pride and Joy. Marvin Gaye, and it's super clean. So I'm adding Marvin Gaye to the lot now. Now it's at $18. We have Brenton Wood, Oogum Boogum. It is a reissue, barcoded, but it's only $15. If you're just joining us, we're going through a half-off crate, no more, no less. The second time we go through this, a lot more is going to sell if they don't get sold right now. Weather Report is $10. Weather Report is $10, and another Mahavishnu Orchestra, that is $10. We have the Kinks Sleepwalker. The Kinks is now $7.50, and a Rolling Stones 12x5, a 2014 pressing on clear vinyl. Now just $15. Say what? You heard me. Your ears aren't clogged. You are hearing me correctly. The next auction I'm going to put up right now is Peter Frampton, Where I Should Be. Peter Frampton is going to go up for a $35 start. Peter Frampton's a $35 start. This is near mint minus and pristine. It does have a Peter Frampton insert. It has another Peter Frampton insert. There's the cover and Obi. Peter Frampton's a $35 start. The 45s are now at $18. Andrew Shaw on BW. And BW was for it was for my weather, Brenton Wood. Andrew Shaw got Brenton Wood. Nashville Tiger got the Jimi Hendrix. Unbelievable to see that in the bin. Margaret Gerhold got the Kinks. That's so to Margaret Gerhold. Troy Overmeyer on the Stones, and Margaret Gerhold next on the Stones. Peter Frampton's a $35 star. Got to make sure Jason is done on those. The next singles I have here, we might put this one up by itself. The Embryonics, Enter the Sick World of the Embryonics from the New Orleans collection. The Embryonics is a $5 start. Next is Zappa's Joe's Garage. Frank Zappa is $17.50. And John McLaughlin, Al Di Meola, Paco de Lucia, Passion, Grace, and Fire, now just $10. Wow. Also here, we have Joni Mitchell, the LA Express, Miles of Isles. That's $15 for Joni Mitchell. And George Thorogood and the Destroyers. Bad to the Bone, $10. And Loverboy, loving every minute of it, $10 on that. So Debbie's about to get the 45s there for $18. Marvin Gaye, Monkeys, Mamas, Babas, Mamas and Papas, Four Seasons, Shirelles, Neil Diamond, and Temptations. Pretty solid lot there. Final call on those for $18. Embryo 5, Melissa Bailey gets George Thorogood. Peter Frampton's at 35 with David Johnson. Lacey J. Dalton, 16th Avenue. That's $750. Joey Osbrooks on Loverboy. Thank you, Joey Osbrooks. And here's Peter Frampton right here in Shrink and Hop and the price tag. And that is $6.50. Let me see what this message says right quick. Let me click on this. Okay. Got that? What does this say? Alvo wants both Linkin Park albums. Alvo wants both Linkin Park albums. You got it. Alvo gets both Linkin Park albums. Okay, so let's see if I can find those right quick for Alvo. I think they were both in the same crate, weren't they? There's that one and this. Okay, before those get lost. So Alvo Dabney gets Linkin Park and Linkin Park. Thank you on that. Those are sold and sold. And then David V's in on the 45s at 20. Debbie, you've been outbid. Embryo, one bid to Teresa for 5. And Peter Frampton, David Johnson has that for 35, and that's sold to David Johnson. And Debbie, there is a new bid on the 45s. David V has those for $20. 10 45s there. The high bid is $20 on those. Next is Mahavishnu Orchestra, John McLaughlin, Inner Worlds. That is $10. And we have John Paul Young. John Paul Young is $5. We have Tom Petty, Let Me Up, I've Had Enough. Tom Petty is now just $20 with hop sticker. That's pretty crazy. Another Jimi Hendrix for $17.50. That's pretty crazy. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is Etta James, Deep in the Night. Etta James is a 1978 U.S. original with the company inner sleeve. It's in VG Plus condition, and we're going to put it up for a $25 start. $25 start on that. Also, we have Three Dog Night, Cyan. Three Dog Night is $10. Recall on Jimi Hendrix. That is sold. And we have John Cougar, Nothing Matters and What If It Did. $10 on that. Margaret Gerhold got Tom Petty. That's sold. And Linda Ronstadt, Lush Life. That is $5. Next auction is going to go up right now. And let's introduce that as soon as I mute my mic and ask John a question. 1 second, please. All right, here we go. We have Live and Johnny Winter. I don't know if I've had this before on Japanese vinyl. This is a $35 start, Johnny Winter and Live, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. There's the LP, Near Mint Minus and Pristine. There's the original inner sleeve it was stored in, cover and Obi, $35 start. Now these singles are at $45. Etta James has a bid for $25. The first bid was $25 of Jason Boxell. Mike Bartlett on Linda Ronstadt, George Sambear second. And we have Rod Stewart, Gasoline Alley. That's an original textured cover, Mercury pressing. Just $15 on that. Rod Stewart. Also, we got Steve Perry Street Talk for $10. We got Alan Parsons for $10. And we have, did I show Three Dog Night? There they are for $10. And John Cougar is in shrink wrap for $10. Okay, there's that. And let me adjust my back and neck right quick. What's the breaks? There's going to be a bunch, evidently. I'm sorry. Well, and they take longer because I'm trying to click on a little tiny mute button, and so y'all don't have to hear me slurp on this drink. There shouldn't be too many. Usually, John's gone, and usually me and Laura, if we have to communicate, we do it through the chat or we are texting each other. So, it's pretty easy. There shouldn't be anybody else here to distract me. And here in a minute, anybody that I'm usually texting, they'll be in bed here in a minute. most of the people I text and my friends and stuff, they're like in bed by 8 o'clock, but I don't have anything to say to them anyway. Debbie Winston on Rod Stewart. Usually I've been just talking to Seth, make sure everything's okay, but I think everything is okay. So we're good to go. He's had his kid. I think everything's good to go. Brian Call on Steve Perry, but also everybody knows that I wake up and I actually get my day going right now. So like friends, family, anybody that has access to text me, they usually start reaching out to me right now. But they also know that I'm live on Facebook, and so they're like, well, if he replies to us, we'll be lucky. If not, it'll be like 3 a.m. if then. So both John Cougars are sold. There's one sold to Jeff Hallsworth. And was there another one here, Jeff? Was there another John Cougar? I'm only seeing this one, so I'm going to go ahead and say that one. I don't see another one, but there's that one to you. Okay, there's that. And now what about the 45s? Debbie Winston, you did get outbid. David V has these for $25. And then Johnny Winters, a $35 start, no bid. And Etta James is $25. We have Tres Hombres, ZZ Top. Tres Hombres is $17.50. Shh. By 10 years after. For promotion use only, not for sale sticker. $10 on that. And we have Mahavishnu Orchestra, Birds of Fire. $10 on Mahavishnu Orchestra, Birds of Fire. Van Morrison, St. Dominic's Preview. That's in shrink wrap, $17.50 on that. Melissa Bailey on ZZ Top. Debbie Winston in on the 45s at $26. Debbie Winston in on those at $46. Just saying. Just letting you know. Those have a new bid. The next single we have here is going to be Unexpected, Maybe. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. Unexpected, Maybe. And there's our next New Orleans single, a $5 start. Also, we have Jaco Pastorius, Invitation. Jaco is $20. Robert Palmer, Pressure Drop. Robert Palmer is $10. Bob Dylan, Highway 61 Revisited, $17.50. Willie Nelson, Without a Song, $7.50, and the Rolling Stone Some Girls, $32.50. Now the 45s are at $26. Now they're at $30. Now Debbie Winston, you've been outbid. This has a bid for $5. Jason Boxell gets Etta James for $25. Nobody bid on Johnny Winter, Japanese Pressing. It is a $35 buy now. $35 buy now on that. Tonight around 8 o'clock, we will be selling an RL Led Zeppelin 2. It will be for sale tonight. And definitely looks and plays like a VG record. And that's the notes from Laura. It's a 69 U.S. Specialty Original. It's going to go up at 8 o'clock Central Time, 9 o'clock Eastern. And it's going to be an instant air horn. It will be an instant air horn because it's one of the probably not better ones I've had in a while, but it's better than most, if that makes sense. All right, so if anybody wants this over here. And let's see... Let's see what other the comments was. New Orleans 5. Joey on the Rolling Stones. Margaret on BD for Bob Dylan. Now the 45s has a bid for 31. Karen Walker, your bid just came in on Etta James for 30. And I've already sold that to Jason. Village People Cruising, $7.50. And we have Donnie Marie Osmond, New Season. That's $5. These 45s are sold to Debbie Winston for $31. We also have Elton John Friends. Elton John is $10. So that single has one bid for $5 with Teresa. We are about to sell it. The next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. It's actually Elton John's Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. Unfortunately, it's a Nobi. What is a Nobi? N-O space O-B-I. A Nobi means it's a Japanese pressing, but there's no Obi. And this is a beautiful copy, though. Benny and the Jets. Wow, it's got this book with it, too. Elton. Sir Elton, that is. If you're curious about the lyrics, they're inside of the gatefold on this beautiful trifold cover. And it seems to me you lived your life. Y'all know the rest. That's a $35 start on Sir Elton. This is sold to Teresa for $5. Next is Leo Sayer, Endless Flight. You Make Me Feel Like Dancing, $5. Steve Warner is $7.50, and Alabama is $5. Okay. The only no bids tonight so far, Johnny Winter, $35, Dwight Yoakam, $7, and 10 Fred 45s for $15. If you missed that first lot, here it is. Tommy Rowe, Tops, Mark Denning, Get By U.S. Bonds, Bobby Day, Jimmy Rogers, Pat Boone, Billy Haley. And those are 10 Fred records, 10 45s, Just letting you know where they come from. $15 buy now on that. Joey gets Alabama. Now, this was a wickedly, in my opinion, pretty solid, just my thoughts, a great half off bin. And I think it's worthy of another read-through. Maybe we've sold half. Maybe we can sell the other half and we can bundle the rest. That's going to be my plan. Technically, we do have a Japanese pressing up. Let's add some more Fred. But first, here is another starting bid for just $25. A 1989 U.S. Pinckneyville reissue gold stamp promo of Muddy Waters, Brass and the Blues. That is going to go up for a $25 star. Mike wants Demiola, Lachlan, and Dulicia. That's Passion and Grace. Right here, Mike Bartlett, that is sold to you for $10, if that's the one you're referring to. Thank you. Let's read through these again. Weather Report, Black Market, Weather Report is $10. Botman Turner Overdrive is $7.50. Dusty Springfield Cameo is $10. Grace Lick Dreams is $7.50. Sunfighter is $10. We have Robert Palmer Double Fun, $10. And Frank Zappa meets the Mothers of Prevention, $17.50. I want to let y'all know we have 5 crates of new vinyl. I have new toys in. I have a whole cart over here. A whole cart. Yes, a cart. A full cart over here of Funkos. And 2 crates of Japanese, plus all the great auctions Laura's bringing. Just showing all that's going to take up the majority of the show. A little bit later tonight, we will be going through some posters and books from Fred's collection. Elton John's at $40. Luke, you're out. Troy, you're out. Here's the next singles from Fred. B.J. Thomas, Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head, number 1. The Vogues, number 2. We have Dusty Springfield, number 3. We have Jonathan's Folks, number 4. The Springfields, number 5. The Cowseals, number 6. The Monkeys, number 7. Chad and Jeremy, number 8. The Cascades, number 9. And Spanking Our Gang, number 10. That is 10 singles there. We'll do those for a $10 start. $10 start on those. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Buy them as if they're all VG. Some could be better. Some may be slightly worse. Neil Young and the Blue Notes. This note's for you, $12.50. We have Black Satin, George Shearing Quintet. Black Satin is $5. The Moody Blues, Caught Live plus 5. That is $10. And James Gang Rides, again, Funk 49. How much is the White and Buck single? $7. $7 on that. Our next single over here for a $5 start is on the Kid Stuff label, and it's called Benji Goes Camping. It's one of those kids' book and records. Kid book and records here. And they had a sticker on it. I just peeled it off, so now it's really nice. Benji's a $5 star, now up for bid. Greg Herman has those 10 singles for $10. Next is Elton John's at $42. Christopher Dean, you're out. Buddy Johnson bid $43. Troy, you're out. And now Jeremy Merck on Botman Turner Overdrive. And I think so far there's only one in here, and there it is, and that's so to Jeremy Merck. Also, we have Maha Vishnu Orchestra, Intermounting Flame, that's $10. Weather Report is $10. We have another one for $10, another Maha Vishnu Orchestra, that is. Frank Zappa is just $17.50. Joni Mitchell Miles and Isles is $15. I wonder if the Vlodder are watching, especially Robert, because I owe him an air horn, and I have it over here tonight. Lacey J. Dalton is $7.50. Frank Zappa is $6.50. I'm in you. Another Maha Vishnu Orchestra, $10. We have John Paul Young is $5. Three Dog Night Cyan is $10. And Alan Parsons Project is $10. Val Simonia on the Moody Blues. That's Caught Live plus 5. Thank you, Val Simonia. That's so to you. The 45s is now at 45. The Elton John's now at 45. And we're about to sell Muddy Waters for a $25 buy now, unless somebody bids. Sell this to Jim Ciascio for $5. And Ivan wants both Zappas. He says the first 2, so that's this one. And so you want Joe's Garage and Meets the Mothers of Prevention. If that's not right, let me know. So he got these 2 right here, him 2 being Ivan R. So those are sold and sold. If that's not right, let me know. And then he's out. And then how much is Frampton? The Frampton here in the shrink wrap and hop sticker is $6.50. And then next is these are sold. These 10 singles are sold to Greg Herman for $10. Benji. Did Benji get a bid? Benji is a $5 start. There's one bid with Susie going twice, going 3 times. All right, now Elton John has a bid for 46. It's between Troy and Buddy Johnson. Shh. By 10 years after. Shh. By 10 years after is $10. Also, Mahavishnu Orchestra is $10. Van Morrison, just $17.50. St. Dominic's Preview. Also, Jaco Pastorius is $20. And Robert Palmer Pressure Drop is $10. And Willie Nelson Without a Song is $7.50. And the Village People Cruising is $7.50. What time's the RL? 8 o'clock Central Time, 9 o'clock Eastern. 8 o'clock Central, 9 o'clock Eastern. It's going to be up for bid. Here we go. Hello Dolly, Louis Armstrong. So singles, Louis Armstrong, number 1. Dave Clark, 5, number 2. Simon and Garfunkel, number 3. Trini Lopez, number 4. Dave Clark, 5, number 6, I think. I forgot. Nancy Sinatra, Boots Are Made for Walking, number 6, 7. Sonny and Cher, I Got You Babe. Peter and Gordon, I Don't Want to See You Again. Peter and Gordon. And the Cascades, Indian River. The Byrds, Mr. Tambourine Man. How many was there? I'm not for sure. 1. Mr. Tambourine Man, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's okay. 11 is going to be a $15 start. 45's $15 start. Benji's is 7. Next was John Smetzer on the Van Morrison. Van Morrison sold to John Smetzer. Elton John, 47. Benji, 7. And Joe DeGaldo, if you do not want Peter Frampton for $6.50, somebody else says he wants it. And that's he being Scott Oman. And then over here, Val Simonia, you were second on Van Morrison. What is an RL? Jamie Diaz wants Village People. That's so to Jamie Diaz. Buddy's out in Elton John. And then how many punk EPs are left? 3 to 5,000. I'm not joking. 45s, 15.15. And then Benji's at 8. And 45s are at 15.20. Must be some in there y'all like. How about Muddy Waters? This is a $25 buy now. It's a 1989 pressing. And then this Japanese pressing of Elton John is a final call. And that's a Troy Overmeyer for $47. Benji is sold to Buddy Johnson for $8. And now the 45 lot, those 11 are at $20 with Jason Thomas, okay? Next comment is pass on Peter Frampton. So the Frampton I'm in you for $6.50 is officially sold. Thank you for letting me know you're passing. This is sold to Scott Oman. That is sold. And then Jeff Coleman wants Robert Palmer and Steve Warner. There's Robert Palmer. Have I got to Steve Warner yet? No, Steve Warner's right here. That's also sold to Jeff Coleman. And then the last 3 are Donnie and Marie Osmond. That's $5. Elton John, Friends is $10. And Leo Sayer, Endless Flight, that is $5. Awesome. There we have it. Okay, moving right along. I've already got 10 sticky notes stuck to my shoes. 10 sticky notes. Gold stamp promo, 1989 on the Muddy Waters. If anybody wants in on that, just let me know. Muddy Waters, Muddy Waters. These singles are at 30. Buy all these 45s tonight from this collection as if they're VG. Most of them are going to be VG, VG Plus, or better. And then Leo Sayer is sold to Jeff Coleman. All right, and then let's go ahead and sell the Elton John, and let's put up all new auctions. This is sold to Troy Overmeyer for $47. Thank you. All right, we are officially rolling. There we go. Now I'm going to take 10 more breaks. I'm joking. I am quite dehydrated. I'm going to go get my chapstick, waters. All right, it's about time to try to well, first here, I'm going to do this right now. Thank you, Robert Vladicek. Sunday night, they've got the air horn of the week so far, and that was for purchasing the frame Star Wars poster for the Vladicek family. At this point is what we call them, and I appreciate that. They bought the frame Star Wars poster for $500, and this is for them. Thank you, Robert, Kelly, Star Wars. May the Force be with you. May the air horn be with you. That was 2 days late, but it's loud as ever. All right, moving right along. Bump, ba bump, bump, ba bump, bump, bump. All right, the 45 lot is at 30 with Jason Boxell. And so, here's what's left in here. Elton John, Donnie Marie Osmond, Willie Nelson, Jaco Pastorius, Mahavishnu, 10 Years After, Alan Parsons, Three Dog Night, John Paul Young, Mahavishnu, Lacey J. Dalton, Joni Mitchell, Mahavishnu, Weather Report, Mahavishnu, James Gang, George Sharon Quintet, Neil Young, Robert Palmer, Paul Cantor, Grace Slick, Dusty Springfield, and Weather Report. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. I got 23 LPs there. I'm going to try to price for a bundle. This is, I think, some better stuff. 23 LPs, $135. The rest of the crate, $135 bundle. You get everything that's left in there, and I'm going to blow an air horn as a big thank you, okay? Next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is, here's some stuff I think that was priced at one time that I'm just going to try to bundle and sell. So first of all, here is like the Miracles, as in Smokey Robinson, an empty sleeve from Fred's collection a few years ago. We had marked for $25. This is Tina Bria, a 1969 funk soul single we had marked for $25. The Buckinghams, Making Up and Breaking Up. The Yardbirds, Heart Full of Soul. I know it's in an Elvis sleeve, but it's in an Elvis sleeve that's been butchered. But yet, the Yardbirds, a great grassroots song, Where Were You When I Needed You? And let's do Glenn Fry, picture sleeve. So that's a lot of what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 45s there. A $15 start on those 645. Some pretty cool stuff there. And then this lot here, these 11 here are sold to Jason Boxall for $30. Jason Boxall gets these for $30. And that's everything from the Birds to Louis Armstrong. And then those there, Buckinghams, Tina Bria, the Miracles, Glenn Fry, Grassroots, and the Yardbirds, those are going to be a $15 start. $15 start on those, okay? Now, I got CD box sets. Let's grab another auction over here. This is Love, as in Forever Changes. Unfortunately, it is VG minus. This is a 1967 U.S. Allentown OG. It's a company. It does have the original Electra inner sleeve. Unfortunately, though, it's VG minus. Love is just a $5 start on Love. $5 start on Love. And that bundle, can I convince somebody to buy those? If not, then it's going to be really reluctant of me to have more half-off records later tonight. I mean, we got to keep these bundles rolling. We got to. If not, then Chad is going to start getting upset. And I'm already starting to turn green. No, the Miracles is just a picture sleeve only. The Miracles is just a picture sleeve only, which is a pretty dang good one by itself. It does have a little wear down here, okay? There is that. All righty, so there's that. And then let's go down here to the bottom. All right, what's the name of the 10 Years After? Shh. And then Cancel on Muddy Waters, I thought it was an OG. Luke, you never did bid on it. OGs of those are big money. That was a 1989, it's $25. All right, that's okay. We'll try again later. We might put some more into it. All right. Yeah, I'm about to completely start destroying the store. Love is in stereo. Love is in stereo. All right, let's start going through some new stuff. I'm going to go through about 4 or 5 new titles, and then I'm going to bring over 4 or 5 new Funkos. I'm about to bring over another crate of Japanese, even though we hadn't made a dent out of this first one. And I got to go get my laptop. Looks like here's some here's some waiting list. Oh, cool stuff in here. So yeah, let's go ahead. 5 crates of new vinyl, a crate of toys, like Figure Reaction, like King Diamond, and I got some CD box sets as well. All right, there's that. There's that. Love has bids for $5. Okay, Jason's about to get those 45s. Next is a Japanese pressing, nice Queen, self-titled, a Japanese pressing, their debut album. This is going to go up for a $45 star. Queen, $45 star. 7 Seas of Rye. All songs written by Queen. Keep Yourself Alive. Oh, Keep Yourself Alive. This is a $45 star. There's the insert. And then there is Queen. a $45 start. That's now for bid. Love has bids for $5. Love has bids for $5. Love has bids for $10. And the Miracles, or I'll say this 45 lot, is sold to Jason Boxell for $15. Thank you, Jason Boxell. That is sold to you for $15. All right, that's over here. And then what do I have next? The next thing I have is, let me open up Discogs here. I'm going to mark these right quick. What did I miss? Somebody's already mad at me. What have I done? I don't even know what I've done. I don't. What have I done? I must have missed something. I'm sorry. I am sorry. I must have missed something already. I'm 1 hour in. I've already made somebody mad. Okay, first thing I have here is a sealed Merle Haggard. Let me wipe off some of the dust off of it. Ooh, this looks much better now. So this is a brand new sealed. It looks like this is sold for as much as $65 on Discogs. 127 people have it in their want list. It's a sealed Merle Haggard CD box set, and this is a $15 start. Merle Haggard, Down Every Road, 1962 to 1994. That is a $15 start. Any half-off crates. You've already missed one. You've already missed one. Love has a bid for $10. Does Queen have the poster? I didn't see a poster. No poster of Queen, $45 start on that. And we have, there's that. Peter Frampton. We sold a Peter Frampton at auction for $35, and we sold a Peter Frampton in the half-off bin for $6.50. I didn't even see where anybody asked for anything Peter Frampton. Either they wasn't showing up, or I was just not seeing them. We sold a Peter Frampton in the half-off bin for $6.50. $6.50. And we sold a Peter Frampton at auction for $35. That's about as much information as I can give you. Next is Creator. This is Creator. This is Renewal, $34.99. Original album remastered with bonus tracks. Colored double gatefold vinyl. Creator is $34.99. Creator is $34.99. I have 3 of those. I also have 2 copies of Mastodon, Emperor of Sand. Mastodon is $44.99. This is a 2LP Mastodon, Emperor of Sand, featuring Sultan's Curse, the 2018 Grammy Award-winning song for Best Metal Performance. Mastodon's $44.99. And then Halloween. These are just $29.99, and this is called The Time of the Oath. I got to go grab my laptop because I know there's a waiting list for Halloween, so let me go grab that right quick. I'll be right back, everybody. Give me 1 second. We're in Middle Tennessee. If you're in a direct angle up going northwest to Wisconsin, Paul's leaving tomorrow to go on a bond trip, and we'd love to stop by and buy your metal records. So if you're anywhere close to that line and you have metal, not mellow, well, we will buy mellow music, but we're looking for metal. Andrea A was on a waiting list. Andrea A on a waiting list for Halloween. Let's sell that to Andrea A, $29.99. There's Sev's keyboard shortcuts have infiltrated my computer. Now every time I try VG, it becomes Vern Godson. You must be logged into the CollectCo iCloud. If you're logged into the CollectCo iCloud, Seth has got all kinds of crazy keyboard shortcuts. All right, let's go back to the top. So the last thing we have is Queen was a $45 start. $45 start. This is a Merle Haggard CD box set. It's called Down Every Road. It is a multi-CD. How many? It is a multi-CD box set, Merle Haggard. It is how many discs? I don't even know. It is a bunch. It's a bunch of discs. It's Merle Haggard, and it's sealed, and it's a $15 start. Sealed $15 start, and then Merle Haggard's at $17, and then Queen's at $45. And we have 1967 U.S. Allentown original with the company inner sleeve, VG minus. This is a 1967 Love Forever Changes. Love Forever Changes. It is OG. It is VG minus, though, with a VG cover. James Allen has it for $10. James Allen has that at $10. There's that, and there's Merle Haggard, okay? Now, we have Halloween, Time of the Oath. That's $29.99, new and sealed. Mastodon is new and sealed, $44.99, and Creator is $34.99. And then we have Judas Priest. This is a live unofficial. Feel for Life. Judas Priest, live 1986. Judas Priest is $29.99. John Hughes mixtapes will be in. Yes, they will be in tonight or today or this week. Excuse me. They will be in today. Yeah, they will be in today. All right, let's do another lot of 45s right quick. Let's do one out of this other box of Fred's I've been working out of. So here are 10. Let's go ahead and count them first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So there's 10 singles here from Fred's collection, just randomly out of a box. And the first thing I have is Smokey Robinson and the Miracles, Jimmy Gilmer and the Fireballs, B.J. Thomas, Connie Francis, The Left Bank. We have Jerry Wallace, we have Jerry Howard, Jumpin' Gene Simmons, The Little Dippers, and Ernie Fields Orchestra. Let's do those 10 for a $10 start. $10 start on that. Judas Priest is $29.99, okay? Now, let's go back to the top. Led Zeppelin 2 will be sold at 8 o'clock Central Time. So here's the bids on Merle Haggard. 15, 15, 17, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 17, 20, 21, 22. Okay, so $22 on Merle Haggard. Love's now at $14. Queen has one bid for $45. That is the final call. The 45s are a $10 start. Next is, this is Creator, A Cause for Conflict. Creator is $34.99. A Cause for Conflict. This is Everything Will Be Alright in the End by Weezer. Weezer is $36.99. Weezer is $36.99. Everything Will Be Alright in the End. I've never ever had this Weezer album in stock. Or never have I seen it. $36.99 on that. And we got 2 copies of Bush, 16 Stone. One of these are sold to Susie Breedlove. Susie gets a Bush 16 Stone, 2 LP red vinyl, $39.99. So William Warner first on the Judas Priest live, right, William? I hadn't pulled that for you yet. William gets the live Judas Priest unofficial. Thank you, William Warner. That is so to you. And then Creator, 2 people on Creator. Creator is Cause for Conflict. That's $34.99. And the other Creator is called Renewal. It's $34.99. William, let me know which one of those you want, and I'll take care of you, okay? So here's the current situation. Robert Vladicek on Weezer. Let's go ahead and pull one of those right now. And then the first thing you need to know, if you're new to Coletco, thank you and welcome. It is $7 in limited shipping. $7 in limited shipping as $7 in limited shipping, as much as you want to buy. As much as you want to buy. Welcome to Coletco. We are live and we are here selling every night. It is $7.99 unlimited shipping. I may say $8 before long, because the more I say that, the more I realize how much of a mouthful it is. But we basically keep an open box policy all week. That started Sunday night. We sold posters and toys. Tonight, we're going to be selling lots of 45s, box sets, and albums. Everything you sell, everything you buy, and I sell to you, ships $8 in limited shipping. That is as much as you want to buy. I think everybody has decided they would rather be charged $8 than $7.99. So we'll just say $8 in limited shipping, as much as you want to buy, and that's all week, open box. So even if you buy 1 LP, fantastic. But if you buy 30 LPs, 20 Funkos, 3 box sets, a Kiss doll, a poster, and 9 CDs, I'm going to charge you $8 shipping. Okay? Or it may be $7.99. It just depends on my mood. I'm a 99 guy. Sometimes I'm a 0 guy. I'd rather have 99. Zeros are fun too. Okay. Let's figure out where I left off. Now, William's going to let me know which of the 2 Judas Priest he wants, or which of the 2 creators. He did get Judas Priest. Merle Haggard is sealed. Down Every Road, Merle Haggard is sealed, $23. It is sealed. Love got a new bid for $17. Now, we will send you an invoice to your email on Monday. So we bill once a week. That way that $8 charge, you can take full advantage of it, as much as you want to buy for $8. And we sold Weezer, Merle Haggard 24. Mark Morris put 8. That's for the shipping charge, yes. And then that's at 18. And Michael Salazar wants both creators. I got to hear back from William Warner first. Does Merle have a release year? What is the Merle Haggard? And is Merle Haggard sealed? Merle Haggard 25. Love's at 22. Let's go ahead and sell Queen. And this Queen is sold to David Johnson for $45. That's sold to David Johnson for $45, okay? Thank you, David. That's sold to you. So essentially, you can buy all week, $8 shipping. We'll invoice you on Monday. It's through Square, confirmed, secure payments through Square, as much as you want to buy, okay? Next thing we have is Merle Haggard at 22, Merle Haggard 25. Merle Haggard CD box set came out. It is called Merle Haggard Down Every Road, 1962 to 1994. It is a CD box set called Merle Haggard Down Every Road, 1962 to 1994. It has got 27, 27, 26, and 20 songs. 20, 40, 60, 80, 80, 94, 100 tracks. It may have 100 tracks on the button. Did I do that right in my head? I think that's 100 tracks on the button. 100 tracks on Merle Haggard there. Okay? So there's that, and it's sealed, and it's a Merle Haggard CD box set. And then Love is still getting bids. However, Luke and the Grooves currently has it for $22. $22 on that. All right? There's that. Next thing we have is Disney, Volume 1 and Volume 2, Disney Ultimate Hits, Target exclusive, limited edition 2LP on green and blue vinyl. This is $29.99. Disney, Volume 1 and Volume 2, $29.99. PJ Harvey, you're hearing this price correctly, is only $14.99. I should have went ahead and bought like a bunch of them, and I may even post them in the group because I can get a bunch more. PJ Harvey, To Bring You My Love, the demos, that is $14.99. $14.99 on PJ Harvey. Nobody bid on this lot of 1045s. That's a $10 buy now on those. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. I hadn't put up a Japanese pressing in a while. So let's do it right now. Japanese is Elton John's Madman Across the Water. Elton John's Madman Across the Water. This is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl on this one by Japanese standards is like VG+. It does have the Elton John lyric book. It is a gatefold. Let's get a waiting list going for PJ Harvey. You're hearing that price correctly. $14.99. And if anybody else wants in on that, let me know. Now, what about the Merle Haggard box set? The last bit on this, Guy Shard has Merle Haggard for $26. Guy Shard has that for $26. Okay, now let's stop there. The next thing I have is Robert Vladorchek says he'll take both Disneys. Those are sold to Robert Vladorchek and Robert Vladorchek. Thank you. Now my crate's full. And then here is where we're at on shipping, because I've already been asked about 7 times. I figured I'd answer everybody when they got on. Right now, they are about 7 to 9 days out on shipping. That is the current turnaround time. Some days we are 0 days out. Some days we're 3 days out. Some days we're 5 days out. Sometimes we're 7 days out. I've been told today they're shipping Tuesdays of last week's. Right now, they're shipping Tuesdays of last week's. It's all hands on deck. They're packing orders. I don't know if y'all have noticed in the last 2 weeks, but we've sold an extraordinary amount of stuff. They are 7 to 9 days out. So I might need some help from viewers tonight, because I probably didn't answer everybody last night, because if I stopped every time to answer everybody, we probably wouldn't have been able to have a show. But yes. And Ed's probably about 4 or 5 days out on answering messages. So I'd say everything is about 5 days behind where it normally is, okay? So That is, I might need some help with Coletco Nation because there's going to be other people asking. Not a bad thing to ask at all. Obviously, you want to know when your stuff is shipping. It usually ships almost immediately. Right now, they're about 7 to 9 days out. I think they're shipping Tuesdays of last week. So we'll say 9 days out because there's, I don't know if they're going to get through with Tuesdays by tomorrow. That's going to put them 8 days out. So they're 7 to 9 days out on that. Okay. Now, I've probably missed about 10 claims, waiting list, and all kinds of stuff. Bids. There's no telling what I've just missed. And let me see if I can figure all this out. All right, so Robert Wlodczyk got 2 Disneys. He got both Disneys. Craig Thomas got a PJ Harvey. Ivan R. got a PJ Harvey. And Pam Murray's going to be first on the waiting list. Merle Haggard CD box set still getting bids, 27 and now 28. Merle Haggard, another bid for 27. Another bid for 27, 28, and 29. And we have William Warner wants this Creator. And then I think we had somebody else, and I hadn't got back to them. And the last thing we have on Creator... or we had another claim on Creator, Michael Salazar. Now, Michael, the other Creator got sold already to William. He was slightly ahead of you, but I can sell you this one, Renewal. This Creator is sold to Michael Salazar. Now, Michael, I'm going to sell you Renewal, and then if it's okay, I'll put you on a waiting list for calls for conflict, okay? There's that, okay? Now, there's that. Next, so we have, we sold that. And then my order hasn't shipped either, paying my invoice on Monday. Same, I emailed it today on a couple orders. Chad said last night they were behind, so I'll let it ride. I mailed it today. And then Merle Haggard 27, Merle Haggard 29, Merle Haggard 30. And then invoicing for last week done. If you bought something on Sunday, it will be shipped out on Monday. Chad just calls the shipping department unit to form after Sunday's antics. Chad, I want the Creator close to you. I got it. I got my order on the following Tuesday. The shipment was perfect package. Shipping is vastly improved, used to take several weeks. I'm sorry, but that's not good for business. And plus Sunday's night's treasure sale isn't going to help. Merle Haggard out. It's worth the wait. It's Christmas every week. Once it's paid, orders should ship right away. Hi, Tommy. Shipping guy. Thumbs up. I was on Watertown Road today. You were very close to us. Okay, so love forever changes. They've been on an incredible streak. They've normally been able to ship stuff within a day or two. Now, it's not like when you're paying, we're not shipping orders. So it's not like, oh, they've paid, let's wait 7 days before we pack it up. We're packing in the order that they've paid. We've just sold so much, we're behind. We've got the same amount of people here, and we've had an influx in just quantity lately. So I'm sorry. I guess the best thing I can say is I'm sorry. Love is sold to Luke and the Groove for $22. All right. There's that. We sold more on Sunday, miscellaneous, than I ever have in the history of our business. All that stuff will be invoiced on Monday, which is not tomorrow, not Thursday, not Friday, Saturday. It will be the following Monday. Okay? So, at this point, I think I need to stop the show and completely reset. I've been throwing a lot of punches. I feel like I've been in a boxing ring already. If there was a camera on me, y'all have got me sweating. I'm sweating. I'm out of breath. I'm thirsty. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. My back hurts. My feet are swelling up. Okay, so we have Merle Haggard. I'm joking. Here we go. We have Merle Haggard, this sealed CD box set. Merle Haggard. Merle Haggard's at $30 with Guy Shard. That is sealed. That is sealed for $30. And that's the Merle Haggard. Okay? $30. That is sealed. There's a few new people watching right now, and they're probably like, what the heck is going on here? They're probably, the new people watching right now, they're probably like, what is going on here? Is this guy like what's going on? Elton John, Madman Across the Water. This was a Japanese pressing, a $35 start, okay? $35 start. Elton John is a buy it now, VG Plus condition. I apologize. This usually don't happen. I think by now everybody knows to message the page if they have a question or concern or complaint. So, I know Ed told me, Ed had this odd look and he was like, you're going to have to let everybody know we're a few days behind on shipping. He's like, I'm going to apologize because I know they're going to wear you out. I was like, I know. I'm going to step in the fire this week. I know. So there we have it. Okay? Now, Elton John is sold to Gary Wellman for $35. The Merle Haggard CD box set is still getting bids. I don't know how, but it feels like it's been up for an hour. Now, I hadn't shown a crate out of this record in 50 minutes, it seems like. We have Deftones, White Pony. Deftones is $39.99. White Pony's a 2LP, $39.99 for Def Ponies. The Beatles' White Album, that's a 2LP, new stereo mix by Giles Martin. That is $49.99. This is the Beatles' White Album. And we have Shania Twain, Come On Over. And that is the Diamond Edition, which is pretty much on sale at $34.99. That album normally retails for $45+ And Melissa Bailey was on a waiting list. So Shania Twain, Man, I Feel Like a Woman, that is $34.99. So that is sold. Appreciate that. Here's my invoice for all of the Funkos tonight. I do have some of those to show you in just a second. Let me put that over there because I'm going to need that to reorder stuff tonight. Shania Twain goes right over here, okay? Now, a fair warning at this point in the show, if it's a question about an invoice or shipping, it may just have to get overlooked because if I pause again, we're not going to be able to show any records. If I pause again and have to explain all that again, we're not going to get through the show tonight. All right, here's our next single lot. We do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 10 singles there. Let's put those up for a $10 start, and let's read off the titles. We have, this is Lee Dorsey. We have Malagawena. We have the Vogues, Gloria Lynn. We have Chase Webster. We have the Marathons. Junior Walker has label damage. The Chipmunk Song, David Savell and the Chipmunks. D. Clark and O.C. Smith, Long Black Limousine. That is going to go up for a $10 start, okay? $10 start on that. Now, let's jump over here. The last bit on Merle Haggard that came in. So Gary Wellman got Elton John for $35. Alvo Dabney, you were second. Merle Haggard, $32. What Muddy Waters then sold? What Muddy Waters, Muddy Waters. And let's jump over here. So we have Muddy Waters, Brass and the Blues. Muddy Waters is a 1989. It's a $25 buy it now. And Johnny Winter Live is a $35 buy it now. That's a Japanese pressing. And the last bid that came in on the sealed Merle Haggard box is $32 with Guy Shard. And I got to make sure Tony McDaniel doesn't want to bid again. Tony, it's up to you. There's another 1045 lot. And I've got to definitely go through this crate again and remind you of some stuff that we have waiting list on, okay? And let's go ahead and put up another auction. Next auction is going to be from the Japanese crate here, and it's the Rolling Stones. The Rolling Stones, and this is 12 by 5. What do they call it here? They call it in the UK number 2. They call it number 2. This is a $35 start. It's called the Rolling Stones number 2. I think the UK edition calls it number 2 on that. And Tim Colino says he'll take the MIDI. And I think Sean, he was first to inquire about that just a second ago. Okay? And Tim Colino does get that. Tim Colino does get that. It was a no bid earlier. All right, there's that. Merle Haggard, $34, and then another $34 bid. And Bill Samus wants Johnny on that. Okay? Johnny on that for $35. Okay, Merle Haggard. Merle Haggard is tied at $34. Now, let's pause there and read through these again. Halloween is sold to Richard Bradshaw. Andrea A., you was on a waiting list. I've already got one pulled for you, and I have one more left. The Time of the Oath, $29.99. Halloween, I've got 2 copies of Creator, and this is Renewal. I've never had this before. Original album remastered, double gatefold vinyl, colored vinyl, $34.99. The Led Zeppelin will be sold at 8 o'clock. And that's going to be an interesting deal. They're still tied on that. And then Mastodon is $44.99. Emperor of Sand, Mastodon is $44.99. And Judas Priest, this is a live, unofficial. This is 1986. Judas Priest is $29.99. These 1045s are a buy it now for $10. Those are a buy it now for $10. The Stones is a $35 start. They're still tied on the Merle Haggard box. Tony McDaniel has it for $34. Guy Shard, it's up to you. His $34 bid came in first. We also have Weezer. Everything will be all right in the end. I've never had that one before. Weezer is $36.99. And then Bush, 16 stone. Susie, I had you on a waiting list. I have one left. That's red vinyl, $39.99. And Deftones White Pony is a 2 LP, $39.99 on Def Ponies. I will say, I was actually here today in the store this morning, and I was basically watching what they did for about 5 and 6 hours when I was here. And I watched Steve and Ed do nothing but pack up orders, and Ed do nothing to reply to messages the whole time I was here this morning, which it's unusual if I'm here in anyways, but you know, they do a great job. And I saw Steve pack up a guitar, which getting that thing delicately wrapped and packed, that by itself took a half hour. So, and as y'all know, we have hundreds, if not sometimes in a week, thousands of orders to pack and ship. So they do a great job. 45s, Michael Rudolph gets those for $10. Next is Zeppelin is an RLSS. Merle Haggard has another new bid for $35 with Guy Shard. Tony McDaniel, you're out. Tony McDaniel just bid $35 too. So now we have another tie. I need one of y'all to go ahead and bid $50 and we'll wrap this thing up. Alvo Dabney, this is sold to Weezer. It gets that's sold to Alvo Dabney. And then we have Beatles is $49.99, 2 LP. And then Shania Twain, come on over, $34.99. $34.99. That don't impress me much. There it is. So there's right now 2 no-bid 45 lots, another lot of 10 for 10, and another lot for 15. If anybody wants both of those, that'd be 20 45s for $20 if anybody wants those. 20 45s for $20 if anybody wants those. Okay, now Merle Haggard's at 36. One of y'all just go ahead and bid 50 and we'll wrap this thing up. It's at $36. And final call to get a bid on the Stones for $35. Next thing we have is another auction. Of course, if y'all, whoop, we can't do that. How about we do this Led Zeppelin right now? The BBC. This is Led Zeppelin, the BBC Sessions. This is a 2016 5 LP set with book, no condition notes, and it's going to go up for a $95 start. Now Merle Haggard's at 38. We officially have a bidding war, and Michael Rudolph says he'll take those both stack of 45s. So that's everything from Bill Haley to Ernie Fields Orchestra. Those are all sold, and look how many 45s we've already moved tonight. Holy moly, that's an hour just packing, wrapping all those up and packing them up. All those different orders, there's an hour right there. And then Merle Haggard's at 38. So yeah, Tony's bidding over on Facebook, and it's at $38. $38 of Tony McDaniel. Let's go ahead and move these in the operations room. Holy moly, that's a lot of 45s. Man, I know something else. I'm glad we have Jack here on hand. Speaking of Jack and Jill, but Jack, I watched him put records in alphabetical order for like 6 hours. I watched him put records in alphabetical order for like 6 hours today. And when he went for lunch, he wasn't done and I was leaving. Just putting records that sold in alphabetical order so we can sort them, to pack them, to get them packed. New Funkos. We have Matt Foley, Saturday Night Live, I Live in a Van, Down by the River. Matt Foley is $14.99. Chris Farley, that is $14.99 for Matt Foley. I've got one and I've got two. Matt Foley's are $14.99. Matt Foley's are $14.99. Saturday Night Live, Pop, Matt Foley, $14.99. Yes, the Fiend bobblehead's $39.99. The Merle Haggard box set's at $38. Mr. Guy Shard, it's back to you. The Stones does have a bid for $35. Led Zeppelin, $95. And we have anybody else on this crate? I don't think so. There we have it. We have Shania Twain. We have Beatles, Deftones, Bush, Judas Priest, Mastodon, Creator, and Halloween. And Fiend bobblehead is sold to Rebecca for $39.99. That's something else that's going to require delicate packaging. There's that. Let's go ahead and put this in here. All right. There's that. Now Merle Haggard's at $39. Let's bring over another new crate. So we do have great new vinyl tonight. As you can see, that was crate number 1 of 5. Let's go ahead and bring a crate over of new arrivals to go through, if I can find the one I want to. If not, then I had another discount bin ready. It's still, to me, kind of early, but we'll see what happens here. Is this what I wanted to go through? Let me see if I can find one here. Is this the one I wanted to go through? Perhaps. Yeah, let's go through this one. And we'll start the crate. There's a good one in here to start the crate. All right. Let's do it. Here we go. Now Merle Haggard's at $40. We're not done. Guy Shard, $39. We got Tony at $40. Let's go ahead and sell Led Zeppelin for $35 to Margaret Gerhold, and let's get the show back on the road. The Beatles is Past Masters, $49.99. 2 LP. All right. There's that. The other, let me move some of these Funkos. There's the other Funko I have. Coca-Cola number 241. That is the polar bear with cub. And I've got to move these because I laid them on top of my box of sleeves. Got to be able to get to my sleeves to sleeve these Japanese pressings. All right. Thank you, Margaret, on that. All right. Merle Haggard's at 41. There's that. And Coca-Cola with polar bear with cub. That's $14.99. Let's put that right over there. Okay. Now, Merle Haggard's at 41. And Led Zeppelin's at 105. The first bidder on that, the first bidder was Jerry Ferguson. So, Jerry, it goes back to you. Okay? Sorry, I'm fanning my shirt. Is it me or is it ridiculously hot in here? This is, the first record is a really clean copy of Tom Petty. This is $46.99, 2 LP, Pack Up the Plantation. Tom Petty is extremely nice, $46.99. Tom Petty, Pack Up the Plantation. Live Tom Petty. The older I get, the more I enjoy Tom Petty. $46.99, Pack Up the Plantation. Also, Rod Stewart Gasoline Alley. This is $24.99. Gasoline Alley's on this Mercury Skyline label, $24.99. And Bob Wheels, this is $9.99. We have the Turtles. This is the Turtles, I believe. Yeah, Turtle Soup by the Turtles. $14.99 on the Turtle Soup. Also, we have, wow, Twisted Sister, The Price, a 12-inch single. Twisted Sister is $19.99. And Bonnie Tyler, It's a Heartache. Bonnie Tyler is $9.99. Also, Urgent, Cast the First Stone, Urgent, $19.99. The first Funko tonight sold is to Guy Shard. He wants a Coca-Cola polar bear with cub. That's sold to Guy Shard for $14.99. Thank you, Guy, on that. We have Merle Haggard at 43. Margaret Gerhold on RS. And that was for Rod Stewart. Thank you, Margaret. That's so to you. And we have Tracy Ullman, You Broke My Heart, in 17 places. $14.99. Rebecca Howland on Urgent. Merle Haggard's at $43, and that is with Guy Shard. I do have a Laserdisc Michael Rudolph. This one's quite cool, too. Check out this one. Walt Disney's masterpiece, Fantasia. A deluxe 3 Laserdisc with 16-page commemorative booklet, lithograph, certificate. I don't know if all that's in there, but we're about to find out. So Walt Disney's Fantasia box set Laserdisc, $15 start. There's the insert. There's the certificate of authenticity. I guess they're authenticating that it's a Laserdisc. And it does have some lithograph prints. Let's see what's in here. This is, let me see what I got in here. Oh, cool. Nice. Nice. I could auction that by itself. That's a nice print. And it's in the envelope. There's that. I'm going to have to take my shirt off. I hope not. And yeah, there's the 3 Laserdisc and book. Yeah, this is a nice set here. Very nice Laserdisc set. Never had this one. It's actually been sitting over here in my auction LP bin for quite some time. So there's that. And let's put that back in its slipcase. And I bet that new in today's money probably costs like $150 or more. I bet if wherever this was sold out in stores, I bet that was big money back in the day. That's now what forbid, okay? And Danny Thomason on the Twisted Sister. The Merle Haggard box has a bid for $45. I told him earlier, go ahead and bid $50 and we'd wrap it up. We're going to get there anyway. We're about to get to 50 anyway. Walt Disney's at 15, now 15. Edward Boosie gets Tom Petty live. Thank you, Edward. That's so to you. And we have Night After Night, UK Live, $19.99. Now Merle Haggard's at 46. Now Merle Haggard's at 46. I have Led Zeppelin. The final call on Led Zeppelin is the MT Matte for $110. I'm going to make sure Jerry Ferguson's done. Jerry, it's up to you. It's Paris Burning. That's a soundtrack, $19.99. We have Shirley Scott, Girl Talk. That's a cool cover. Looks like a rotary phone. That's $34.99. That's on ABC Impulse, $34.99. And we have To Soul with Love, Stu Gardner, $74.99. To Soul with Love, Stu Gardner, $74.99 on the review. Now the Walt Disney Laserdisc is at $20, now $25. Donna on W, and W was for maybe, that might be a miscue. And then we have Free, great album here, $24.99. Has a promo sticker on the back. We're going through New Arrival. And we have Walt Disney Presents Acting Out the ABCs. This is $14.99. Donna says that's a typo, no problem. Now the Laserdisc has another bid for $30. Now Merle Haggard's at $47. Guy, it goes back to you. Otis Spann, The Blues Never Die, $24.99. I'm going to make sure Jerry Ferguson's done on the Led Zeppelin box. The high bid on that is, oh, he already set out, my bad. Jerry already set out. MT Matt has the amazing Led Zeppelin, The Complete BBC Session box set. Some of my favorite live Led Zeppelin recordings with book. Amazing set here, of course. I'm going to hype this up. Y'all know I'm going to. And that is at $100. MT Matt has that at $110. Merle Haggard is now at $48. And we have Walt Disney at $35 and now $50 with Michael Rudolph. The Golden Flute of Yusef Lateef. Wow, John found some pretty good LPs back there today. He told me he did. We did a cleanup today. I was helping him in one spot. John was back there. We're trying to, if I hadn't already said, we're getting 22,000 records tomorrow. 22,000. Yeah, you're hearing me correctly. Not 2,200, 22,000. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Whew, purple juice. Purple juice, purple juice. Okay, next thing we have is Al Green Explores Your Mind. Al Green is $24.99. And Curtis Mayfield, Superfly, nice. Superfly, $29.99. And Hank Ballard and his Midnighters in shrink wrap, $39.99. Wow, where did all these discs come from? All these records. Walt Disney, $55. Merle Haggard, $49. There is a new bid on Led Zeppelin. The new high bid is Scott D. Roche at 115. MT Matt, that goes back to you. And then how much was Yusef Lateef? Yusef Lateef is $49.99. And then Brad Waite's got ABC. And ABC was Walt Disney acting out the ABC. And then Jason Boxell gets Al Green. Let's grab another 45 lot, and Courtney Duncan gets Superfly. Great titles in here. Great titles in here. And we have Led Zeppelin. The song remains the same. A U.S. original, $64.99. Very nice vinyl and jacket. Now the Laserdisc is at $43. The Merle Haggard box set, the last bid that came in was Tony McDaniel at $49. Savage Grace. A white label promo, Savage Grace, is $24.99. That's a white label promo. And we also have B.B. King, Completely Well. B.B. King is $34.99. B.B. King's $34.99. Our next Funko is Wolverine, number 547. A Marvel 80th year anniversary Wolverine style in his first appearance, as in from the Incredible Hulk 181. That was his first appearance. He made a cameo in the issue before that, number 180, he was featured on the last page. And then that next issue was the first appearance of Wolverine. I've had that comic before. I think I sold it for $2,800, $1,800. All right. Next thing is Pink Floyd Metal. Metal's a 1971 OG Los Angeles press, no condition notes, $59.99. Juice Newton, Can't Wait All Night. Juice Newton is $9.99. And we have Bee Gees, Turn Around, Look at Me. Bee Gees is $9.99. Now, we have Led Zeppelin at 120 with MT Matt. That's a new bid. Michael is out on the Laserdisc. The last bid was Michael Rudolph at 52, but Michael Ruttman had placed a bid for 55. So Michael Ruttman had bid 55 on the Laserdisc, and then Michael Rudolph went out. Scott D. Roche, you got outbid on Led Zeppelin's at 120. The RL is going to sell in 53 minutes. The Walt Disney Merle Haggard has a bid for 50. Led Zeppelin is $64.99, $64.99. And Dennis, if you don't want it, Margaret does. So this is going to be sold to either Dennis or Margaret. Bill Samus gets the very nice B.B. King. And then Guy Shard got Bee Gees. All right. And then Arnold Adam, I think you were second. So Guy also has the high bid on Merle Haggard for $50. Tony McDaniel, it's up to you. Tony McDaniel, it's up to you. It's hit $50. We have Frankie Avalon, Venus, $9.99. And we have Deodato Wordlands. This is $14.99. Also, we have UK. UK is self-titled, $19.99. And I'm going to pause here at the Intercollegiate Music Festival, Volume 1. The Ohio State University Jazz Workshop Band, the San Francisco State College Quintet, and Joe DeVito. Never seen that before, $19.99. Pass on Led Zeppelin. So, Margaret, you do get Led Zeppelin. The Laser is at $56. Jeremy Dalton's in on the Merle Haggard CD box set at $52. Now the Laserdisc is at $57. Scott says he's done on the Led Zeppelin box, 5LP, MT Matt. It's looking really good for you now. I've got to do the final countdown, and that's at 120. 120 to MT Matt, okay? I'm going to go ahead and grab another handful of... Actually, you know what? I've got a thing here. We found a Buddy Holly deal. Buddy Holly deal here we found in a box of Fred stuff. This is called the Buddy Holly boxed set, the portrait set. So this is a Buddy Holly 45 EP set. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Buddy Holly single EP picture sleeves. They have flip back covers, and those are going to go up for a $15 start, 1.5. 15 on Buddy Holly, and that is a 10 single nice glossy flip back cover EP box set. Buddy Holly is a $15 start, okay? Now over here, Walt Disney 57, Merle Haggard 53, Brad Waite's Walt Disney 60, Jeremy's out on Merle Haggard. And Buddy Holly, 15-15. And then we have a question on Yusef Lateef. Yusef Lateef is in stereo, $49.99. Sorry, I don't have a lot of details. It's on ABC Impulse. It is $49.99. It has Van Gelder stamped in the dead wax. Let me see if I can look at it a little bit better here. Yeah, Van Gelder is stamped in the dead wax. Very nice disc. It's extremely nice. Danny, you did get Twisted Sister. Buddy Holly, 15-17. Walt Disney, 61. And the last bit on Merle Haggard that came in, Jeremy Dalton went out, and it's up to Tony McDaniel, and it is Guy Shards at $53. And then MT Matt, I'm going to say Led Zeppelin for $120. Thank you, as always, MT Matt. That's up for bid. That's up for bid. Really cool set there. We have Great Moments in Jazz from Atlantic, 40th anniversary, $26.99. Looks like it's a 3 LP box set from Atlantic. Appears to have a book with it. I've never seen that before. $26.99 on that box set. 3 LPs of music. 10 for Cocktails, Mr. Boston. That's a cool cover. That's a lot of cocktails. 10 great hits by 10 great recording stars. That's a compilation, $12.99. Looks like adult contemporary. Adult contemporary. Kai Winding, More, theme from Mondo Kane. That's $14.99. And we have television theme songs, Mike Post, $14.99. Merle Haggard CD box set as new bid at $45. Buddy Holly's are singles, yeah. It's 10 singles. It's in like a pizza box type thing here. That'll be the day, Peggy Sue. So 10 singles, 20 tracks, all on flip back, glossy type singles. All the discs are really nice. That has a new high bid of $35. The Walt Disney Laserdisc is at $65. Merle Haggard's at $55 with Guy Shard. Tony, you're out. And then there was a claim. Donna gets the jazz box set. That's so to Donna. Let's grab another Japanese pressing. Don't forget, I've got 2 crates of Japanese pressings we're working out of tonight. And we'll go ahead and sling this bad boy up right now. It is the Beatles Rubber Soul, UK Flag Series number 6. We're going to put the Beatles up for a $45 start. I just checked it underneath the lot to confirm it wasn't a check condition copy. It is near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert and the inner sleeve. Nice jacket, just a couple humidity spots here on the back. That's a $45 start. Has everybody hit the like button? I looked last night and there's like 160 likes. And I was like, surely we can do better than that. YouTube should have at least 100 likes. And Facebook should have a couple hundred. Throughout the course of the night, viewers more than probably 15 minutes on both platforms is like 7,000 to 8,000 different people. That's average probably more than 15 minutes. And consistent viewers, anywhere between 200 and sometimes 300. So at any given time, if I can convince people hop on and hit the like button, there should be well over 200. And the only reason I ask to do that is because the more times you like our post, the more you'll see them. Even if you follow our page, you're not going to see everything. But I promise, if you're constantly looking at our post and clicking on pictures and hitting the like button, if you noticed when you're scrolling on Facebook, you'll see more of that. If you start ignoring somebody or scroll past them, if you scroll past it fast or you don't click on something, they won't show it to you. So that's why I say always hit the like button. I greatly appreciate that. And with as many people, I think Sunday between both platforms, there was like 10,000 viewers that hopped on and off on Sunday night. That was pretty incredible. So that's why we were so busy. Plus, everybody was liking the post. We have a concert behind prison walls. That's Johnny Cash, Linda Ronstadt, and Roy Clark. $14.99 on that. Country Guitar Giants, Merle Travis and Joe Mathis. That's a 2 LP, $19.99. And we have Wet Willie, Left Coast Live, $19.99. All right, where are we on Merle Haggard? $57. Tony McDaniel, it's back to you. Walt Disney's at $68. Walt Disney's at $70. They're talking about the Laserdisc, Fantasia Laserdisc box set. Not vinyl, of course. Laserdisc box set. Really good one back there. Robert Vladerchek has the Buddy Hollies at $45. We're looking for a $45 start on the Beatles, and Mark Chesler's in. Mark Chesler has the Beatles at $45. Robert Vladerchek wants the Napa concert with Johnny Cash. Thank you. Peter Frampton, Wind of Change. That's $9.99. And we have Barbie doll. Barbie Benton is $14.99. Mordecai Winding was $14.99. It's on Verve, and it's extremely nice. Black Verve label, $14.99. Next is Candyman, the songs and wit of Paul Sykes, promo sticker on the front, $9.99 on that. Final call on Buddy Holly for $45. The Unforgettable Moon Mulligan, that's on Star Day, $9.99. And C.W. McCall, that has the song Convoy on it, $14.99. Brad Faust, the Mike Post album, I believe, was $14.99. Hill Street Blues, Magnum P.I., the Rockford Files. Craig Weatherford does want Kai Winding. And after a long, hard battle, we're moving Merle Haggard to a final call. Merle Haggard CD box set. Guy Shard has that for $57. That's been epic. I don't know if we could rewind and find out. I think they've been bidding on that for about a half hour. That was some serious punches thrown. Man, what a battle for that. And guess what? I've got like 10 more CD box sets tonight. I've got Johnny Cash over here. I've got Sinatra, Asleep at the Wheel. Where's those other ones at? Roy Orbison. I've got all kinds of them over here. We're going to have some absolute battles if we got some CD collectors on here. Holy moly. Holy moly. Next thing we have is Buddy Holly at $55. That must have got a new bid. It did. Rod Bryan bid $50. And then next is C.W. McCall. That's sold to Tim Volness. And then also Jerry Lee Lewis, All Country. Boy, I don't know if I've seen that. It's amazing. Certain albums like this will show up. And I thought I've seen every Jerry Lee Lewis album on earth. And then certain ones will slip in. And I'm like, I've never seen that before. $9.99. Chris Christopherson's A Real Thing. $14.99. And Barbara Mandrell's Greatest Hits. That's $9.99. And Home of Boogaloo, Ray Terrace. A Cha-Cha record from 1968. This must be a good one. $59.99. $59.99. So the last thing I had was Mark Chesler is going to go ahead and get the Beatles for $45. Thank you, Mark Chesler. That's so to you. Unbelievable. There may be so much activity. There's 4 big auctions. There's records being shown one after another. They might have not paid attention to the Beatles back there. Just one bid, and so to Mark Chesler for $45. Nice. Now, Jason Boxell gets Jerry Lee Lewis, Jeremy Dalton on Barbara Mandrell. Those are sold. The Buddy Holly box set's at $60. The Merle Haggard CD box set is sold. Thank you, Mr. Guy Shard. And that is sold to him for $57. That is sold. And now the Walt Disney Fantasia Laserdisc box set. The last bid I'm showing is Debbie Winstead at $71. Debbie Winstead at $71. Buddy Holly's at $65. And then the Rockford Files was the Mike Post television themes. Brad Faust asked about it. There's $14.99. And then there's Stephen Steele's Steels. Stephen Steele's $19.99. Rod Stewart, Never a Dull Moment, $24.99. And Spooky Tooth, Pierre Henry, Ceremony, Electronic Mass, $19.99. $19.99. Christopher, The Beatles is already gone. It just got one bid for $45. Walt Disney's now at $75. Buddy Holly's at $65. There is that. And Tim Graham, I'll make sure Mr. Brad Faust doesn't want it. If he doesn't, then Tim, it's going to be sold to you. That's up to Brad. All right, let me grab 2 more Funkos right quick. I've got 2 pretty cool ones here. Let me grab this one and this one. And I have from a really cool movie, we got Mr. Joe Pesci from Casino, Nicky Santoro. Nicky Santoro from Casino. That's pretty cool. And then I think this one will definitely do well. This is called Funko Fusion, which I don't know if it's some kind of new series, but it's He-Man. He-Man, he's on a base, and that's number 1006. Really cool box with that one, too. He-Man is $14.99. And we got Nicky Santino from Casino. Oh, man. Don't watch that around your kids unless you want to introduce them to the real world of violence. If you're ready to introduce your kids to the real world of violence, put on Casino. Holy moly. Okay, and then Tim Graham, you do get this. Brad Faust passes. Thank you, Brad, for letting me know. And now we have, there's a few new Funkos. So Nicky Santino and He-Man. I'm going to balance those right over here on the edge. And the Led Zeppelin RL is going to be sold at 8 o'clock. And then somebody asked about Mr. Boston, and then Mike says he's interested. So let's go back and find that. This was an amazing new arrivals crate. So many interesting deals in here. Let's go back to that. Walt Disney Laserdisc is now at 80. This is 10 for Cocktails, Mr. Boston. It's a compilation. I said it was adult contemporary stuff like Art Van Dam, Michael LeGrand, Bobby Hackett, Glenn Miller, $12.99. And Paul Brothers wants a He-Man Funko. Let me move that right now. Laura's delivering new auctions. He-Man is sold to Paul Brothers. Thank you on that. The Spooky Tooth, the mask, the ceremony electronic mask is $19.99. Walt Disney's at $80. And then the Buddy Holly box, he went out. So this is sold to Robert Vladerchek for $65. That's sold to Robert Vladerchek for $65. Thank you on that. King Diamond figures are in. Those are going to be shown here in just a second. We're ready for all new auctions right now. I'll go ahead and put up a something another. Let's grab another one of these CD box sets. This is the Essential Johnny Cash. It actually has a promo stamp on the back. This is a 1955 to 1983, the Essential Johnny Cash. Very nice from Fred's collection, a $15 start. I bet this man had 500 CD box sets. And that counts all the Bear families. I know we had hundreds of Bear family box sets. We've sold most of them. I just found a bunch more. But I bet conservatively Fred had 500 CD box sets. Which, if you think about the shelf, it was in his washroom. It took up one huge wall. Just one huge wall of nothing but CD box sets. And I was like doing the conversion to what he paid for these like in the 90s and the early 2000s. In today's money, there's no telling how much he had invested in CD box sets. Tens and tens of thousands of dollars. Kristen first. Okay, Kristen says pass. So Mike Oppenshaw, you get Mr. Boston. Debbie's out on the laser disc. That's a final call to Michael Ruttman for 80. Next is Bob Wheels. I'm just going to read these titles in here. Rebecca does want Spooky Tooth. I've got to go make a deposit as soon as we sell Walt Disney into the operations room. And the Laserdisc is with Michael Ruttman. We sold He-Man, and we still got a He-Man, a Wolverine, Nicky Santino, and we also have the Turtles. Now, everything left in here, if you want a price, let me know. Tommy's in on Johnny Cash at $20. 1955 to 1983. Laura just deposited, speaking of deposits, she just put a full new lot of records over here. Holy moly. Let's go ahead and put up Bob Seger, Beautiful Loser. Bob Seger is a 1975 U.S. Jacksonville original. Unfortunately, it is in VG condition. We're going to put up Bob Seger for a $10 start. All right, if you need a price on anything in here, let me know. Bob Wheels, Bonnie Tyler. Actually, Bob Wills, the Turtles, Bonnie Tyler, Tracy Ullman, UK, it's Paris Burning, Shirley Scott, Stu Gardner, To Soul with Love, Free is still available, Otis Spann, Hank Ballard, Savage Grace, Pink Floyd Metal, Juice Newton, Frankie Avalon, Diodato, UK Intercollegiate Music Festival, Yusef Lateef, Merle Travis, Joe Maphis, Wet Willie, Peter Frampton, Barbie Doll, Candyman, Moo Mulligan, Chris Christopherson, Boogaloo, Steels, and Rod Stewart. All right, so let's go ahead and sell this Walt Disney Fantasia Laserdisc box set. That is sold to Michael Ruttman for $80. C.W. McCall's already sold. Danny, that's already sold. Rebecca gets Spooky Tooth. Johnny Cash 2025. Bob Seger 10. Let me go ahead and take all this miscellaneous stuff in here. Pink Floyd's a 71 U.S. original. $59.99. No condition notes on that. I feel like we've auctioned Pink Floyd more and Pink Floyd, between Pink Floyd more and Pink Floyd, what's the other one? We've had a ton. I guess Metal and Obscured by Clouds. I feel like we auction a copy every night. All right, Savage Grace was a white label promo and Otis Spawn, okay? First here is the Hulk, number 1420. Hulk is $14.99. That's just a standard original classic Hulk from the original series here, Iron Man, Spider-Man, Captain America, and Black Panther. There is Hulk. He is $14.99. And in case you didn't know, that's the Incredible Hulk. Incredible Hulk. I've got 2 of those for $14.99. And then also from Casino is Sam Rothstein. Sam Rothstein. Robert De Niro. I want an equal amount of blueberries in each muffin. I want an equal amount of blueberries in each muffin. That's my favorite scene. $14.99. Do you mind getting your feet off the table? All right, so let's go down here. First is Tyler Ubry. We'll take the white label promo Savage Grace. That was $24.99. Next comment was the Otis Spann. And Otis Spann for Michael Butler is $24.99. The Blues Never Die. No condition notes. Looks like it's an early 80s pressings. Yeah, and Stu Gardner here is To Soul With Love. It's on the review label. And this is $74.99. $74.99. This is To Soul With Love. And then Johnny Cash does have the booklet. Johnny Cash does have the booklet, yes. And who has the high bid on this? The high bid on Johnny Cash is John Darden. I think you still have it for $25. You do. And you're about to get it. And Bob Seger has one bid for $10. Okay? There is that. And then over here, we got a new auction going up. And the next auction is a bootleg. It's the Cars, 1978. It's an unofficial for Preston, Germany, recorded live at the Paradise Theater in Boston, Massachusetts. Live Cars, July 1st, 1978. And this is also live at the Bottom Line in New York City, New York, July 15th, 1978. That's a vintage Cars bootleg, live on Ruthless Rhymes, a $25 start. Stu Gardner is called To Soul With Love, RS7202. It is on the review label, no condition notes. It is $74.99. John Darden, you get Johnny Cash for $25. Bob Seger is sold to Joe DeGaldo for $10. The Cars is a $25 start. Our next Japanese auction is going to go up right now, and it's another Japanese Beatles album. It's the Beatles 6. This is also going to go up for a $45 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has a gatefold with obi. The obi needs to be put back on the cover. It does have the insert in the inner sleeve. $45 start on that. All right, I have more new releases to do. Let's go ahead and do those right now. There's that, and there's this, okay? The Cars is in VG Plus condition. VG Plus condition. All righty, so that was only crate number 1 of new arrivals tonight, and believe me, we have plenty, and we've only done 1 crate of new vinyl, and we're about to do the other new crate right now, and let me go grab that right now. The other new crate of new vinyl, is this it? Here it is. Let's go grab this. I'm going to be trying to show a few more Funkos here and there. Maybe Scott Markheim will be watching later. There's a couple people that buy a lot of them. Paul's watching tonight, luckily. I've got a whole tray over here. It's got some people's names. When I order some of these, I'm like, well, I know he's going to buy that one. All right. And Jason does take the Stu Gardner. Thank you, Jason. You asked Sunday night for Rare Soul, and what did I tell you? I said, we'll bring that all next week to you. And I didn't disappoint you, I hope. There you have it. All right, we're almost sold through this whole box of Fred singles. Let me see what else I have here. So, Rick James Super Freak, the Daz Band, Dale Hawkins doing Susie Q. Nice. Dale Hawkins doing Susie Q. Marvin Gaye, Ain't That Peculiar. Marvin Gaye, again, double-sided hit. Johnny Burnett, The Chordettes, Billy Joe Royal, Sam the Sham, Wooly Bully, and Diana Ross Upside Down. How many was that? How many was that? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 singles there. A $15 start with a lot of Motown Yesterday series, which are great reissues. Thank you for the water, Laura. I'm definitely going to do that later tonight. All right, here we go. The Cars just has one bid for $33. Michael Butler was the first bidder at $33. It's in VG Plus condition. And the Beatles is a $45 start. No bid yet. First thing in here is, that's how them bones start. It will scare you to death if you're not expecting it. That's my best Lane Staley. 2LP remaster. Alice in Chains, $36.99. Godsmack, self-titled. Godsmack is $39.99. This is the first time this was ever pressed to vinyl. Very first time this was pressed to vinyl. The original version was technically a picture disc, and it's quite rare and expensive. Quite rare and expensive. That's Godsmack 2LP black vinyl. $39.99. Stu was stereo. He is sold. Jason already got him. Weezer, the Blue Album on blue vinyl. Limited edition ghostly blue and clear vinyl. There's Buddy Holly. There is Saying Ain't So. Big album from Weezer, the Blue Album on blue vinyl. And this was a special request for Troy Robinson. Special request for Troy Robinson, $36.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. This is Doshi. Alligator Bites, Never Heal. And that was a special request to Troy Robinson. Troy, that's in. If anybody else wants a copy, let me know. We have the Beatles. If anybody wants this, it is a $45 buy it now. It is a Japanese pressing. It is very nice. It does have the Obi, and it's available. And then Michael Butler, as soon as I put this away, and if there's not a bid on my screen for the Cars, the other bidder who bid 25 said out. And let's put this right here. And the first thing I have is, or the next thing I have is the Cars sold to Michael Butler for $33. Thank you. That's sold to you, Michael Butler. All right, these 45s have bids for $15, $15, and $16. We have Kiss Revenge 2014, $36.99 for Kiss Revenge. Weezer, the Blue Album, is sold to MT Matt. And we have Chevelle, and this one's called Wonder What's Next. Let me make sure I have don't have a waiting list for this. I do. Dwayne Worley. I thought I did. That's why I have 3. Dwayne Worley gets a Chevelle, and if anybody else wants one, let me know. So Dwayne Worley gets a Chevelle. Wonder What's Next for $28.99. I have 1 left. Lonnie Jolly put 451. 451. I think he's about to bid on the singles, but you have the high bid right now at $16. You have the high bid on those right now at $16. Okay, next auction. George Harrison, a Japanese single, My Sweet Lord. Nice. George Harrison, $15 start. It's an original Japanese single of My Sweet Lord. Donna's at 20, and now Lonnie 20, now Donna 21 on the singles. How much is the tweezer? The tweezer is $36.99. Woody just got auto-corrected. That's a funny auto-correct. The Weezer is $36.99. George Harrison, beautiful, My Sweet Lord. And the B-side is Isn't It a Pity? Very nice Japanese pressing. That already has a bid for $20 of Michael Butler. All right, they're bidding on that. Let's put up some new LPs, but let me go ahead and show you Metallica live at Hammersmith Odeon, $38.99, 1986. They're numbered on the back. Unfortunately, only have 3. Metallica live at Hammersmith Odeon. That is on Lagoon colored vinyl. That's from the same label that made those Iron Maiden bootlegs we have. Here's our next auction. Thelonious Monk. I always thought this was a very cool cover. Obviously, very artistic here. I don't know, who is this? A Jadi Cheery, but a very interesting cover for a Monk. Thelonious Monk Quartet, Mysterioso. This is a 75 Japanese reissue, no Obi. It does have the insert, but the vinyl's near mint minus. It is Japanese, a $25 start on that. Next is Metallica, sold to Brandon Lack. Sean gets a Metallica, and there's one more. So these are numbered on the back to 300. They're on Lagoon colored vinyl. Master of Puppets. Is that what they come out to? Wow, they come out to Master of Puppets. Wow. Kiss, Crazy Nights, $36.99. Kiss, Crazy Nights, $36.99. That's a 2014. And the Smiths, another live unofficial, orange vinyl, Rome. What difference does it make? The Smiths, live in Rome, Italy, 1985. I've got 2 of those for $29.99. George Harrison's a final call for $20. Our next auction is going to be a Japanese pressing over here. Still working out of this crate, and it's T-Rex. Boy, I don't think I see this one as often. T-Rex is going to go up for a $35 start. This is near mint minus, and you guessed it, pristine. There's the LP. This is T-Rex, the unattainable T-Rex. With Obi, it needs to be put back on the cover, but everything's nice with the insert as well. $35 start on that. Donna, first, let's sell these 45s to Donna for $23. Let's sell the George Harrison to Michael Butler for $20. And now Monk has bids for $25. Holbrook bid first. Rod Bryan, you tied them. Sean Fairweather gets a Smiths. Mike Massey gets a Smiths. Let's get a waiting list going for this. I definitely need more. Orange vinyl, $29.99. First person on the waiting list is Michael Butler. And then second person on the waiting list is Robert Warner. Michael and Robert, if anybody else wants one, let me know. Metallica is $38.99. I have one left, Kristen. Chad, you just missed out on George Harrison. I would have loved to taken that bid, but I've already sold it. And Red Clay Strays, made by these moments. Red Clay Strays is $33.99. Red Clay Strays, red clay, and I have two different waiting lists. One for Moment, and the other one is the, okay, this one's James Hicks. Okay, James Hicks, red clay strays made for this Moment. So this one sold to James Hicks for $33.99. Monk has a new bid for $27. It's called the Unattainable T-Rex. The Unattainable T-Rex. It has one bid for $45. That's now up for bid. And then our next CD box set is Asleep at the Wheel. This is called Still Swinging. It is sealed. It's never been opened. This is Asleep at the Wheel, Still Singing. It is a 3 CD box set. We sold a big bundle of their albums the other night. That is sealed, a $15 start on Asleep at the Wheel. And let's go ahead and grab two new oh boy, I forgot about this other layer. So yeah, we do have a lot of Funkos. Let's do these two guys right here. I haven't had a small one of this in a while, and I haven't had him just by himself in a while. So here's two more Funkos right quick. We've got Tupac Shakur, number 446. Tupac is $14.99. And Halloween, Michael Myers, number 1156. So Halloween and Tupac Shakur, those are $14.99 each. They're both killers. One actually kills. The other one is a rapper that kills. We have two Jelly Rolls. Ballads of the Broken, $29.99. Jelly Rolls on red vinyl. I have Journey's Greatest Hits, which is something I haven't had in a while. A 2LP remaster, Journey's Greatest Hits, $44.99 for Journey. And Def Leppard's Greatest Hits. The story so far, the best of Def Leppard. We're about to sell T-Rex for $45. There was a question, but no other bid. And then Monk is a Japanese pressing, a 1975 Japanese. It is in stereo. It is in stereo. And Monk is at 27 with Rod Bryan. 27 with Rod Bryan. Sleep at the Wheel box set has a bid for $15. And we have Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark, a 2LP, $39.99 for Iron Maiden. Gatefold, that's available. And Kiss Psycho Circus is $33.99. Wow, that's pretty cool. We'll sell that right now. We have Kiss Psycho Circus for $33.99. That is available. And I've got another Red Clay Strays made, Moment of Truth. And Moment of Truth is for, oh man, this is the one I was like, oh no, I didn't. I think it's Kristen Barnett. Now, this morning, G was really testing my memory. I was having to go through and remember who bought what on Sunday. Yeah, Kristen Barnett. Thank you. That's so to Kristen Barnett. Okay? Now, we have Asleep at the Wheel 15, 16, 17. Chris Smith gets Jelly Roll. Chris Smith gets Jelly Roll. Ballads of the Broken. Thank you on that. And do you have any more Weezers? I do have Weezer, $36.99, blue vinyl. All right, Michael Butler, you get T-Rex for $45. Thank you, Michael Butler. Let's put that in a new sleeve. Laura just handed me something she just found in the back. We're going to put it up for a $5 start right now. And Asleep at the Wheels at $17. That's for that sealed CD box set, just FYI. And then Not Kristen Barnett, okay? Not Kristen Barnett. Kristen. Okay, hold on a minute. Not Kristen Barnett. Oh man, I'm going through my backlog of names right now. Bear with me. Kristen. My eyes are closed and I'm thinking. Autumn, Kristen, Brooks, Barnett, B. Kristen Bar. I'm gonna have to do some more research. All these worlds are colliding in my head right now. Autumn, Kristen, Autumn, Brooks, Valter, Brooks, Valter. G, when you're watching this tomorrow, it's for Brooks Valter. That's the best memory search I could just do in my head. It's Brooks Valter. Brooks Valter. Yes, that's so to Brooks Valter, not Kristen Barnett. All right, Sleep at the Wheels at 20. And then there was no other bids on Monk, right? Thelonious Monk. The last bid was Rod Bryan at 27. And Holbrook was who I didn't hear back from, but I got to sell this for $27. And that's so to Rod Bryan, okay? There's that. And then how much was Red Clay Strays? They're both $33.99 each. They're both $33.99 each. All right, time for some new albums. Time for some new, or actually, let me go ahead and do this. Laura just handed this to me. It's a single-sided flexi disc. The Rancantors, I'm Your Puppet. Fame Studio Sessions, Amazon Original. This is on an orange flexi disc. I don't know if that's part of a set or whatever, but the Rancantors flexi disc orange is going to go up for a $5 start. $5 start on that. Next is David Bowie Pinups. David Bowie Pinups is a 1973 U.S. Indianapolis original. This has the original on her sleeve. It is EX++ near mint minus. David Bowie Pinups is going to go up for a $35 start. David Bowie Pinups. And this is OG Orange RCA Dynaflex, $35 start. It has the original on her sleeve. That's now up for bid. And the Rancantors is a $5 start, and we're about to sell that for $20. All right, here's what's left in here. The Essential, Alice in Chains Dirt, Rooster, Them Bones, Down in a Hole, Sick Man, Damn That River's a great one. Wood is on here. Oh man, $36.99, 2LP remaster. You essentially can't get an original of that. Godsmack's 2LP, $39.99. There is technically not an original of this, $39.99. Weezer is sold to Woody Bishop. Woody Bishop, you get that. That's sold to Woody Bishop. Thank you. He gets the last Weezer. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Kiss Revenge, another tough OG to get. A lot of our new vinyl, the reason I order it, because I have to sometimes remind people some of these albums aren't going to pop up in a pre-owned bin. In a John Paul or Laura crate, you're not going to see a pre-owned original Godsmack or a pre-owned original Alice in Chains or a pre-owned original Revenge. Those albums were essentially not made on vinyl originally, hence why they're being pressed and currently in print. Scott Beebe on Alice in Chains Dirt. Now, there is exceptions. There are OG foreign copies of this album. I'm sure somebody will remind me of that. But what I'm trying to say is you're just not going to find these laying around in pre-owned bins unless you find a pre-owned used remaster copy. So I try to remind everybody that on this new LP. So this is sold to Scott Beebe, one for David V and Ryan Mustaine. I'll put you on a waiting list because those will be in this week. The Sleep at the Wheel box set is sold for $20. The Racketeers. This is the Rancantors, Raconteurs, Jack White. And David Bowie's a $35 start. William Howell's in. Everybody else is out. Ryan Mustaine first on the waiting list. Godsmack Kiss. Chevelle. Wonder what's next. Same thing for Chevelle. When did this come out? When did this album originally come out? I mean, it's like, I've never seen any kind of original OG Chevelle album. Maybe a couple. Wow, I can't believe we didn't sell out of Metallica Hammersmith. Lagoon colored vinyl. Hammersmith, 1986. There's one left for $38.99. We have Kiss Crazy Nights. It's $36.99. Red Clay Strays. We have both of their albums. Made by These Moments is $33.99. We have Ryan Rice on Chevelle. Ryan Rice gets Chevelle. That's sold to Ryan Rice. Jelly Roll Battles of the Broken. This is essentially an original. Red vinyl, $29.99. And I have sold the last Chevelle to Ryan Mustaine. So Ryan Rice gets one, and Ryan Mustaine, 2 Ryans get Chevelle. Journey's Greatest Hits, $44.99. A 2 LP remaster, $44.99. What song is on the Rancantors? I'm Your Puppet. It has a bid for $8. We're about to sell Bowie for $35. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it is a Japanese pressing of, wow, we got a physical graffiti in here. But first, let's do the Runaways, Queen of Noise. This is a Japanese pressing of the Runaways, Queen of Noise. This is going to go up for a $35 start. It is a Japanese pressing, beautiful vinyl, near mint minus. It has the really cool poster insert with it, and with them standing in front of the Elton John pinball machine. Gatefold jacket, there they are. Lita Ford, Joan Jett. The Runaways, a $35 start. Mike Torres gets the Beatles 6 for $45. Thank you on that. Next is Def Leppard is $44.99. The history so far. What is up with the Kiss Revenge? Kiss Revenge is a 2014 remaster, $36.99. Now, you can get an OG of that. It's probably going to cost, what, 150 plus? Maybe 100, I don't know. I just know they're quite expensive. $36.99. Iron Maiden is $39.99. Kiss is $33.99. And Red Clay Strays Moment of Truth is $33.99. And if you missed the very first crate, I'm going to go ahead and condense those right now, because when I was going through these, the show was absolutely chaotic. So let me go through these one more time. Halloween, 1 copy left. And by the way, that's at a cheaper price than normal. Time of the Oath is $29.99. We have Creator Renewal, the original album remastered with bonus tracks. Creator, one that I haven't had in a while or ever, $34.99. Mastodon, Emperor of Sand. Mastodon's a 2 LP, $44.99. Judas Priest, a live unofficial, live in St. Louis in 1986. That's $29.99. Bush, 16 Stone on red vinyl, $39.99. Come Down, Everything Zen, Glycerin. Deftones White Ponies, $39.99. The Beatles White Album's $49. And Shania Twain, Come On Over. The top-selling country album and the high-sold female album of all time, Shania, $34.99. The Rancantors is now at $10. Brian Howe, you were the only bidder on Bowie, and that is sold to you. William Howe. William, that's sold to you for $35. The Runaways has a bid for $35. And what is the name of the Metallica I'm having the crate? Live, unofficial, Hammersmith Odeon, 1986. Give me 1 second, I'll show it again. But first, we got to swap out crates, because that is our second full one of the night. That is pretty incredible. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in on this fantastic Tuesday night. And we got a ton of auctions. We're 13 minutes away from running the Led Zeppelin 2, which will be an instant air horn. It will find a new home tonight. Runaways is at $35, and Chris Smith on White Pony. Chris Smith on White Pony. Thank you on that. And let's put up another CD box set over here. And the next one I have is, give me 1 second, time to run another handful of Fred 45s too. We've almost sold this whole box, which is pretty dang incredible, honestly. Oh, I forgot about these. Let's do this right quick. So here's some other stuff I found. Sorting through some Fred stuff today. I found a whole stack here of Merle Haggard singles. And the first 2, 4, the first 7 on top are promos. The first 7 are promos. And they're all different. Merle Haggard, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 Merle Haggard singles, a $15 start. $15 start on that one, okay? The Runaways has one bid for $35. That's a Japanese pressing. And our next auction is going to go up right now, and it is the Grateful Dead, Wake of the Flood. The Grateful Dead is an OG 1973 Monarch pressing in VG Plus condition, and that's going to go up for a $25 star, Wake of the Flood, the Grateful Dead. 11 Merle Haggard singles. There's the Rancantors. That is our first 2 crates of new vinyl. We've got 3 more to go through. I think I'm going to go through another pre-owned bin, which the last one was really good, and I'm going to go ahead and knock out 2 more back-to-back crates. and I still got toys and Funkos to show you. So buckle up. Don't go anywhere, okay? Buckle up and don't go anywhere. This one looks like a good one right here. Let's go ahead and knock him out right now. We're going to throw a punch early. KO in the first round. Michael Salazar on Godsmack. Thank you. And Michael bought a creator earlier, and he went on a waiting list for that other creator. We did sell out of another creator. I can't recall the title, but it's another one that I had never had before, one of their later ones. Or like, some of those have come back in the print from creator like in the 90s and 2000s that are nearly impossible to find. So this sold to Michael Salazar. So Merle Haggard 16, Merle Haggard 15, Grateful Dead 25-30, Merle Haggard 17, Grateful Dead 26, Merle Haggard 30. And Runaways is at $35. Queens of Noise, Japanese pressing, no Obi. It only has one bid for $35 with Scott Nicholson, and he's about to get it. David V, if you need an Alice in Chains, dirt, I can put you on a waiting list. And the Rancantors is sold for $10, and that is sold for $10 to Autumn Betts. I know what I didn't do. I never did show Pam Murray that Metallica again. This is our last copy. Metallica live at the Hammersmith Odeon. They did that show in London, September 21st, 1986. It's on colored vinyl, and it's numbered. Okay? There is that. And thanks, everybody, for tuning in tonight. Here we go. All of a sudden, new bids on just about everything. Chad needs some purple juice right quick before we get started with this bin. This bin's going to be pretty fast-paced. New pre-owned arrivals. That was delicious blue juice. Here we go. Let me grab a couple other new Funkos over here right quick. Let's do some off this bottom shelf. I forgot about him. Oh, yeah, this guy gets asked about quite often. Him and Voorhees. I don't have Voorhees, though, but here is a classic horror Funko. Nightmare on Elm Street, Freddy Krueger. Freddy Krueger number 2. That's $14.99. And I have Shawn Michaels. Shawn Michaels, WWF, or E, I guess now. In my mind, it will always be WWF, I guess. Shawn Michaels, $14.99. All right, let's get these stickers. These are like inventory stickers over here. They're they don't do any damage to the box. I think they use those in the warehouse. So Freddy Krueger sold to Chris Bryant. That leaves one, actually 2 more. I got 3 Freddys, and they're Shawn Michaels. Okay, put those over there. We're probably 10% into the Funkos tonight. I feel like I've shown a bunch. So the Runaways got a new bid for $38. Scott Nicholson says he's done. The Grateful Dead, $33. What about the Merle Haggard singles? Robert Warner has these at $19. John Darden, you're out. 11 Merle Haggard singles at $19. Grateful Dead is an OG Monarch VG Plus condition. OG Monarch VG Plus condition. I've got Ryan Eaton at $33. The Runaways is Japanese near mint minus with insert and inner sleeve. $35 was the starting bid, and now Shannon has it for $38. New arrivals, priced as marked, no condition notes here. Elvis Presley, Separate Ways, in shrink wrap, $9.99. Laura Nero, New York Tenderberry. Yeah, Laura Nero, $14.99. We have George Jones, Mr. Country and Western Music. George Jones there on Music Core, no condition notes in the original plastic baggie, $14.99. And James Taylor in the pocket, $14.99. Shannon Price also wants a Freddy Krueger Funko. I've got one Freddy Krueger Funko left if anybody else wants one. Also, let me take that sticker off. Those bother me. They're just little sticky notes they put on them, I think, in the warehouse to help sort them, but I don't like stickies on my Funkos. Bachman Turner Overdrive, Not Fragile, $14.99. Runaways all of a sudden getting new bids. Merle Haggard all of a sudden getting new bidders and new bids. And the Grateful Dead is now moving to a final call again to Ryan Eaton for $33. Eric Clapton, Behind the Sun, is $34.99. Pure Prairie League firing up. Pure Prairie League is $14.99. And Elton John, A Single Man, Elton John is $19.99. Let me text Paul. I got to find out what time. Something just hit me. Okay, Runaways 40, 43, Merle 22, 25, and we have the Association's Greatest Hits. That's $14.99. America Holiday, America, nice clean copy of that, $9.99. The Great George Jones, that's $19.99, and Lionel Richie's $9.99. The 11 Merle Haggard singles, now at $25. The Runaways is at $44. Marshall Tucker, 10th, that's the name of the album, 10th. $14.99. Rod Stewart, Blondes Have More Fun, also $14.99. And the Greg Allman Tour. This is a 2LP Capricorn Records live Greg Allman concert, $34.99. And Rod Stewart and Sting Packet, Early Days. Boy, I've never seen that before. Rod Stewart is $19.99. $19.99. Grateful Dead is officially sold. So this is sold for $33 to Ryan Eaton. Thank you, Ryan. That's sold to you for $33. And Elvis, Gold Records, Volume 5. Volume 5 is a good one, $14.99. Suspicious Minds, Kentucky Rain, In the Ghetto, Burning Love's on here, Moody Blue, Way Down. Elvis is $14.99. Elvis Country is $19.99. This is some kind of foreign press. That's not a U.S. cover. What is this? Or it's some kind of reissue I've never seen. What is this? The illustration. Special Products. This was made for something, for some reason, because that's not the regular cover. $19.99. And we have Elvis Volume 4, A Legendary Performer, $14.99. I'm not familiar with the quality of the Metallica bootleg, but I don't think I've ever sold an unofficial here where we've had somebody complain about the sound quality. There was one Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged, and it's because there was a bonus track. There's a bonus track on Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged that's really bad. I don't know why they put it on there, but I think all the live unofficials we had are pretty solid. The Runaways is at $44. Shannon Price, You're Out. Merle Out, Merle Out. So the Merles are about to be sold to Tim Graham. That's 11 Merle Haggard singles, $25. Duke Norman, You Get Elvis Volume 5. And Margaret on Rod Stewart. Margaret, I'm assuming Early Days, but there's also Blondes Have More Fun. So let me know what you want there. Elvis for Everybody, $29.99. I think this is OG. It is. No condition notes either. Elvis Aloha from Hawaii via satellite, $34.99. I didn't realize I grabbed an Elvis crate, but here's Moody Blue. Elvis is $34.99. Elvis Pure Gold is $14.99. Elvis How Great Thou Art is $14.99. And James Taylor, Dad Loves His Work, $14.99. Eric Clapton, Money and Cigarettes is $34.99. And Stephen Stills, Illegal Steals, $19.99. Are we done? Or he is out. So Runaways is final call to Jim Davis for $44. Next auction is going to go up right now. And it's the Rolling Stones Exile on Main Street. Nice. A 72 U.S. Presswell original with all 12 postcards, not torn. They're all together, and the original under sleeves, EX edition, a $50 start on the Rolling Stones. Always a desirable record. OG, complete with postcards, $50 start on that. Margaret does want the Rod Stewart Early Days. That's sold to Margaret Gerhold. The Elvis Country cover again, I can. That's not usually how that looks. Elvis Country, $19.99 in shrink wrap. All right, so the Merle Haggard singles are sold, and those were sold, those 11 singles, should be 11 there, Tim Graham for $25. And I'm going to go take this into the operations room, another pile of miscellaneous items before they get out of order or they fall over. All right. Stones already has bids for 50, 50, 60. Is this an original? Aloha. It should be. Quad, yeah, this is definitely OG. So this album came out in like this quad version. Very cool. Yeah. Very nice. Aloha from Hawaii. All right, let's put up some new auctions. I just put up the Stones. Here is the Runaways. And the Runaways is sold to... This is sold to Jim Davis for $44. $44. Thank you, Jim Davis. And folks, look what time it is. I'll go ahead and introduce it right now because it'll probably take me 60 seconds to explain. Let's go ahead and do this right now. And Tracy Tomlin says, I'll take the Elvis. Thank you, Tracy. That's so to you. Now, the Stones has bids for 50, 50, and now Scott Landvatter has it for 60. All right, so here is tonight's crown jewel. This is a 1969 U.S. Specialty OG RLSS, the famous Robert Ludwig Hot Mix. We've got another one, probably the next best one I have in stock right now. Laura is a fantastic grader and cleaner, and this is one of the few that I've let her completely examine and give her thoughts on it, as well as mine. So I went ahead, before saying a word, I just seen what she put, and here's her notes. Definitely looks and plays like a VG record, but the mix is so insane that you barely even notice. And that's a good way to assess any kind of VG copy on this. So if you just want to say, what is this thing graded? We're going to call it a VG copy. So it is a VG copy. And usually playback at the best and loudest parts, it's just going to be, it's going to blow you away. So, you know, it has marks throughout the disc, no feelers, obviously no skips or jumps. So in the quietest parts, like in between tracks or the quietest parts of Thank You or What Is and What Should Never Be, you're going to hear a little bit of noise. It's a VG record for that reason. The loudest parts, Heartbreaker, Whole Lot of Love, the sound is absolutely incredible. That's how these RL sound. VGs at the best parts are just absolutely incredible. So it is a specialty press. And the really important part here, the RLSS, SS is Sterling Sound. And of course, RL is his initials. So Robert Ludwig, Bob Ludwig, LSS for Sterling Sound. That's the true earliest pressings. And you can tell from the band, the dead wax, look how thin that is. The music goes almost into the label. They mastered it so loud. It takes up a lot of information. So that's a good way to know right off the bat. The dead wax is so thin. This for this side too. Thinner than most. All right, and we're going to start it. Laura wrote down a price here. I'm only going to increase it by $5. We're going to start this for $500. That way we instantly get an air horn. $500 start on the 1969 OG Robert Ludwig Led Zeppelin II, the famous hot mix. And it's RLSS both sides. VG. The jacket's not bad either. Shelf wear, no splits or anything, but it does have lots of shelf wear. So it's now up for bid. Now, if y'all know, if you're new to this channel, you probably don't know, but if you watch all the time, you probably do know. I've sold these anywhere no less than $500. We've sold some for over $3,000. I've sold more than 5 for over $1,500. So we've sold a bunch of them. I have sold none for less than $500, even lower grade copies than this. And then we've definitely sold more than 5 over 15, and I've sold one for over $3,000. It's at $510. Now, that's weird on the Stones. Okay, it did get a new bid. Gregory's at $65. So, Tom, you're out, and Scott Landvatter, you're out. Gregory has it for $65. Elvis for Everyone, and Elvis Country. So Tom Moran's next. He wants Elvis Country, and he wants Elvis for Everyone. What other Elvis records are in here? Tracy, give me 1 second. We're not done, and we're still going, okay? And the Rolling Stones is at 70. Next is Chris Christopherson, Who's to Bless. Chris Christopherson is $14.99. We have Kai Winding, Suspense, Themes, and Jazz. That sounds cool. $14.99. Now Led Zeppelin is at $5.10, and now the Rolling Stones is at $75. Jay and the Americans, Sands of Time. Jay and the Americans is $9.99. Diodato, Very Together. Diodato is $14.99. Juice Newton, Quiet Lies. Juice Newton is $9.99, and Led Zeppelin Coda, $39.99 for Led Zeppelin Coda. Rolling Stones is at 76, now 80, and Led Zeppelin's at 510. Going once, going twice. I'm already going once, going twice on it. Everybody out there, might drop the hammer quick to Carol. Make sure everybody's on their toes. Let me grab another handful of singles here from Fred's box and see what we got. I'm about to count out some more. First thing I have here is Al Green's Greatest Hits. $24.99. Andrew's in at $5.15. We have a new bidder. Elvis Presley, Frankie and Johnny. That's in shrink wrap for $9.99. Elvis Golden Records, $19.99. Elvis, a Canadian tribute on yellow vinyl, $19.99. Elvis, Worldwide Gold Award Hits Parts 1 and 2, $29.99. Bachman Turner Overdrive, Head On, $14.99. Elton John, Ice on Fire, $19.99. Elvis, Guitar Man, $14.99. Elvis, Gold Records Volume 4, $27.99. Pure Prairie League, a 2 LP set, Home on the Range, $29.99. Elvis, He Touched Me, $9.99. And Elvis, I Got Lucky, $9.99. All right, here are some new singles. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. 10 more singles here for a $15 start. Let's read off the artist. We have the Gaylords, Danny and Dina, the Esquire Boys, the Four Tunes. We have Bobby Lester, Johnny Preston, Smokey Robinson, Dorsey Barnett, Kathy Carr, and George Jones, Tennessee Whiskey. George Jones doing Tennessee Whiskey. All right, there's that and there's that. So up here at the top, the Rolling Stones got up to 90 with Gregory Roberts. We got a good auction going over here as well. Led Zeppelin 515, Led Zeppelin 525. Offer of 25 for that KK and the one for the last crate. These are all sticker price new arrivals right now. All sticker price new arrivals. Led Zeppelin 530, Led Zeppelin 530, Led Zeppelin 550, and Sally Jones wants Elvis Presley, He Touched Me. And that's right over here. Elvis Presley, He Touched Me. And that was, that's the name of the gospel album, right? No, How Great Thou Art. That must be in here. This one right here. Yeah, that is sold to Sally Jones. And then Danny, if you don't want Chris at sticker price, Val Simonia wants this one, $14.99. Led Zeppelin's at $600 and the Rolling Stones at $95. Brooks, who was it? Brooke, she was on Sunday. She was buying stuff on Sunday. Joshua's on a 12-day vacation. He is ready for some stoner rock. He's on a 12-day vacation. He's about to stone and listen to stoner rock. 12 days of nothing but getting stoned for Joshua. All right, here we go. Let's read through these again. If anybody wants the price, let me know. I'm going to try to get all the Elvis stuff together, so you may see me skip over Elvis. Let me put all these over here so we can go through them easier. Laura Nero, if you need a price on these other ones, let me know. Laura Nero, George Jones, James Taylor, Bachman Turner Overdrive, Eric Clapton, Pure Prairie League, Elton John, The Association America, George Jones, Lionel Richie, Marshall Tucker, Greg Allman, Elvis. We have Rod Stewart, Elvis, Elvis, Elvis. Let's pull those three out. And then we have James Taylor, Eric Clapton, Stephen Stills, Kai Winding, Jay and the Americans, Diodato, Juice Newton, Led Zeppelin, Al Green, Elvis, 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 Elvis. How about Bachman Turner Overdrive, Elton John, and Pure Prairie League, and he passes. So Val Simonia, you get Chris Christopherson, okay? And now, here's the easiest way for me to do the Elvis. Now they're all together. If you want an Elvis album, make sure you comment the exact album, okay? Make sure you comment the exact album on the Elvis. Let me grab a new Funko right quick, and let's do two antagonists here. I've got two antagonists. Two film antagonists. The first one is from a 1938 film, The Wizard of Oz, The Wicked Witch, and from it, we have Pennywise. So we got Pennywise, and we have The Wicked Witch. Those are available. New Funkos, these are brand new from distribution, $14.99. $14.99. I'm actually going to put those right there for right now. By the way, sometime this week, we're going to have a huge order of guitars. I mean, a huge order of guitars, just saying. Next comment is Rolling Stones 105. Price on Coda. Coda was the next question, $39.99. It is a U.S. original. What Laura Nero, New York Tenderberry, no condition notes, $14.99. Tracy wants Elvis Separate Ways. That's sold to Tracy Tallman. How much are the Elvis albums? I'm about to go through them right now. And I have not shown King Diamond. But my goodness, let's not forget there is an RLSS. There's a Led Zeppelin 2 Robert Ludwig Hot Mix up for bid. And Andrew Eisensmith has it for $600. A grail for grails for Led Zeppelin. There's two big Zeppelin grails. This, which is the most obtainable probably, and then the second is their OG first album with a turquoise print, which I personally don't have a copy myself. That's on my checklist. That's on my wish list. But here is a final call, okay? Are you ready? This is RLSS. I always say that because we get asked, does it say SS, and is it on both sides? It is. It is Robert Ludwig mastering the famous Hot Mix. We've graded it VG. It's at $600. Not bad whatsoever. I've seen nothing but demand and price increases on these in the last 10 years. A lot of people didn't know about these. This is kind of like a recent thing in record collecting. This is kind of like something that's come up, I'm going to say, in the last decade. I mean, you know, if you would have mentioned this to somebody in the 90s, they probably really didn't know what you were talking about. $600. Andrew Eisensmith. You're going to be very happy with the sound quality. Now, there's three people that was very interested in this record. I have not seen a bid. So if they were waiting for the final horn, it's about to happen. The clock is on for Andrew Eisensmith. He has it for $600. We put up these 45s for a $15 start, right? From the Fred Goodwin collection. I don't think anybody bid, but in case I missed it, I'll give it one more chance. And then over here is a heck of an auction. A 1972 U.S. original Presswell. The vinyl's EX, complete with the original inner sleeves, and the postcards are still perforated. They have not been separated. And Scott Landvatter has that for $110. Okay? Coda is still available. Coda is still available if anybody wants it. Samuel Kopech on Laura Nero. Now, the only thing I hadn't gone through in here, is this the Elvis records, which are priced as marked. Let's go through those one more time. Elvis Legendary Performer, Volume 4, $14.99 for Elvis. Elvis Moody Blue, blue vinyl, $34.99. Scott Landvatter's in on the Rolling Stones at $115. Tom Sullivan's in on Led Zeppelin at $650. Elvis Pure Gold. Elvis is $14.99. Elvis How Great Thou Art, $14.99. Elvis Frankie and Johnny, $9.99. Elvis Golden Records, Volume 1, $19.99. You Ain't Nothing But a Hound Dog. Elvis Canadian Tribute, $19.99. Elvis Gold Award Hits Parts 1 and 2, great compilation, 2 LP, $29.99. Elvis Guitar Man, $14.99. Elvis, Gold Records Volume 4, sold to Michael Snared. Elvis, I Got Lucky, $9.99. What are the singles? George Jones, Kathy Carr, Dorsey Burnett, Smokey Robinson, Johnny Preston, Bobby Lester, the Four Tunes, the Esquire Boys, Danny and Dina, and the Gaylords. Elvis, 4, sold to Michael Snared. Led Zeppelin's at $700. The Rolling Stones is at $115 to Scott Landvatter. Now, he outbid Samuel Kopich. Now Led Zeppelin's at $705. We officially, the auction has come back to life. Let's go through some new sealed, brand new releases right now. Chad's taking a drink of purple juice. All right. And we have Paul said tomorrow. Okay, good. All right, so Coda is sold to D-Kong. Thank you on that. Unreleased Led Zeppelin music on Coda. All right. Everything in here is sticker price. And Zeppelin is still getting bids. These singles are a buy now for $15 if anybody wants them. All right, we got 2 great auctions up. Everything in that bin is sticker price. We've got new arrivals for the next couple hours. All brand new stuff. Let's go through another crate here. Man, we still got 3 full crates of new vinyl. I said I was probably going to do back-to-back, maybe. We'll see what happens right here. Okay. Now, an artist that gets a lot of requests here in our store, just local shoppers. I didn't have any, so we have a few of his albums tonight. The first one is Morgan Wallen, and most of his releases are triple LPs. So this is a triple LP, colored vinyl, one thing at a time. Morgan Wallen is $54.99. They're not cheap either. $54.99. Triple LP, Morgan Wallen, $54.99. Nice. One of my favorites here, Van Morrison, Moondance, $33.99. And It's Stone Me, Crazy Love, Caravan, Into the Mystic. These Dreams of You, $33.99. Led Zeppelin 740, Led Zeppelin 750, Led Zeppelin 55. I'm glad Christopher, I was worried you wasn't watching. Oh, Christopher, I was worried he wasn't. He may have not started bidding yet. I don't know. Christopher just may have not started bidding yet. If it wasn't for Christopher, I wouldn't be selling these. He asked, and I put them up. I'm going to sell them regardless, but as y'all know, I've got quite the stash. This is probably the best one I have. After this one, I may have 1 or 2 more VGs. I'll put it this way. I don't have any that's better than this. And then the other ones are VG minus or maybe even G plus. So that's my best one. I may have, or tied with some bet. The other ones go down unless we get another one. Okay? We have Mark Rendon gets those 1045s for $15. Next is Weezer. Here's another one I don't have before. Maladroit. I've never had that Weezer before. $33.99. I just want to make sure. Carol was making sure he's watching too. Yeah, I was like, oh no, is Christopher Dean even watching? Did something happen? But y'all can thank him. Whoever wins this auction, it might even be him. Who knows? But this is... if it probably wasn't his persistence on getting me to sell these, I wouldn't have them up. Let's do a couple more Funkos right quick before we get too deep, since we are doing new stuff. I got Willy Wonka from the original, like in the style of Gene Wilder. I got Willy Wonka for $14.99. And I have Scooby-Doo Shaggy. Scooby-Doo Shaggy. This is 626 with his sandwich there. With his big sandwich. So there's those, Willy Wonka and Shaggy. Those are $14.99 each. Whoops. I just dropped a Shaggy. Hopefully he's okay. Shaggy's okay. All right. So next is Rolling Stones 140, Rolling Stones 150, and Jeremiah Lewis wants a Weezer, and Teresa Brookshire gets a Weezer. Let's get a waiting list, because that one and the Weezer we had tonight, like I said, I never see those before. All right, Andrew, thank you for letting me know you're out. We're down to one bidder on Led Zeppelin. A final call to Tom Sullivan for $800. A final call to Tom Sullivan for $800. You need cooling. Woman, I ain't fooling. Rolling Stone, Samuel Coppage is at $160. $160 with Samuel Coppage, okay? That is a going once, going twice. Zumo's out. Mike Oppenshaw does not want a Weezer. Next thing is Cash. This is American Recordings, Volume 1, $33.99. Snowball, have you ever filled out our first-time buyer form? Because I would really love to see what you have for sale. Let me know if you have filled out our first-time buyer form, okay? Please let me know if you've done that. The Rolling Stones is at $165. This is the Black Crowes live at the Greek. This is 1991. The Black Crowes live at the Greek, $19.99. Black Crowes. There's actually already 4 people on a waiting list. George Sambaraz, Chris Gardner, Chris Kirkley, and Monica Malley. This is sold to George Sambaraz. He was next in line. If anybody else wants one, I only got one in. Chris Gardner, Chris Kirkley, and Monica Malley. $29.99. The Black Crowes live at the Greek. $29.99. The Black Crowes live at the Greek. If anybody else wants one, let me know. There's Johnny Cash. Led Zeppelin is on a 60-second timer, maybe 30 seconds. Tom Sullivan, 800. It looks like Christopher Dean says he's done, or he's maybe not going to bid. Just going to make sure. And now the Stones at 175. Chris Smith wants on that Black Crowes. And then we have Motley Crue, Girls, Girls, Girls. This is a 40th anniversary. This is $33.99. This is Girls, 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 a 40th anniversary remaster, $33.99. Motley Crue, $33.99. Michael Snared on Johnny Cash. That's so to Michael Snared. And we have Kiss, Carnival of Souls. Kiss is $36.99. Carnival of Snows. Carnival of Snows. Carnival of Souls. By the way, that's not available as an original. That's not available as an original. And here's the other Morgan Wallen. This is $49.99, another triple LP. Morgan Wallen, Dangerous, the double album, which is actually 3 LPs, $49.99. All right, Tom Sullivan, you've got yourself a Led Zeppelin 2. No more bids. Another incredible RL Led Zeppelin 2 sold for $800 to Tom Sullivan. It always makes me a little sad and a little happy. Mostly sad, but a little happy that these are going to new homes, okay? And this is a final call, or not a final call. It's a warning to anybody watching at home. The air horn's about to blow. Thank you, Tom Sullivan. I'm going to put this in its sleeve. Very cool. I'm going to leave all of our sticky notes with it, too. Let me go ahead and put it in its jacket. Always a sad day, but Tom's going to be blasting this. I see people talk about this album all the time. You'll see people ask, is it an RL? I haven't found an RL. I'm looking for an RL. We get messages. We get requests. I have a few more left. This one's done. Thank you, Tom. $800. See you later. Now, Tom, I may have to give that another spin tonight, okay? That's great music to work to, especially if I'm like just trying to order vinyl and stay focused and that kind of deal. I get distracted sometimes. All right. I still hadn't figured out who Snowball is. Still confused on that. But Michael Snare gets Johnny Cash. Natasha Pickett gets Dangerous. That's so to Natasha Pickett. And we have the Rolling Stones. The Rolling Stones is sold to Samuel Coppage for $175, okay? That's done. Next thing I have is Saxon Denim and Leather. This is Saxon Denim and Leather, a 40th anniversary splatter vinyl for $33.99. And then Mastodon. Mastodon is called Crack the Sky. Mastodon Crack the Sky is $33.99. And we have Megadeth, So Far, So Good, So What. Megadeth is $33.99. Next thing I have is David Bowie, Space Oddity. David Bowie is a 1972 U.S. Hollywood reissue. Now, I think they even call the Yellow Label RCA reissues because it came out originally as Man of Words, Man of Music. So this is a 72 U.S. Hollywood VG condition, a $25 start. David Bowie, Space Oddity. That's a $25 start. I haven't had Megadeth in stock in a while. Chris Smith gets Mastodon, and I've got 2 copies of Tim McGraw, The Biggest Hits. Tim McGraw is $33.99. I was looking through his discography. Probably the best bet for just hits is that one right there, Tim McGraw. Let me click on something over here. Give me 1 second, please. All right. Okay, Tim McGraw is $33.99, and that's sold to Danny Thomason. Bowie has a bid for $25, and George Somers also gets a Tim McGraw. Next thing we have is Mark Morris got a Megadeth. Thank you, Mark Morris. That is sold to you. And we have Clutch, Slow Hold of China, $33.99. Clutch, Slow Hold of China, $33.99. And David Bowie is at $30, okay? Next auction is going to go up right now, and it is Faces, Ooh La La. This is a 1973 U.S. original. This has the moving face cover with the poster. Laura says, I have never seen the poster before this. I assume they're pretty scarce. They are. VG condition, a $25 start. This is Faces, Ooh La La. This is got the original poster with it, and that is pretty true. I don't think I've seen too many of these. Poor old granddad. I laughed at all his words. I thought he was a bitter man. He spoke of women's ways. That's a great song. We all know that one. Ooh La La. That is up for bid. VG, and this is a $25 start. It is an OG with the original, what they call gimmick cover. It does have a clip corner. Which I think originally this album really didn't sell that well too much, which I'll see a lot of cutouts. It's amazing. A lot of records originally didn't sell too well are now pretty collectible on that. $25 start on that. So that's now up for bid, okay? And there's David Bowie. And to the viewer over on YouTube, I've asked a certain person, like I think for like a month, to fill out the first-time buyer form. I don't mind people just like chatting or watching the sales, but at some point it makes my job much more difficult. So I actually had to mute somebody over on YouTube, and I've asked them to fill out the first-time buyer form, I think, a dozen times, and they haven't. And they've never bought anything, and it just really sometimes just completely clogs up my feed sometimes. So if they want to fill out the first-time buyer form, Snowball, then I'll let you, but at this point, it's just a distraction. So, but because I'm very confused. We have Buena Vista Social Club, $34.99, 2 LP, mastered by Bernie Grumman with 20-page booklet, $34.99. And we have Kiss, Lick It Up, $33.99. Kiss, Lick It Up, $33.99. Couple things. If I see somebody like trying to solicit customers too, I see some people dropping hints like they're trying to sell stuff constantly. You know, that's an instant block too. I've asked him if he has stuff for sale to contact us, but yeah, it's very distracting. Next thing we have is Three Doors Down, their greatest hits. I've only got 2 copies. Three Doors Down, their greatest hits, $33.99. So the last bid on Bowie was Margaret at $42, and Faces is with Margaret Gerhold at $25. $25, that's one bid. Now Bowie's at $45. Also, 1 copy of REM Santa Monica. And this is $29.99. There is a waiting list for this. $29.99. REM, and the waiting list for REM is going to be Jetstream. Jetstream, you were down, and I got you for one. Thank you, Jetstream. That is sold to you. And we have this. We have Queensryche Empire, $38.99. Queensryche Empire is a 2 LP clear vinyl. Three Doors Down is sold to Robin Glenn. Bowie is at $49, and Three Doors Down is sold to Sandy Villa. So both of those are sold. If anybody else wants a greatest hits, let me know. Morgan Wallen is blocked from distribution. From what I understand, Morgan Wallen is he's cut a deal only to sell his record at Target. So no independent record distribution for Morgan Wallen. Mastodon there's 1 copy left, $33.99. Morgan Wallen is being sold only at Target. I never solicit other stores, but we're going to get worn out getting asked. Evidently, he cut a deal just to sell it through Target. Brandon Lack is getting Queensryche. It sounds like he took the paycheck. So, just get, well, what I do sometimes, I block people that sometimes could be soliciting customers, that could be some sort of scam or somebody that's trying to set you up for something. I would be just very cautious, okay? That's one reason I do that, is because, and I make sure, because, and if I can't get their information, they're just like constantly chatting and hinting like they have all this great stuff, and I've asked for pictures and information, then I'm like, we got to figure out who you are. I at least need to know your name and address. And if you do have all this wonderful stuff for sale, I need to know who you are, and I want to see it. And if you have it for sale, it's going to be for sale to us. You can't get on here and sell to our customers. If you want to do that, you can, start your own business, open up a YouTube channel, Facebook channel, get everybody to follow your page and go live every night. Otherwise, that's for us. But I just don't want anybody to get whatever happens. So, all right, and that Mastodon is sold. Mastodon is sold. I'd be very careful. There's a lot of people who fish our page. They're trying to get you to come to their page, and they're trying to sell you something that they don't have so they can take your money and not ship it to you. And if I see somebody like that, I block them. And there's some people who have trouble running their own business, so they watch ours instead. I block those people too. So those people that don't know how to run their own business, that's stalking ours, I try to block them too. Then they set up more fake accounts. They set up more fake accounts. They set up more fake accounts. It's an endless thing. So, all right. Next thing we have is a quick recap here. Morgan Wallen, One Thing at a Time. This is a 3LP, $54.99. Also, Van Morrison Moondance is $33.99. Cash American Recordings, $33.99. Motley Crue is $33.99. Girls, Girls, Girls. Kiss Carnival of Souls is $36.99. Morgan Wallen Dangerous is $49.99. Saxon Denim and Leather is $33.99. Megadeth is $33.99. Clutch is $33.99. Slow Hold of China. Buena Vista Social Club is $34.99. Kiss Lick It Up is $33.99. And Queensryche is $38.99. Okay, it's being sold as Walmart. I had another another record store owner message me and tell me he said only it was being carried at Target, but I'm not for sure. Okay, yeah, I did have some requests. Sorry, I got really distracted there. I had to remove that. It was getting really distracted. So, all right, so let's go ahead and sell this to Tom Moran. Tom Moran gets Elvis, I Got Lucky. That's sold to Tom Moran. And then there was a request for some Funkos. And the Funko request was, I saw that. And Susie Breelove says, I'll take a Witch and a Hulk Funko. And is that what you're talking about, Josie? Or did you request some Funkos too? Past Masters is $49.99. Past Masters is $49.99. And so let's definitely go ahead and give those to Susie, which was Hulk and the Wicked Witch. That is, here's the Wicked Witch. And we have the Hulk for Susie as well. Now, Josie, was you telling me to get Susie's, or was you helping me, or maybe you commented and I missed yours too? Okay. Just Susie. All right. Now, sorry about that. First, Iron Wheel 1775 on Buena Vista. Thank you, Iron Wheel. That's so do you. I hadn't had that in stock in a long time. And then Faces got one bid, and Faces was $25. No, it did get a new bid. Margaret Gerhold, $28. Margaret Gerhold, $28. Margaret Gerhold, $28. So, Margaret, that is so to you. Thank you. 28, or excuse me, you have the high bid. I'm all messed up right now. This is $28 with Margaret Gerhold. Whoever the first bidder was, or whoever bid, Margaret has it for $28. Margaret also has David Bowie for $55. David Bowie also is at $55. Man, I think I've got everything straight there. And I was going to do back-to-back crates of new vinyl. Let me go ahead and do that again. Faces is a 73 US original. It has the original gimmick cover with poster, OG VG, and then David Bowie is at $55. And that is with Margaret. She has both auctions right now. All right? And I did say I'll do back-to-back because we got so much more to get to. So we got Queensryche Kiss, Buena Vista Clutch. Clutch is on orange vinyl. Megadeth Saxon, Morgan Wallen. I didn't pull both of those. It was somebody wanted both Morgan Wallens. I hadn't done that yet. Jamie McCord. Jamie gets both Morgan Wallens. Thank you, Jamie. Those are so to you. I knew I had forgot something. So Morgan Wallen, Saxon, Kiss, Motley Crue, Cash, Van Morrison, and there's one Morgan Wallen left, one thing at a time. I'm glad I ordered those. Those were really for the store inventory. But guess what? I'll go ahead and order more. So if anybody else wants a Morgan Wallen, let me know. Or if you want on a waiting list, let me know. Let's go ahead and do another crate. New auctions, get new bids. And here we are. I need to do something else. What do I need to do? There's a sticker stuck to me. Let's toss that in the trash. All right, new crate. Yeah, sorry everybody for confusion or whatever you want to call it. Okay, let's grab, let's see. This has a bunch of stuff in it. Okay, this is a new release and waiting list. Let's do this, and I'm going to do another pre-owned bin, and then we'll do another crate of new vinyl, okay? I still got the crate of toys, and I'm still not done showing Funkos. Volume on Cash, that was Volume 1. Volume 1 on Johnny Cash. Volume 1 on Johnny Cash. Okay. But just one more final thing on all that. What a lot of people have to realize, especially like the people fishing and soliciting, this is like we're running a business here, and we have a lot of money invested in building up, having everybody here and watching. We have just a limited amount of time every night to sell stuff. And if it's something that starts causing distractions or they're taken away from our company, obviously I'm going to block or remove somebody. No questions asked. Margaret Gerhold gets $55. I mean, we have just a limited amount of time every night to sell stuff. And if something starts causing distractions or taken away from what we're doing here, obviously it doesn't need to be on the feed. And I don't mind at all anybody having a conversation, but sometimes it's just a bunch of nonsense, or I think it's a bunch of, I think they're trying to do something fishy. And you don't want to do something fishy, okay? But don't think that you can't talk to people in here. This isn't like, anyways. I think y'all know what I'm talking about. All right, here's a 1987 U.S. Carrollton original. This is the second press. There's no black frame around the border. And this has the original inner sleeve, VG Plus, a $25 start. Pink Floyd, A Momentary Lapse of Reason, $25 start on Pink Floyd. It is a second press, just the cover. We should probably say second cover. The disc, if you just had a disc out separately, it would be an OG pressing. All right, this is the Batman Mondo box set with the graphic novel, and I must have not told Ed a price on this. Give me 1 second. Luckily, I got my website pulled up here, so let me do this right here. Let's see here. I'm going to be pulling that up. Let me skip that for right now. I think it was, well, I don't want to say. There was definitely a waiting list for this, and I went ahead and ordered extra. We have Black Sabbath, cut from the original analog master tape by Kevin Gray. Black Sabbath is $44.99. I think y'all know the story on this. The amazing Black Sabbath, self-titled. Fred Cardinale was on a waiting list. Thank you, Fred Cardinale. This is sold to you. This is sold to you. You was on a waiting list, and I went ahead and ordered 5 more extra copies. I was getting tired of selling out. Maybe we'll sell out again, though. I won't get tired of selling out, but here is $44.99, and we have George Harrison, Extra Texture. George Harrison is a remastered die-cut cover. I don't think there was a waiting list on this. I think Jerry Stone just wanted Dark Horse. But, Jerry, if you do want Extra Texture, I've got 3 copies. And these are remastered. I love how they've done this. They've reissued these George just like the originals. $38.99, just like the originals on that one. Faces is now at $40. Pink Floyd's A Final Call, a 1987 U.S. Carrollton original inner sleeve VG Plus, and that is a $25 start. $25 start on Pink Floyd, A Momentary Lapse of Reason. Faces is in VG condition. Faces is in VG condition. Yeah, I want y'all to talk to each other, especially customers. Let me rephrase that. Especially customers. And now there's the person I'm talking about was not a customer. Okay, I don't know. It was just causing a bunch of confusion on my end. So, yeah, that wasn't a customer, and I was trying to get them to that point, but nothing ever happened. So I couldn't get a hold of them. Yeah, these are $79.99. $79.99. $79.99. Batman LP graphic novel, pressed on 140 gram. Tim Graham was on a waiting list. And this is a really cool, so this is the Batman soundtrack, Batman 89, with the graphic novel. Batman, and the waiting list for this was Tim Graham. Right? Yeah, Tim Graham. Tim, this is here, right? This is you. There's that. And Pink Floyd 25, 25, 26. And then Faces, Final Call to Margaret for $40. Tyler Hubrey on Black Sabbath. That's sold to Tyler Hubrey. Thank you. And Ron Burns also wants the Batman Mondo box set. Mondo stuff always a little bit more pricey, but look how cool that is. So Tim Graham was on a waiting list, and then this one sold to Ron Burns. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Those are $79.99. I've got 3 copies. Here's another new George Harrison reissue, 33 1/3. Now, these George Harrisons are remastered, and these are $38.99. So we got Extra Texture. We got 33 1/3. I had never seen these before. G.G. Allen always was, is, and always should be. This is, I think, new for Friday, $33.99 on that. And now Pink Floyd's at $26. And we have 2 copies here of Lucero, and this is Lucero self-titled for $33.99. Lucero self-titled. Pink Floyd is a OG pressing. The cover is a second press, so the OG pressings have a black border around this photograph. By the way, that's a real photo where they've put all these beds on the beach. Can y'all imagine? Look at that. Golly, what an incredible photograph. But that is VG Plus on the vinyl, okay? Now, Pink Floyd's at $28. And the last bit on Faces that came in, Faces is sold. I never did hear back from Luke and the Grooves, but Margaret gets that for $40. So, Luke, I lost you somewhere. I'm assuming you didn't want to bid again. Before I show this pre-order, let me go ahead and grab, let's see what the next Funko over here is I hadn't shown. I need to show this one and this one right quick. And then I'm going to get into probably a few of these, what I call reaction, or what they call reaction Super 7 figures. This is Chewbacca, number 596. There's Chewbacca, and from Star Wars New Hope, and Luke Skywalker from Return of the Jedi. So Luke is $14.99 and Chewbacca is $14.99. A couple of Star Wars Funkos. Pretty sure I've had those before, but they're very popular sellers. Very popular sellers. Ryan, that's all of the soft machine. No more soft machine. No more soft machine that I'm aware of. Okay, next auction is going to go up right now, and it is the Tragically Hip, a 1989 U.S. original. It is a gold stamp promo. No white label promo of this exists. With hype sticker, the Tragically Hip up to here, a $35 start on that. Pink Floyd's at $35 with Jerry Ferguson. $35 with Jerry Ferguson. And the next comment is, or the next record is this pre-order. And let me go ahead and do this. Not all of them have came in, and I hope we have enough for everybody. But this is, let me open up this and this and this. And let me search 3. Nope, I guess I need to put 3. There it is. All right, these come out Friday. 3 doors down, away from the sun. $33.99. And the newest, the first comment on that was William Simmons. So here's, I think, what I have for tonight, and more is on the way. So we got William Simmons, Stacy Brown, and Trey Tidwell. William Simmons, Stacy Brown, and Trey Tidwell. That is William Simmons, Stacy Brown, and Trey Tidwell. William Simmons, Tracy Brown, Trey Tidwell. Let me pause there because that actually just filled up my next crate. Let me do that right now. Swap out crates and grab another new one right over here. And let me grab one right over here. Yeah. Hardcore CD box sets, all coming up. Yep, all coming up right now. Next thing I have is Tragically Hip 3540, and the rest of 3 doors down was Fred Cardinale, AJ Clark, and Vince Lano. So Fred Cardinale, AJ Clark, and Vince Lano. Those 3 are sold. Cameron Lingafelt, Jeff Helton, and Ben Dygert. Those 3 are sold. And then Carla Brecky, Ryan Eaton, and Tanya Jackson. Carla Brecky, Ryan Eaton, and Tanya Jackson. And the last one I have goes to Chevy Bailey. Now, here's who's left on the pre-order. Here's who's left on the pre-order. Danny Thomason, Sandy Villa, Rebecca Howitt, Carla DeRoche, and Scott Beebe. So Danny Thomason, Sandy Villa, Rebecca Howitt, Carla DeRoche, and Scott Beebe. There's 5 people left on the pre-order, and if anybody else wants added, let me know. Next thing is Pink Floyd was at 35, and that was a final call. Tragically Hip 35. Any update on Mad Season? It was pushed back to the last Friday of this month. It's due out the last Friday in this month. Tragically Hip 40. The price on G.G. Allen was $33.99. Hip details again, hip condition. Tragically Hip was a 1989 U.S. original. Gold stamp promo. Gold stamp, no, so no condition notes and VG Plus or better jacket. Yeah, really nice jacket. I guess that's just a little bit of sign of wear right there. Danny on 3 doors down, but he was already on the pre-order. And then we're good to go. So Jerry Ferguson, you do get Pink Floyd for $35. So thank you, Jerry. That's so to you. And now we have Bruce Springsteen. This is an unofficial 1986 recorded live at CNE Stadium in Toronto, Canada. This is only second half of this concert. It looks like it's a Russian bootleg. Looks like a Russian bootleg from Bruce Springsteen. That is a $20 start on that. All right? And then JK wants a G.G. Allen. Did I get a 3-door down greatest hits? The 3-door down greatest hits was shown earlier. 3 doors down greatest hits. That was shown earlier. I had 2 copies. and they both sold 3DD. Let me see if I can find that again. There was only 2 copies in stock of 3 Doors Down. Robin Glenn got one and Sandy Villa. That's the only 2 people that commented they wanted one. Okay, then this 3 Doors Down right here is called Away from the Sun. This is new, that comes out Friday. Danny, you was on the pre-order. They haven't all come in yet. You did not get a greatest hits. Tragically Hip still getting bid. Bruce Springsteen's a $20 start. Teresa Allen wants a Teresa Allen. Teresa Brookshire gets a G.G. Allen. Thank you, Teresa. That's so to you. All right, now our next auction is going to go up right now. Another CD box set from Fred Goodwin's collection. This is sealed. The Soul of Rock and Roll, Roy Orbison. 107 songs on 4 CDs. Brand new, limited premiere deluxe with white linen package. Sealed Roy Orbison box set, $15 start. Next is Black Sabbath. What is the 3 Doors Down? This is Black Sabbath, 180 gram. Kevin Gray, pressed at Optimal Media. I think y'all know the story on that. Amazing. We have 4 on hand at $44.99. 2 new George Harrison reissues, extra texture, very nice, and 33 1/3. Those are $38.99. G.G. Allen, always was, is, and always should be. Sunflare vinyl, $33.99. Lucero, surprisingly still available. That's a 2 LP. That's $33.99. We've had 2 3 Doors Down tonight. They're both sold out. The first one is 3 Doors Down Greatest Hits. There's a waiting list if anybody wants one. The other one is this one right here, which there was a pre-order for. We don't have them all in, and we still got 5 people on the original pre-order. Final call to get a bid on the Bruce Springsteen bootleg. $20 start. Roy Orbison already has 3 bids. And the Tragically Hip is a final call to Gregory Roberts for $50. Gregory has it for $50. I'm about to sell it to him. Okay. Now, so we've done essentially, well, just counting new stuff, we've done new vinyl pre-owned, new vinyl pre-owned, new vinyl, new vinyl. So let's do one more pre-owned crate, and then we've got one more crate of new vinyl. Put me on that wait list. Now, are you talking about for greatest hits, or are you talking about Away from the Sun? Okay. And now Roy Orbison 17, Roy Orbison 18, Tragically Hip 55. There's where we're at. All right, let me swap out crates. I'm going to condense this half crate with the other half crate of new vinyl. Let me put these in here and these in here. And let's do this. Let's do this. Let me find one more crate over here. Let's do this. And let's see here. Aha. All right, let's do this crate. Let's see what's going on over here. So Nick Bargeron wants on the pre-order list from Away from the Sun. Right? And then Danny says, I'm showing my comment of 3 Doors Down right above Robin Glenn's. And I'm assuming you're talking about earlier for the greatest hits. Let me see what I can do over here. Greatest hits. Oh, you were replying. That's why you didn't get shown. You was replying to Tony McDaniel. That's why I didn't get showed up. Or it's on there, but I didn't see. If a comment's a reply to somebody, I typically don't even, my brain don't even register those. So let's go back and fix that. There'll be more in. That's in the previous crate. So we need to change. There's 2 people who got 3 Doors Down. Danny Thomason, and Robin Glenn, and that was on the greatest hits. And then Sandy Villa, I'll put you on a waiting list. Those will be here on Thursday, okay? So Danny gets one and Robin gets one. And the reason I couldn't see yours, Danny, is because you were replying to Tony McDaniel for some reason. And it just, when I'm scrolling through there, I don't even see stuff like that. Okay, so Danny got one, Robin gets one, and then Sandy Villa on a waiting list, okay? So Sandy, you're going to be on a waiting list. Now, if that's okay with Sandy. And then Nick on the waiting list for the one with the pre-order. And the Tragically Hip is done. No, Charlie DeFrank bid $55. Gregory bid $60. Charlie DeFrank, you're back out. Roy Robinson, CD box sets at $25. And then the Tom Petty, the Bruce Springsteen bootleg is sold at TO Review for $20. Okay. Next auction, I do have a signed MC Chris album. This is a 2024 US reissue, limited to 600 on neon split vinyl with black splatter. This has never sold on Discogs. It's signed by MC Chris, JSA authenticated, and that's going to go up for a $55 start. And I think at one time I even had a suggested price of $75. So $55 start on MC Chris. All right, new vintage arrivals. This is going to be a fast crate. And then we have another crate of new stuff to do as well. All right. Here we go. First thing we have is Chris Christopherson, Me and My Bobby McGee, $14.99. Twist with Cugat, Xavier Cugat, that's $9.99. Elvis Burning Love is in shrink wrap for $12.99. George Jones, You're in My Heart. George Jones is $9.99. Gonna Take a Miracle, Laura Nero, that's in shrink wrap. We sold the other Laura Nero. There's another one. Rydell at the Coba, as in Bobby Rydell, $9.99. Seals and Crofts Greatest Hits is $9.99. And we have Nat King Cole sings. This is called Sings for Two in Love, $9.99. Hey, speaking of JSA, I got some really cool stuff to show. But first, here is Roy Orbison, and it is officially sold to Margaret Gerhold for $25. Give me 1 second. I'm going to show y'all some new stuff right quick from JSA that I just got in the mail. So give me 1 second. With JSA, if an item requires a full letter, we have to wait for them to come back in the mail because they get sent down to Florida where they're signed by the vice president of the company, and it's got to be signed by a notary of a public that they're signing off. And that's typically for stuff that are valued at $500 or more. So now that we've got these letters in, we can sell these this week. So some of these items may be auctioned this week. I've got a signed Mickey Mantle photo, a signed Ted Williams photo. We've already sold that. That was that big Marvel sign. We had somebody come in and buy that locally. I have a letter from Fred's collection signed by Eddie Rickenbacker. We have a comic book signed by Stan Lee and John Cassidy. I have another comic book signed by Tom McFarlane. I've got 2 photos signed by Duncan Ronaldo, the Cisco Kid. I've got a book, To Kill a Mockingbird, signed by Harper Lee. There's the Iron Maiden, signed twice by Bruce Dickinson, Adrian Smith. Dave Murray signed it 3 times. Steve Harris signed it twice, and Clive Burr. It's essentially signed on the front and back. And then we have a signed Marilyn Manson album, Heaven Upside Down. We have a Frank Zappa signed newspaper. A Neil Peart poster, that's for me, that's mine, sorry. And then Eminem signed poster, that's for sale, and then a Cheap Trick. So that's some really cool high-end autographs that's going to be coming up for sale. The only ones not for sale are Neil Peart, and then the other one is that Marvel sign, which we already sold locally. So really cool signed Harper Lee. some letters. The Mickey Mantle, Ted Williams photos are really cool. So we got those letters back, and everything is ready to be sold now. And obviously, the Iron Maiden will be sold Thursday night. So that will definitely be sold Thursday night. So I want to let y'all know about those. MC Chris 55 Tragically Hip is at $70. Charlie to Frank, you've been outbid. It's at $70. Tom Moran first on Elvis. How many did we have? Just one? We have one. It's sold to Tom Moran. Twunker Bell second. You haven't missed any Clint Eastwood. I'm still looking for them. Samuel Kopich said, show Laura Nero. But first, Robin Glenn got Seals and Croft. Tragically Hip 70. And we have, what was the other question? Oh, Laura Nero, Gonna Take a Miracle. Nice copy and shrink wrap, $14.99. Tragically Hip is sold to Gregory Roberts for $70. The name of the MC Chris album is called MC is Good Music. MC is Good Music. MC is Good Music. What's your plans on Neil Peart? It is being framed. It's a signed poster. It's being framed right now at my frame shop. It's going to go in my house, and it's going to be hung on the wall. I paid quite a bit of money for it, and I paid to have it authenticated. It is going in my house, and it's hanging on the wall. I tracked one down for the longest. I went ahead and bit the bullet. He was next on my list of signatures I wanted. So I bought it, and it's right now it's not for sale. Plus, it's not like we bought it in a collection or anything. I paid full retail for it and then some. So it's really not for sale right now. It's going to be hanging in my house for quite some time, probably for a long time. But if anybody out there does have Rush autographs for sale, obviously I'm interested, and obviously I'm buying them for myself, but also buying to resell. But it's a really cool signed poster. I will share pictures once it's framed. Laura Nero, who asked about it? Samuel, and he does want it, okay? There is that. Also, we have the all-time greatest hits of Roy Orbison, $24.99 on Roy Orbison. Rick Ocasek, Beatitude. Rick Ocasek is $14.99. Roslington Collins Band, Anytime, Anyplace, Anywhere, $19.99. And Poco is $9.99. Bull Ring, Music of the Bullfighting Ring, $19.99. MC Chris is a final call. It's signed and JSA authenticated. It has one bid with Nick Bargeron. This has never sold on Discogs. Never sold. They only made 600 on Green and Split, and it has one bid, and we're about to sell it. Greg Herman got the Roy Orbison. Let's put up some new stuff, okay? Let's put up some new stuff. Harper Lee is auction estimate is 800 plus, maybe. That's probably ballpark of what it should be bringing. Just FYI. But we can put it up this week. Maybe, heck, maybe even tomorrow. I need some air horns this week. But man, what an incredible piece. A To Kill a Mockingbird signed. How cool is that? And it's the book's in really good condition. It's an anniversary edition. We have Memphis Slim. Memphis Slim is a 1975 US OG EX edition, a $25 start. $25 start on Memphis Slim. $25 start. The Black Sabbath is $44.99. The Greatest of Nat King Cole, $14.99. But I think Harper Lee, it's going to be, auction estimate, I would say $800 to $1,200. I would say $800 to $1,200. Not tonight, no. I was just showing those letters. I got to get all that stuff photographed and matched and let everybody know we're selling them. Poco is $9.99. It's on the Orange Epic label. $9.99. Who is Neil Peart? Neil Peart is the drummer for Rush. He's top 5, maybe the best of all time to ever sit behind a drum kit. He is absolutely incredible. The Golden Hits is $12.99 of Lester Flatt and Earl Scruggs. And if that's an offer on Black Sabbath, that's very much a pass. All of our new vinyl is sticker price. If I mark down Black Sabbath right now to $35, 1, I wouldn't be making anything, and 2, we would sell a bunch of them because everybody'd be like, why are you selling this for $35 when you've already sold 100 for $44.99, Luke? Yeah, they're $44.99. If I discounted that, I'd have a lot of people mad at me. Pure Prairie League, $14.99, and I'd have a lot of people happy because I'm discounting it. Gary Puckett is $9.99, and we have Mike Oldfield Airborne. Mike Oldfield is $19.99, and a new life, the Marshall Tucker, $14.99. Next thing is Memphis Slim is at $25, and then next is Elton John Breaking Hearts, $19.99, and we have Eric Clapton another ticket, $34.99. MC Chris has a new bid for $75. Nick Bargeron, you've been outbid. MC Chris is at $75. That's what I was going to start it at anyways. $75 on that. And next thing we have is John Schneider, Take the Long Way Home, $14.99. New arrivals and new vinyl is always sticker price. No price discounts. What Black Sabbath? What is the Black Sabbath? What Sabbath? Sounds like I need to show Black Sabbath again. The Best at the BTO, $14.99. James Taylor and the Original Flying Machine is $14.99. And Country Music Time Life, Waylon Jennings, that is $19.99. Now MC Chris is at $80. We're about to sell the Memphis Slim. My next CD box set is going to go up right now. And that next CD box set is a sealed Billy Joel. And this is going to go up for a $15 start. This is called Billy Joel, the Complete Hits Collection, 1973 to 1997. It's sealed, and it's a $15 start on that. $15 start on that. Stephen Stills is $19.99, and Modern Country, Kai Winding, in a very cool cover there in front of his Mustang, $14.99. $14.99. MC Chris is at $85, and Black Sabbath. So let me tell you the story on these rhinos, okay? Because when I posted Paranoid, the first several comments, and I get asked on this all the time. Let me just tell you this right now. I have 4 on hand. If you don't have this, go ahead and buy it. Just don't ask any questions. Just say, Chad, I'll take a Black Sabbath sold, or comment Black Sabbath, because when these are out of print and they're selling for $127 on Discogs, you'll be saying, why didn't I just go ahead and buy one of those from Chad when he had them in the crate when they're right in front of me? Black Sabbath. This is cut from the original analog master tapes. It is $44.99, which is basically giving it away. That is basically free, in case you didn't know. $44.99. That's the equivalent of zero. $44.99. That's the equivalent of zero. $44.99. I've got 4 copies on hand. It is the best listening experience for that album. The next best thing would be a UK original first press. And if you want to go get one of those, I would get on Discogs right now, and you're going to be shocked. You're going to be absolutely shocked when you find out what you got to drop on an OG first pressing UK Vertigo Swirl Black Sabbath. All the Black Sabbaths are sold out. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me know, okay? If anybody else wants on a waiting list. The numbered editions are sold out through Rhino. And if anybody, that's why I went ahead and ordered 5 more. This is it. This is like the best thing. I mean, like the next best thing would probably be, like I said, a US or a UK OG Vertigo Swirl. I mean, this far surpasses a US original. I mean, it's probably not even on the same, realm. Yeah, right now, look at the prices for a UK. Right here are the prices for a UK Vertigo Swirl. They start on Discogs at $700. They start on Discogs at $700 or $400. $400 is that US? Hold on a second. If you want to buy one right now in the United States, it is a VG copy. It says, please ask before buying. That's not a good sign usually. $400. $400. And that is the only one for sale in the United States. They've sold for as much. A near mint copy sold for $1,447. Okay? So, these are all gone. And now we have a waiting list. And I would get on it right now. I'll go ahead and look them up. I probably need to go ahead and buy them right now if they're in stock, because they're about to print Paranoid. And there's a pre-order up for that in the group. If you want in on the Paranoid pre-order, I will share the link. You need to get these Black Sabbaths. We're talking about audiophile grade Black Sabbath. They're back ordered with one distributor. I can't even get any more right now. Let's check out another website. I'm going to stop the show to make sure, because I knew when I ordered 5 extra, I should have went ahead and ordered 12 extra when they were in stock. Can I get this one still? Let me see how much this one is. Let me see what I got over here. Are they in stock over here? I bet they're not. That's the 2LP. Those have been stock for months. Are they available over here? Where are they? Is this it? Is this Rhino? Is this it here? Hi-Fi. Okay, I can still get them over here. There's 23 left with the second biggest distributor, okay? So you might need to let me know if you want self-titled or not. Let me go ahead and share the pre-order for Paranoid. If somebody already hadn't, let me go ahead and do that right now. And here is this. So make sure you let me know self-titled. I'm going to go share, and this will also be a great list. I'm going to order these things right now, so make sure everybody is in on these. Where's the live feed at? And then here is this. Okay? I can't believe no one bought it earlier when I showed these. Okay? There's the link. That's for Paranoid, okay? There's the Paranoid pre-order. Now, who got these? Sorry, the show's come to a screeching halt. So, self-titles tonight, right now, are sold to MT Matt, George Samberaz, Joshua Cross, and Luke and the Grooves. You got very lucky. Here's the waiting list for self-titled. Michael Butler, MC Chris got a bid for 100, Nashville Tiger, Melanie Jennings, Thomas Hujar, Margaret Gerhold, Melanie Jennings, Chris Bachek, Danny Thomason, Jeff Hallsworth, and then Brent was yours for Paranoid, and Richard Miller, what was yours for? Okay? And so Brent on the waiting list, Richard Miller on the waiting list, Tom Harris on the waiting list, Brian Riley on the waiting list, Chris Bryant on the waiting list, Danny Thomason on the waiting list, which I think I already said his name, Joe DeGaldo on the waiting list, Levi Helton on the waiting list. Wow. Okay, yeah. Here's what I'm going to do. 23, add to cart, cart name. Let me make sure I'm logged in. Done. We might sell out of them live here. That's if they do ship 23, which they usually do if I can go ahead and lock them in right now. We have completely stopped for Black Sabbath. Now my internet's out. Okay, I'm going to get on my Wi-Fi. Connection was interrupted. That's not good. If it's interrupted over here, then y'all are interrupted too. No, I don't need 46. Oh, my bad. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. There's 23 in stock. I'm going to order 30 of them. Okay, because I know I can sell them at some point. Why not, right? Wow, that's a big order. Just 30 of those is a pretty expensive order. Okay, they're on the way. Now, I'm going to read off everybody that is on a waiting list for self-titled and the order and who got one live, okay? So I'm going to read off everybody who got one live and the order of the waiting list. First, I got to end some auctions because we could have another 2 minutes on this. So Memphis Slim was sold to Patrick Lear, right? No, I mean, who got this? See, I don't even know. This is sold to one of our, Michael Butler. I was about to say one of our blues buyers, Michael Butler. That's sold to you for $25. Now, there is Billy Joel. And Billy Joel has one bid, this sealed CD box set. Billy Joel sealed CD box set, one bid for $15 with Robin Glenn. The last bid on MC Chris is 100 with Charlie DeFrank, and then Nick Bargeron bid 101. Nick Bargeron bid 101. Charlie DeFrank, you're out. They're still bidding on that. That's still getting bids. Nick says he's out on MC Chris. That's impossible unless I missed a bid from Unless I missed a bid from Patrick. Man, there's a lot of comments. Okay, so here's who got the Black Sabbath live right now. There was only 4 left. They went to MT Matt, George Samberez, Joshua Cross, and Luke in the Grooves. And then the first person on the waiting list, slot number 1, here's the official waiting list for Black Sabbath. G is going to make sure they're in this order. Michael Butler, Nashville Tiger, Melanie Jennings, Thomas Hujar, Margaret Gearhold, Melanie Jennings, Margaret Gearhold again, Chris Bachek, Danny Thomason, Jeff Halsworth, Brent Robley, Richard Miller, Tom Harris, Brian Riley, Chris Bryant, Susie Breedlove, Margaret Gearhold again, Joe Delgado, Levi Hilton, Richard Miller, which I've already got him down, $44.99. Michael Salazar, MC Chris, $105. Charlie DeFrank, Billy Joel, $17. There we go. We got some on the way. I don't know how many that was, but we should have enough for everybody. Ozzy would be very proud. Misty morning, cloud in the sky. Without warning, a wizard walks by. Casting his shadows, weaving his spells. Funny clothes, twinkling bell? Da-dun-dun-dun. Without warning, da-dun-dun-dun. Da-da-da. Wow. MC Chris is a final call for $105. Didn't Nick say out before I bid $105? He said out after he bid $101, which wasn't accurate. He still had it, so you have it for $105. Chris Frazier wants on the Black Sabbath list. Thomas Hujar wants on the Black Sabbath waiting list. We've almost shut down the show for Black Sabbath. Sorry that took so long. That was pretty incredible. I think I just sold about 30 copies. I really don't know, but there we go. Now, I know somebody wanted Kai Winding during all that, and I never did pull it. Who wanted Kai Winding? Those should be in. Those will be in on Thursday. Those will be here on Thursday night. So you'll find out for sure if you got one on Thursday. And I'll go ahead and back order them with another distributor as well. Who the heck got this? Stephen A. Young. Thank you, Stephen A. Young. Got it. Okay. Yeah, Richard Miller just on self-titled. Black Sabbath, the Rhino self-titled. Yeah. Now, please let me know if you want Paranoid. Please, or if you want Paranoid, please actually comment on the pre-order. If not, I need to, if you don't have a Facebook, let me know, because we got to take down those names too. Has anybody actually commented right then? Jeff Halsworth did. I think everybody has. Rob, Bobby, Jim Davis, Michael Jacob, Susie, Mark, Jeff. There's that. Okay? Okay. This right there. Self-titled Black Sabbath. Wow. Okay. Now, this is sold for $105 to Charlie DeFrank. Billy Joel is sold, is a final call, because Margaret just said out. Billy Joel, Mark Fallon, $22. The Black Sabbaths are not numbered. The only way you can get a numbered Black Sabbath is going to Discogs or eBay. Those are done. So is Paranoid. Those are gone. There are no more numbered. There will be no more numbered. They're gone. Numbered copies are selling for about $100 right now. That's why everybody's buying this one. Numbereds are gone. If you want one, they're about $100. If you don't want a number on yours, I can sell you one right now for $44.99. Sorry for the major delay. Let's get back to selling vinyl. The greatest country music of all time. We were selling vinyl. Who is this? Franklin Mint. Who is it, though? $14.99. It is Curly Putnam. That's Junior's Farm. I guess it's Billy Joe Schaefer. It's just Towns Van Zandt. Wow, it's just a compilation. John Hartford, Bill Anderson. Looks like some pretty cool stuff. Billy Joe Schaefer and $14.99. That's from the Franklin Mint. We have Donna Summer for $9.99. Billy Joe is sold to Mark Fallon for $22. Now, if you've asked me something else, I apologize. There's no telling what I missed there during all that. I apologize. Let me go ahead and take this stack of sold stuff in there. And there's the deal on Black Sabbath. There they are. Now, Danny on this compilation. That's sold to Danny Thomason. Season of Glass, Yoko Ono, $24.99. Okay? Chris does not want a Black Sabbath. He's already got 3 of them. Wow. 3 Paranoids or 3 Rhinos? If you don't have a Rhino, then you don't have one. If you don't have a Rhino, then technically you don't have one. Our next Japanese pressing is Van Halen 5150. You got to ask yourself right now, do I have a Black Sabbath Rhino all analog? If you don't have an all analog Rhino, then you don't have a Black Sabbath. Even if you have an OG, you don't have a Rhino. Van Halen 5150 is a $55 start. Chris has 3 Rhinos. Okay, then he's good. He has 3 Rhinos. Van Halen's a $55 start. A near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. Our next CD box set's pretty cool. He has 3 Rhinos. He doesn't need another one. He doesn't need another one. Okay. Deluxe box. Nope. Not a Rhino. That all analog is just on that. Pandora's Box, Aerosmith. This is a sealed Aerosmith CD box set. A deluxe 3 CD, 52 song CD box set, unopened. $15 start. Next in the bin is Jefferson Airplane Volunteers, $26.99. Mike Oldfield boxed. Mike Oldfield boxed. Never seen that before, $44.99. Skip Ewing, The Coast of Colorado, $14.99. Skip Ewing, The Coast of Colorado. Holly Dunn is $14.99. Tubular Bells, Mike Oldfield, music from The Exorcist, $14.99. Seals and Croft is $9.99. This is Xavier Cugat and his orchestra, $9.99 on that. Keith Emerson, The Nice, Autumn to Spring, $19.99. And Olivia Newton-John, Have You Ever Been Mellow, $9.99. All right. There's that. Here we go. Next is me touching my knees. My toes and getting stretched. Okay, so Van Halen is an OG Japanese pressing of 5150. This is a near mint minus and pristine copy of Van Halen 5150. Near mint minus and pristine. Aerosmith is at $20 and Van Halen's at $65. Now, what I'm going to do is introduce another auction, and it's a box set. It's Jimi Hendrix. We still got a ton of stuff to sell. I've done more talking tonight than I have selling records. Jimi Hendrix is called Songs for Groovy Children. Jimi Hendrix is a 2019 U.S. OG limited edition numbered box set, numbered 3110. With book, most of the jackets inside this box have seam tears. Aside from disc 5 and VG Plus, all the discs are EX Plus or better. Here's the original Hype sticker, Songs for Groovy Children, an 8 LP box, December 31st, 1969, January 1st, 1970. It's essentially the Band of Gypsy. If you've seen that album before, Jimi Hendrix, The Band of Gypsies, which is alive, this is the complete recordings for that show. 43 tracks in their original sequence, 32-page book, pressed at QRP. Jimi Hendrix box set is a $95 start. Songs for Groovy Children. I have one of those myself. I have one of those myself. That's amazing. He did essentially 2 nights there and did a lot of music. It's all was high quality recorded, and there it is. Now, I'm going to read the tracks in this bin one more, or I'm going to read the records in this bin one more time. We still got another crate of new vinyl to go through. Let's do that right now. I didn't realize, I was shocked when I just looked up that Black Sabbath Vertigo. I knew they were expensive, but man, they've gotten really expensive. Near mint copies selling for over $1,000 now. Wow. It's iconic though. Black Sabbath's first album, it's like the first Zeppelin. It's like, at this point, a historical artifact. Chris Christopherson, Me and My Bobby McGee. That is available, and so is Twist with Cougat, George Jones. If you need a price, let me know. Rydell Tacopa, Nat King Cole, Rick Ocasek from the Heart, Beatitude, Rosington Collins Band, Bull Ring, The Greatest of Nat King Cole, Volume 1, Poco, The Golden Hits of Laster Flat, Earl Scruggs, Olivia Newton-John, Pure Prairie League, Gary Puckett and the Union Gap, Mike Oldfield, Marshall Tucker, Elton John, Eric Clapton, John Schneider, the best of Bachman Turner, James Taylor. We have country music, Waylon Jennings, Stephen Stills, Donna Summer, Season of Glass, Yoko Ono, Airplane, Jefferson Airplane, Volunteers, Mike Oldfield, Skip Ewing, Holly Dunn, Tubular Bells, Seals and Croft, Xavier Cougat again, Keith Emerson, and Olivia Newton-John. So Van Halen's at $85. And now we have the last bid on the Aerosmith. The last bid on Aerosmith box set was with Robin Glenn at $27. Van Halen $80 and now $85. Aerosmith $30, Aerosmith $30. That's still getting bids. Next is Olivia Newton-John price and info. Have You Ever Been Mellow? $9.99. That's the first one. The other one in here, Olivia Newton-John, ONJ. That one was If You Love Me, Let Me Know. It's also no condition notes, $9.99. And then next is Van Halen 90. And then more information on Ofield. The Ofield, I think we had Mr. He helped me out a lot right then. Scott Halbert said, Mike Ofield Boxed is his first 3 albums. It's remixes of his first 3 albums. Mike Ofield. It's called Box. Thank you, Scott, for that information. 3 LP, $44.99. The next comment is, what 2 Kool and the Gangs? Am I crazy, or did I say Kool and the Gang in there? There's James Taylor. Am I crazy, or did I say Kool and the Gang? There's no Kool and the Gang in there. That was wild. And then next is price on George Jones. George Jones is $9.99. You're in My Heart on the Hilltop label. Next is what's the James Taylor? James Taylor and the Original Flying Machine, $14.99. What is the price on Chris Christopherson? Me and My Bobby McGee is $14.99. The Rosington Collins price, RC, Rosington Collins was right here. Rosington Collins Band was $19.99. And then the first Olivia Newton-John sold. I'm assuming you're talking about, oh boy, If You Love Me, Let Me Know, or Have You Ever Been Mellow? Let me know on that one, okay? Let me know, because I don't know if you mean first here or first back there. If You Ever Been Mellow or If You Love Me. And then, was I the last bit on Aerosmith? Aerosmith is at $30 with Mike Oppenshaw. Susie, you tied him and then you set out. MT Matt had Van Halen at $85. George Samberez bid $90. MT Matt went out. Information on Jimi Hendrix. This is a 2019 U.S. original box set. It is actually the numbered edition, numbered on the back. Songs for Groovy Children are the Fillmore East concerts. from December 31st and January 1st, 1970. All 5 discs are VG Plus or better. Or excuse me, all the discs are EX Plus or better except from one side of disc 5. It's VG Plus. So the other disc are EX Plus or better. The jackets do have seam splits at the top. She said all the jackets, unfortunately, do have seam splits of some sort, either at the bottom or top. An amazing box. This is the complete, full, original sequence concert he did. A $95 start. $95 start. Joe DeGaldo does get the Rosin and Collins. Thank you, Joe DeGaldo. That's so to you. Woody Bishop wants Have You Ever Been Mellow? And then Chris is in on that at 95. And then Teresa, the Rhinos are not numbered. There are no numbered editions. Is this sealed? Yes. Mike Oppenshaw has it for $40. It is sealed. And then we have unnumbered. Okay, unnumbered. Thank you. So add Teresa to that Black Sabbath self-titled. All right, there we go. Man, I wish I had numbers. Do y'all know how many people ask me if we have the numbered copies? Oh, man. Messages, emails, comments, the numbered. And let me just go ahead and give you a word of advice. If you hear Rhino is coming out with something, I never try to solicit. I mean, I'm trying to get you to buy stuff from Coletco. But let me go ahead and give you just a friendly advice. If Rhino is coming out with something with the words Black Sabbath and it's numbered, or any big band, if you want one with a number stamped on it, you better get on there and pre-order it immediately. And you better, because they're going to sell out. Like they sold out in 12 hours, Paranoid did. Final call. Mike Oppenshaw said his bid was $30. Yes, $30 on Aerosmith. I may have said $40. $30 on Aerosmith. Okay? What are the songs on Nat King Cole? Karen has asked very nicely about 3 times. Typically, I wouldn't read a track listing, especially for something that probably has as many songs as on this. But Karen, I'm going to do this just for you. I'm going to read you these tracks. And after I do, I need you to buy it, okay? Here it is. A Blossom Fell, Somewhere Along the Way, Unforgettable, If I Can Give My Heart to You, Sweet Lorraine, The Very Thought of You. Autumn Leaves, For Sentimental Reasons, Darling, Je Vos Ami Beaucoup, The Sand and the Sea, Stardust, Impossible, Faith Can Move Mountains. It Happens to Be Me, Pretend, Smile, Answer My Love, Love, Ramblin' Rose. Nature Boy, Walking My Baby Back Home, When I Fall in Love, Too Young, That Sunday, That Summer, Ballerina, and People. Now, Karen, all you got to do is say sold. Mike Oppenshaw gets Aerosmith for $30. Aerosmith is sold, and this is sold to George Sambarez for $90. Hendrix has 2 $95 bids and now a $100 bid. We still got a crate and a half of Japanese. And we got plenty of other auctions. Sold and the greatest hits. This is sold to Karen Robbins. Next is I'll take the James Taylor and the George Jones. Jeff Church gets James Taylor and he gets George Jones. How much is Nat King Cole? She's already bought it. Chad are the LPs in the Oldfield box, the quadraphonic pressings on the labels, all green Virgin Records. They have green labels. They're on Virgin. All 3 of them's in here. 4 LPs, actually. 4 LPs with book. Now, anything Rhino has, typically I'll be able to get. And if you pre-order it through us, by the time with combined shipping and when everything eventually all comes in, you'll be better off probably just the pure cost of postage. hopefully you'll choose to order it through Coletco. But if you do want something numbered, you got to get it through them. Most of the time it sells out before the majority of people can get it, and that's why we sell so many unnumbereds. We sell a lot more unnumbereds. I can't get numbereds from Rhino. Most people don't really care about the number. A lot of people do. Do you have Nat King Cole Live? There were no other Nat King Cole albums in that bin. Now, in this building, I bet if we put them all together, and you can ask Laura, if we put every Nat King Cole album we have in this building together, we probably got 1,000 of them. Here's one other Nat King Cole in here. Now, that, the Rhino Dream Theater, I'm not for sure on that, AMT Matt. That I don't know. And sometimes they don't release stuff to us until they solicit it themselves. Obviously, they want people to order it through them, and then they release it to us. And hopefully, y'all choose to order it through us, but they don't release everything to us. Maybe I should just buy Rhino. Gosh, that's a very valuable company. I'm sure they're probably one of the more valuable labels out there. Who owns them? Sony? I don't think they can be bought. That's probably something that can't be bought. Everything has a price, though. Olivia Newton-John is $9.99. All right, we still got new vinyl to go through with some really good stuff in here. Here we go. Are they in the store? Up front in the bins, probably. You'll need about 3 hours to flip through everything. We sell them every night right here. I mean, I have had already a bunch just tonight. We sold a whole lot. How many did we sell on the lot the other night? We sold a whole lot of Nat King Cole, like 80 in one lot. Right. I'm assuming Karen doesn't want this one. Karen, the other night you was asking about something you get off. You cannot leave the chat. You're going to miss something. I need you here 8 hours a night, 7 nights a week, or you're going to miss something. Olivia Newton-John is sold to Todd Saw. Now, if you flip through every crate up front, every bin, I guarantee there's a Nat King Cole album up there. You better have a day off because it's going to take you a long time. Slade, come on, feel the hits. The best of Slade. We are now just going through our 5th crate of new releases tonight. $33.99 for Slade, come on, feel the hits. Queensryche. This is on colored vinyl. Queensryche is $34.99. Duran Duran self-titled, $33.99. And Soundgarden Super Unknown, a 2LP, $46.99. I want that one Nat King Cole album, though. I have you down for greatest hits, and I have you down passing for this one. I have you down for greatest hits. I have you passing on this one. He's also passing on the Mike Oldfield box. Now, we have Jimi Hendrix up for bid. The last bid on Jimi Hendrix was Chris Baycheck at $105. Dream Theater is Rhino only. But they will release individual titles to retail. That's what I like to hear. That's something else to do. They sell box sets and then they sell these individually. Okay? We got Japan Quiet Life. Half-Speed Master on red vinyl, $33.99. Next auction is right over here. I have an album signed by the Zombies. Let me pull up the exact names on this one. I know it's signed by Colin, the lead vocalist. This is a $45 start. Let me pull this up right quick. JSA. Sorry, I'm just now getting to this. CD 022372. Laura's tagged the record for me. This is... okay, let me retype that. Oh, I see what I did. I put too many twos in. Right, so this is CD 02372. This is signed by 5 members, including Colin Blunstone, I think is his name. Yeah, it just says signed by 5 members. I don't have the other ones. I know at least 2 or 3 of the, yeah, Rod Argent. That's another good one. I know that one. Rod Argent and Colin Blunstone. And at least 2, if not 3 of these guys also played on the classic stuff like Odyssey and Oracle. But the Zombies only really have a couple albums, right? They just have that first one in Odyssey. That's about it. Then they did this one. So here is the Zombies. It's a 2017 blue vinyl, and we already have a bid for $45. That's pretty dang cool. Not personalized, really nice. Are we done on Jimi Hendrix? Jimi Hendrix is at 105 with Chris Bachek. I have not heard back from Jason Short and maybe one other person, but we are about to sell it. One thing I got to do. Let's read what's left. Here's what's in the auction bin. A test pressing. No, it's a Bob Dylan record store day that looks like a test pressing. Junior Wells, Charles Mingus, Miles Davis, Jim Morrison, The Doors, John Lee Hooker, Fleetwood Mac, Booker T, Led Zeppelin, Bob Seger, Hooker and Heat, Gil Scott-Heron, Albert Collins, John Lennon, Miles Davis, Heavy Jelly autographed, Dog Fashion Disco autographed, A Year of War autographed, Wargasm autographed, The Velvet Underground, Pink Floyd, Fred McDowell, Canned Heat, Grateful Dead, Big Black and the Blues, Charles Mingus, The Rolling Stones, and Big Brother and the Holding Company. Wow. Whew. There we have it. Slade's Greatest Hits, $33.99. Queensryche, Duran Duran. Soundgarden, Japan. Alanis Morissette, Live, Jagged Little Pill, 1996. That is $29.99. Interstellar soundtrack, music by Hans Zimmer. Interstellar, $44.99. Hans Zimmer soundtrack, that is a Gatefold 2 LP. Steve Earle, Copperhead Road. Steve Earle is $33.99. And I have Kiss, Asylum, 2014 remaster, $33.99. Jimi Hendrix is sold, and this is done. There's 2 people I didn't hear back from, but this is sold to Chris Bachek for $105. Final call on the autographed Zombies album, signed by 5 members, including Colin Blunstone and Rod Argent. Just one bid for $45, final call. Next is Bob Dylan. A 2019 U.S. Record Store Day, limited to 7,500 sealed. This has sold for as much as $225. It is sealed. Bob Dylan, a $95 start. $95 start on that. I have another CD box set over here from Fred's collection. This is the West Side Story. No, this is Frank Sinatra, 2 complete Capitol singles collection. A 4-disc Frank Sinatra CD box set, a $15 start. Jetstream gets Hans Zimmer, the Interstellar soundtrack. Thank you. Also, we have Susie Breedlove on Copperhead Road. There's 2 copies left of that. I've got 3 copies. Man, I had never seen this in stock. The Best of 25 Years Sting. Essentially a Sting compilation, $39.99. The Zombies is at $45. It is signed. It's signed by 5 members. It's got one bid for $45. There is Sting, $39.99. 2 copies of Run DMC, Raising Hell. This has It's Tricky on it and Walk This Way, Run DMC, and Celtic Frost, Into the Pandemonium. The original, $39.99. The original classic album remastered on Go Vinyl includes bonus material, a 32-page book, 2 posters. Celtic Frost is $39.99. Frank Sinatra 15, Frank Sinatra 16, Thomas Hujar on Run DMC. That is sold to Thomas Hujar. All right, now let me bring this crate of toys a little bit closer over here because there's several waiting lists on these and hopefully several more is going to sell. There's a lot of auctions to get to tonight, minus not including Japanese, and Laura's already working on stuff for tomorrow. We have Lightning Hopkins. This is new for Friday. California Mudslide and Earthquake. Lightning Hopkins is on yellow vinyl, $29.99. Next is Frank Sinatra's at $20. Bob Dylan's a final call. No one else is bidding on the Zombies. There is a bid on the Zombies. I was going to sell it. There was 3 questions about it. One person asked, what is the Zombies? Somebody asked, just jumping on, what's the Zombies at? What is the Zombies? And now there's a bid for $46. So now there's new bids. Now Lightning Hopkins is sold to Michael Butler. Final call to get a bid on that Dylan. There's 2 copies here of George Harrison Dark Horse. We also have his other new reissues as well. This is $38.99. Run DMC is $33.99. It's tricky. There's one left. This is Lucero, Tennessee. 20th anniversary. Lucero is $33.99. And this is new for Music on Vinyl. I meant to post a pre-order because I knew I could sell them and I missed it. Pink vinyl, Alice Cooper, Hey Stupid. A limited edition, 3,000 numbered on pink vinyl. Alice Cooper, $39.99. We have Zombies at $48. The Zombies is JSA authenticated. It's a 2017 on blue vinyl. Here's the notes Laura gave me on the vinyl. The autographs are JSA authenticated. Yes, it is CD 02372. It is signed by 5 members, including Colin Blunstone and Rod Argent. That's front and center. Now that's at $48. Thomas Hujar on Lucero. Thank you, Thomas Hujaro. Thomas Hujaro. Thomas Hujar on Lucero, and Sean Fairweather on Lucero. That's sold to Sean Fairweather on Tennessee. If anybody else wants on a waiting list for that, let me know, okay? And now my crate is really, really full with that Jimi Hendrix box set and those most recent acquisitions. So now I am picking up a 4th crate of full vinyl. Excellent turnout tonight. Thanks everybody for tuning in. If y'all didn't know it, you're the greatest customers in the world. Did y'all know that? You're the greatest customers in the world. There we have it. Wow, John Anderson's coming back to Nashville? I'll be there, July 11th. Is it a continuation of the Band Geeks? Wow, I get to see that again? I was thinking about traveling out of the state to see him again. And I will not be at Jason Bonham Thursday. I'm going to regret that, the Jason Bonham Led Zeppelin experience. But I just can't miss Thursday. Paul's out of town, and I just went to a couple concerts. Business first. Business first. You know, I am the owner, and I can take off at any time, but I can't disappoint y'all, and I can't disappoint myself, even though I'd really love to go see that concert. Kiss, Animalize, $33.99, and 3 Days Grace. This one's called 1X, $28.99. 3 Days Grace, $28. Is it at the Ryman? Hopefully he's playing at the Ryman again. I'm going to take my uncle and my cousin, hopefully again. Laura's probably in the back. Does that mean I get to go too? Laura probably will end up being there. I don't know, though. Chris Johnson on Steve Earle. Chris Johnson on Steve Earle. Thank you, Chris Johnson. Also a Queen's Rock, Chris Johnson, and an Alice Cooper. Thank you. That's a 3-fer. I love that one. There's that. And, okay, what happened on here? This is Frank Sinatra. The last bid on Frank Sinatra that came in is sold to Mike Oppenshaw for $20. Nobody bid on Bob Dylan. And this is a $95 start, and now it's a $95 buy now. The median on this thing's $120. They've sold for as much as $225. There it is. $95 buy now on the Dylan. If you're looking for that, that's at an incredible price. Now the zombies, they're at 53. I know probably, yeah, I got that's my next show, AC. That's next Tuesday? Are you sure? Oh my gosh. I thought it's the next Tuesday. Golly. I've got to take the only way I can get some of my family to go to shows if I literally like buy their ticket. They're either just, I got to be like, hey, if you go, I'll buy your ticket. And they'll be like, okay, I'm in. I took a bath at the Metallica concert. I still got to get some reimbursements from people. Not Ed. I had some people back out at the last second. He tried. We got to pick a concert and take the entire Coletco staff, right? Ed helped me so much that night. Oh my gosh. If I didn't have him holding my clothes, ponchos, zombies at $43. Danny Thomason got Run DMC. Randy Klein grabs the bit Dylan for $95. Zombies $55. Dylan's already sold Zombies $60s. The Celtic Frost is $39.99. Zombies is at $65. Tia Review, your third on Dylan. There we have it. All right, let's put up another auction. Let's do a Japanese and this blues record. This is a grail for blues buyers. This is Hoodoo Man Blues, Junior Wells Chicago Blues Band. A 1965 USOG. It has promo stamps on labels. It is not a white label promo. It's VG. We're going to start it for $50. There is a VG for $85 that sold. A near mint copy sold for $250. And this is a $50 start. Nashville, Indiana. Ah, you just broke my heart. Nashville, Indiana. The title on Celtic Frost here is Into the Pandemonium. Into the Pandemonium, $39.99. The original classic album, remastered on gold vinyl, includes bonus material with 32-page book with 2 posters, $39.99. Okay? All right. Let me get refocused here. We're about to go through this crate one more time. And let me show these figures over here. My head's racing. I've processed so much data tonight. I'm basically a computer. All right. These are all $24.99. King Diamond. Lemmy. Ghost. Prequel Nameless Goal. Bon Scott. I have a wait list for some of these. These are all $24.99. Bon Scott. There's another Ghost. Papa Emeritus III. There's King Diamond. There's King Diamond. There's another Bon Scott. There's another Ghost Thangy. There's another Ghost Thangy. There's a different Ghost Thangy. D. Snyder. Lemmy, and another Ghost. Now, let's figure out who was on a waiting list for what. Very quickly, very quickly, very quickly. Oh, no. What happened to my computer? There it is. King Diamonds are the same. The Ghosts are different. Where's Rebecca at? So King Diamond are sold to definitely Danny. Ghost. All right, so those are sold to Danny and Vicky, the two King Diamonds. Right? Danny and Vicky. We sold a Lemmy and a D. Snyder. So we got Ghost, Papa Murtis III. Lemmy is sold to Danny Thomason. D. Snyder is sold to Robin Glenn. I have one extra D. Snyder. King Diamond wait list. Rebecca Howitt. Vicky Yoshikawa sold. Bon Scott, AC/DC's original vocalist, of course. This is Ghost. There's a couple different Ghost things here. Let me show you what they look like, because you'll see the difference. There's another King Diamond. That's Danny's. There's another Ghost. There's another Bon Scott. So I got one extra King Diamond, one extra Lemmy, and still got the three Bon Scotts. So there's Bon Scott. There's one extra Lemmy, one King Diamond left, and one D. Snyder from Twisted Sister. Those are all available. All right. I do have a couple more signed albums, yes. Now, Teresa, there's 3 different Ghosts. There's 3 different ones here. She wants Papa. Okay? Those guys, same price. All right, so those are all sold. Thank you. Those are all done. Now, if anybody wants any more of these, just let me know. They're right here behind me. Still haven't shown all the Funkos. Now, the Hoodoo Man, Junior Wells, got a bid for 50, 52, and 55. And I have not called out those bids, and no one has set out. So, Thomas Hujar, you bid 50. Neil Reigler bid 52, and Rick Berrien bid 55. The last bid on the signed Zombies, Paul Nordstrom went out, and that was after Nick Bargeron bid $80. And there's one other person who hadn't set out, and that is Richard Yeager, and I hadn't even called out his bid. He bid 75, but there was already a bid for 80 as well. And we got 3 people on that. Now, we hadn't read through this crate a second time. We've got Celtic Frost, Into the Pandemonium. Celtic Frost, Into the Pandemonium. I still got both copies. Gold vinyl, 2 LP, $39.99. Any Japanese left? There's about 80 Japanese pressings left. We're definitely not going to get through them all tonight. Slade, Come On Feel the Noise, the best of Slade, $33.99. We have Duran Duran self-titled, Girls on Film, Planet Earth, a new remaster from Abbey Road, $33.99. Soundgarden, this is Super Unknown. Soundgarden is $46.99. Japan, Quiet Life. Japan is half-speed mastered on red vinyl. That is a gatefold, $33.99. And we have Alanis Morissette, Jagged Little Live. A live Alanis Morissette, Rome, Italy, 1996, $29.99. Do you have Ghost Nameless Gold left? Yeah, there's 2. There's 2 different ones. Yes, 2 different ones. Zombies has a new bid for 90. Nick Bargeron, you're out. Now they're still bidding on Junior Wells. Now it's at 62. Both Celtic Frost are sold. Those are sold to Arnold Adams and Danny Thomason. Next is Steve Earle, Copperhead Road, $33.99. I have 1 left. Kiss, Asylum, $33.99. Sting is $39.99. And Sting is called Sting, the Best of 25 Years. Lightning Hopkins, California Mudslide, $29.99. You don't need to see Lightning to know the man had style. You can hear his Ray-Bans, pork pie hat, silver cape shoes, and cigarettes. Lightning never compromised on his unique style and never compromised on the blues. This 1969 record, California Mudslide, is as fine as a piece of storytelling as any. Yellow vinyl, $29.99. Next is Junior Wells 65, Zombies 95. Now, Arnold, you said CF out. Does that mean you're passing on Celtic Frost? It was $39.99. We had 2 copies. I got you and Danny down for one. Dark Horse George Harrison, new remaster, $38.99. Alice Cooper, Hey Stupid, limited edition of 3,000 on magenta pink vinyl, $39.99. Kiss Animalize is $33.99. 3 Days Grace is $28.99. He needs to put back Celtic Frost, no problem. 2 LP gold vinyl, 32-page book, and 2 posters. 1 each of the Nameless Ghouls. Why am I having trouble selling that? Ghouls. Actually, it's Nameless. That's a tough word for me. G-O-U-L and Ghoulette. There's a Ghoulette, too. I didn't realize that was female, but I'm assuming you do want both. All right, now let me put all these in here sold. And these have been selling really well, and I definitely need to order more new different ones. I was hoping we'd sell out a Bon Scott, but that's okay. It's about time for Chad to have a V8 and a snack to regain his composure. And then Danny wants AC. And AC was for Alice Cooper. Thank you on that. All right. Jim Davis also wants an Alice Cooper. Thank you on that. Now there's 2 Alice Coopers left. Numbered to 3,000 on pink vinyl. It's time for another Japanese pressing. And the next Japanese pressing is, I will say, for John Lennon's category or discography, probably not one I see as often on Japanese, Plastic Ono Band. John Lennon is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the original on her sleeve. Ghouls. Thank you. I needed to see it spelt out. Ghouls. It's like something clicks in my mind. And like some things like that, I'm like, I got to see it. I got to see the phonics. Ghouls. It still doesn't sound right when I'm saying it, though. Thank you, Patrick Lear. All right, there's that. And let me click on this and this. We're still getting comments for Black Sabbath, the pre-order for Paranoid. And if anybody else wants on that, please make sure you have... and let me know where they took down their name. Okay? There's that. And Christopher says he'll take a Sting. Thank you. All right. The numbers available on Alice Cooper. 44, 384, and that's his, and 312. Okay? Here's the Zombies cover. What's the actual name of the album? Still Got That Hunger. Still Got That Hunger. Thank you, Christopher Dean, for the Sting. Yeah, it's my Tennessee. My Tennessee accent doesn't want to say. I'm not even going to try to say it again. Danny wants the lowest number available. I'm going to sell you number, I guess it was 44 then. I usually don't do that, and I'll tell you why. Because we could get into a number war with a few people, and then I've seen some people pass because they couldn't get the lowest number, which makes things very complicated. But Danny, I'll give you number 44. I don't know what the people got earlier, but I have seen number wars break out. Yeah, it's signed by 5. It is signed by 5 people. And we got Colin Blunstone and Rod Argent. Colin Blunstone and Rod Argent, the two main names on that one. But yeah, it's if you look it up on JSA, It'll say signed by 5 members. The two main ones there, of course, Colin Blunstone and Rod Argent. Now, what happened on Hoodoo Man Blues? Hoodoo Man Blues. Neil Rigler went out. Buddy went out. This is sold to Thomas Hujar for $67. John Lennon has a bid with Henry's Choice for $35. Okay. What are the tracks on Alice Cooper? Hey Stupid, Love's a Loaded Gun, Snake Bite, Burning Our Bed, Dangerous Tonight, Might As Well Be on Mars, Feed My Frankenstein, Hurricane Years, Little by Little, Die for You, Dirty Dreams, and Wind Up Toy. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Miles Davis, a 1983 U.S. reissue in mono, EX++ / near mint minus. Miles Davis is a $30 start. $30 start on Miles Davis. I've got more new arrival bins to go through. Tim Voldness wants on the waiting list for that Black Sabbath. Great decision. I'm going to go get a V8. I'm going to be back in 10 seconds. If I don't do this, I don't know if I'll be able to finish the show, honestly. So let me go grab a V8 energy drink. I'm also going to chug this bottle of water Laura brought me. And I'll be ready for the second half of the show, which is going to be from 10:07 when I get back until, or 10:05. I'll be back in 1 minute if I don't stop talking right now. And then we'll be here till 1 or 1:30. But let me go do that right now. We got discount crates coming up, and we're going to recap all of tonight's new vinyl because there's way too much left over. But let me run up there and do that right now. If I don't, then there's going to be a problem. All right, let me chug this right quick, please. Quick timeout. I have 0 remaining after this. Very quickly, where is everybody watching from tonight? Before I do chug this. Very quickly, in the chat, let me know where you're watching from, please. All right. Great. I needed that greatly. Otherwise, I was going to be pretty much uncomfortable. If I didn't grab that snack right then, which I'm still not done with it, tonight has been a brain drain for me. I'm good to go. I'm going to drink some of this water now, though. Wow. Y'all have no idea how much better I feel. Okay. Thank you. Did I remind y'all already again that you're the best customers on earth? Let me grab this other crate here. Here's my plan. I'm going to show this crate. I'm going to try to do a speed run after this one of all tonight's newest new stuff. So all of tonight's newest new vinyl. I'm going to do a speed run. In the meantime, there's going to be, for 10 o'clock, we got one of the better 10 o'clock lineup of auctions we've had in a long time. Now, the Zombies has been a battle for between two people. Let me see if anybody went out. Nick Bargeron has not went out. They were going back and forth, and then I just lost Nick Bargeron. The high bid on the Signed Zombies album is $120 with Richard Yeager. Now, Nick, you were outbid, and I have not heard back from you. Okay? Then, John Lennon was laid down for a $35 start, a Japanese pressing of Plastic Ono Band. Henry's Choice bid $35, and he has it. Alice Cooper was $39.99. Miles Davis was put down, and it has a bid for $30. We got viewers in Pennsylvania, Alabama, New Jersey, Utah, New York, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Utah, Texas, Pennsylvania, Florida, New Jersey, Illinois, Ohio, Virginia, Washington, North Carolina, Michigan, Georgia, California, the UK, Colorado, New Jersey, Tampa, Tallahassee, West Tennessee, Texas, Wisconsin, and he's out. And the Zombies is sold, and the Zombies are done, and it's sold to Richard Yeager for $120. Yeah, Laura is here, but she is working on getting a advance. She's working on getting auctions built for the future shows. Paul's not going to be here a few days because he's traveling, so we got to stay ahead and make sure we have plenty of great auctions. So she's actually doubling down on auction prep tonight, and that's why. And this is the last crate that John marked for today, and we're going to be going through discount. I may try to dig around and find some of the Laura crates from last week and put those on sale. That would be a great idea after I run through this one and do the speed run of new vinyl. And Henry's Choice, you do get John Lennon. All right, so let's get back to full-paced action before anybody else goes to bed. Let me block this person on Facebook right quick, and then we'll be good to go. Next auction is Mingus Charles Mingus. The Alice Cooper was $39.99. This is a Classic Records pressing. Wow. I repeat, Classic Records pressing. This is a 1995 U.S. Classic Records audiophile, remastered by Bernie Grundman, a $65 start. This has been up, this has sold for as much as $200. So we got Miles Davis and Charles Mingus on the auction block. Wow. Who's been there the longest? John. John was the first person I hired outside of just family and friends helping me. John was my first ever hire other than friends and family. Truly, it was Tanner, but there's that. Okay, we have Rainbow. I've removed some people from the feed tonight, and I just don't know what's going on out there, but bizarre. Okay, here is Rainbow Rising, a Japanese pressing. This is going to go up for a $45 start. Rainbow is near mint minus and pristine. It has the Japanese insert. Yes, that is Rainbow Rising, as in Richie Blackmore and Ronnie James Dio. I love the artwork on this one. There they are, Stargazer, a $45 star. Boy, it has been an odd night. I'm going to, a couple times, I'm like, okay, I need to take like an hour break and maybe reset and just restart. But we've made it through it. We've made it through. It's been incredible. It's been incredible. All right, we got, this is sold to Rob Gates. Thank you, Rob Gates. And I have one copy left. And the last couple people also, thank you on those, Danny and whoever bought the other one. Okay, here we go. New vintage arrivals priced as marked. I have Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. This is $34.99. Also, Keith Emerson with the Nice is what that's called. 2LP, $29.99. And Olivia Newton-John, Let Me Be There, $9.99. If anything, y'all are getting a lot of entertainment, right? A lot of entertainment tonight. It's like me trying to run around in circles also, mostly in my head. Flat and Scruggs is $19.99. That's in shrink wrap. And Voices in Bluegrass, the Osborne brothers, it's $19.99. All right, so Miles Davis, Nick Bargeron went out. That sold to Neil Reigler for $36. Final call on the Mingus to get a bid in for $65. Some of these I may have to expedite, and it's late. There's a lot less people watching, and you may sneak in some deals. Final call on Charles Mingus, Classic Records, $65. Final call on Rainbow, $45. That's where we're at on those. Next thing we have, I'm going to try to do 3 wide with the auctions. Otherwise, we're not going to get through all these. The next thing I have is Gil Scott-Heron and Brian Jackson. This is a 1976 USPRC Richmond with the company inner sleeve, VG condition. Gil Scott-Heron, It's Your World, just a $20 start on that. Robin Glenn on Olivia Newton-John. Robin Glenn, Olivia Newton-John, thank you. Mingus has a bid for $65. Rainbow has a bid for $45. Gil Scott-Heron's a $20 start. Nat King Cole, Where is Karen Robbins? $9.99 on Nat King Cole. The Best of Xavier Cugat, that's $9.99. And Richard Thompson, Daring Adventure, Shrink Wrap and Hop Sticker, $19.99. Seals and Crofts, Sudan Village, that's $9.99. And 10 Years After, Rock and Roll Music of the World, that is $19.99. The next auction, I need to check this right quick on Discogs, because I think this is an audiophile CD. So let me make sure before I put this up for a $10 or $15 start, it's not worth like $1 billion. Okay, it's not worth $1 billion, but it is an SBM Go disc of West Side Story. This is a limited edition, master sound, super bit mapping or mastering, Go disc for West Side Story. That's from Fred's collection, a $10 start on that. We've done a bunch of long CD box sets tonight. Final call on Rainbow for $45. Hergis Ridge, that's Mike Ofield. That is $14.99. Dave Dudley, Lonelyville is $9.99. Spanking Our Gang, Sunday Will Never Be the Same. This is their greatest hits. $19.99 on Spanky. And Dinah Ross, $9.99. Why Do Fools Fall in Love? John Conley, Blue Highway, $12.99. Earl Thomas Conley. Earl Thomas Conley is $14.99. And Stabilizers Tyranny. That is a gold stamp promo, $14.99. Rick Berrien, you're out on Mingus. And then our next auction, let me grab this. The CDs. I mean, 45s. Golly. I sound like a millennial. Oh, wait, I am. I sound like a millennial calling these 45 CDs. Oh, wait, I am. All right, let's put these up. And let's see what we got. Mingus 69. Next is Marie Osmond. There's No Stopping Your Heart. $9.99. The Tender Gender by Kenny Burrell Quartet. Kenny Burrell, $29.99. And Styx, Paradise Theater. I've got too much time on my hands. Gil Scott-Heron and Brian Jackson. A 1976 USPRC Richmond original with the accompanying sleeve. A $20 buy it now. Some of those have sold for as much as $80. $20 buy it now on that. Robin on Marie Osmond. That's sold to Robin. And Rainbow. Can it be put back on the cover? Yes. It can be put on the cover, and it's sold to you. You're just going to have to do some surgery. You're going to have to take this, and it's going to take you a little bit of precision. But, yes, it will be able to be put back on there. And it's beautiful. It's one of those deals where you're going to have to be very careful and spend some time. But, yes. Yes. All right, and if anybody wants that West Side Story CD, it is a $10 buy it now. $10 buy it now on that West Side Story. And the biggest, the Mingus, yeah. The Mingus is a Classic Records pressing from 1995, 180 gram, Classic Records audiophile press. No condition notes. It's mastered by Bernie Grunman, and it's near mint minus. It's very nice, okay? Neil Rigler gets Gil Scott for $20, and we're moving right along. And we have Cannonball Adderley. That's 1956, $19.99. And we have Ray Anthony, Young Ideas, $9.99. Lefty Frizzell's Country Favorites, $9.99. George Hamilton, A Rose and a Baby Ruth, that's $9.99. And Tom T. Hall, Greatest Hits Volume 2, $9.99. It's West Side Story. Yeah, typically you got to bend the cover. That's the best way to do those. You got to bend the cover, and it's Cannonball Adderley, so does Sean. Some of those covers, those Japanese covers, are pretty sturdy because they're so thick, and you just gotta, it just takes some time. We get them like that, so it probably somebody didn't want to also accidentally rip the obi, so that's part of it. Next auction is going to go up right now. Let's try this other, let's try the Doors Absolutely Live. This looks pretty nice. It is a mid to late 70s U.S. reissue based on the label Rim Text, this right here. EX condition, just a $25 start on the Doors. Absolutely Live. Let's do another lot. We were doing these all night long from Fred's collection. I stopped because we got so busy. These are just straight out of a box. I'm going to read the artist, and they're going to go up for a starting bid for a bundle. George Hamilton IV, number 1. Alvin's Harmonica on Tops, number 2. Preston Epps on Original Sound, number 3. The Shirelles on Scepter, number 4. It's got label damage. We have Fabian, number 5. The DeCastro Sisters, 6. Dwayne 87. The McGuire Sisters, 7 or 8. I lost count. Ace Cannon. The Righteous Brothers. Smokey Robinson, Tears of a Clown. And Bill Doggett. All those for a $15 start. All those for a $15 start. Next is Mingus Out, and the Doors is a $25 start. Next is Tammy Wynette's Greatest Hits, $9.99. So all those singles, a $15 start. Mike Monroy got West Side Story for $10. Thank you, Mike. That's so do you. German Beer Garden Songs. Nice. You drink this and you start singing like a German. $9.99. Walt Disney's Learning to Tell Time. Disney is $14.99. James Gang Passing Through is $19.99. And the Jay and the Americans Wax Museum. What a bizarre record from Jay and the Americans. $9.99. No bid on the Doors. Final call for $25. He's done on Mingus, so Mingus is sold. And that's sold to Rick Berrien for $69. Brent Robley on GBG. German Beer Drinking. Sounds like Brent's going to start drinking and sing like a German. Next auction is Simply the Truth, John Lee Hooker. This is a 1969 South African original. This particular pressing has never sold on Discogs. VG Plus, $25 start based on OG stats. So Laura's basically compared this to the U.S. original. This is a South African original. It's never sold on Discogs. A $25 start. A little bit of cover wear down there. VG, $25 start on that. Next is Spyro Gyra City Kids. Spyro Gyra is $9.99. Ray Peterson sings Tell Laura I Love Her. Laura? Ray Peterson's going to sing Tell Laura I Love Her. A 1960 original in shrink wrap, $39.99. And Billy, Ella, Lena, and Sarah, $19.99 on that. Also, the Blues Project live at Town Hall, that's $19.99. No bid on the records. That's a $15 buy now for all those singles. Doors, $25. Hooker, $25. Next Japanese pressing is, guess what? It's going up right now. And that Japanese pressing is Chicago. Chicago's going up for bid. It is Chicago by Chicago, and it's going to go up for a $35 start. I think it's a compilation. It is. It's a compilation. We have 25 or 624 free Saturday. I've been searching so long. Old Days. Nice. That's a great Chicago. I didn't read all of them, but a beautiful Japanese compilation here from Chicago. $35 start. Generator check. Generator is plugged, and as long as the power grid stays active here in Wilson County, Tennessee, we've got power, baby. We've got enough generator power. I'll be here till next Tuesday. As soon as I stretch my leg. Oh no, cramp. Oh man. Whew. Oh wow. I just moved most of my bones back into place. Michael Rudolph on Spyro Gyra. That's so to Michael Rudolph. John Lee Hooker, 26. John Lee Hooker, 32. Chicago, 35. Main event, Herb Albert and Hugh Muskello live. That's in shrink wrap, $14.99. Muddy and the Wolf. Muddy Waters and the Wolf, Howlin' Wolf, with Eric Clapton, Bill Wyman, Steve Winwood, Charlie Watts, $39.99 on that. And Albert Collins Ice Picking, that's $24.99. And B.B. King, Blues and Jazz, $19.99. Surprisingly, the Doors just got one bid. That's sold for $25 to Mike Monroy. The Hooker's now at $32. Jesse's out. So that's a final call, and a final call on Chicago for $35. Brent Robley on M for Muddy and the Wolf. That's so to Brent Robley. Let's move this over right here. And we have Atlantic Rhythm and Blues Volume 5. This is a good era here. 62 to 66, $22.99. Sam and Dave, Percy Sledge, Esther Phillips, The Drifters, Barbara Lewis, Otis Redding, Thomas next on Muddy, Long John Baldry's, Long John Blues, $26.99 on that. Our next auction is going to go up right now without further ado, and that is going to be, do I already got a Japanese up there? I do. Let's do Doing Our Thing, Booker T and the MGs. 1968 USOG VG Plus, a $20 start on Booker T. Hooker has a new bid for 30. Not done on Hooker. Thomas had it for 32. Now Chris has it for 35. Nat Stuckey Sings. That's a cool cover. Paula Records, $14.99. Nat Stuckey Sings. Also, the many new sides of Charlie Rich. That's on Smash Records, $9.99. And Marty Robbins Today. That's a cool cover with his race car on there. Marty Robbins is $9.99. But there's only one bid on Chicago to Michael Butler. And Michael, that was sold to you for $35. Thank you. Now, we're going to put up another Japanese auction, trying to pick up the pace a little bit. We're going to be showing new arrivals. Next thing I'm about to do is do a speed run through all of tonight's new vinyl, and then we'll be doing discount bins for the rest of the night until at least all the premium and featured auctions are shown. And then after that, we might get into, I know we're going to get into some miscellaneous. I've got Fred Goodwin miscellaneous and tubs, and I did some cleaning over here in a part of the store so we could store more records. And now, our next auction is Albert Collins, a 1986 US OG. It is a super clean copy, and it's on Alligator Records. It's called Cold Snap. That's what I called it, super clean. That's what Laura called it. So near mint minus $25. And we have a 68 US original in stereo. Stereo on the stacks there. Next is Kenny Rogers, $16.99. Danny on Marty Robbins, that's sold. More Funkos. Yeah, I'm going to recap all the toys too. About to do a speed run on recap. Ray Price is in quad with the Kmart price tag, $19.99. A Good Woman's Love, Jerry Reed. Jerry Reed is $14.99. These are new arrivals priced as marked. There's Susie Quattro. If you knew Susie, $19.99. For Nat and Teicher. Blast Off. They sold a lot of records back in the day, $19.99. And Flying Daredevils of World War I. Battle map included on back. Exciting, true action, educational records for young people. Wow, that's pretty cool. This is the kind of record that I'll keep if no one buys it. Flying Daredevils of World War I, $19.99. All right, Hookers at $37. Chris, you're out. Booker T, final call for $20. Albert Collins, final call for $25. Anybody want anything in here? Does anybody want information on anything in here? They are sticker price on this read-through. Next time you see them, I'll probably be entertaining offers on them. Just saying. Hardcore 45s. Let me see how many. I got this one box I'm trying to finish selling off. And then, yeah, we're going to get back to hardcore. I was trying to sell off all these. We've almost sold a whole box of Fred records. The last lot didn't sell. Let me try another lot, and then we'll be ready for more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Of course, I can do them at the same time, but having 245 lots is complicated. So I've got about 2 more lots of these. We have the Earls, Brenda Lee, the Searchers, Gary Lewis and the Playboys, the Champs, Gene Pitney, Cozy Co, the Beau Brummels on Shad, that's I think their first label, and the Castaways a promo. That's $10.45 for a $10 start. Danny on the Flying Daredevils. Guy was second. Albert Collins has bids for $25, $28, $33. He's out on Hooker. So Booker T's a buy now for $20, and John Lee Hooker is sold then to Thomas Sujar for $37. And Booker's a buy now for $20. Let me put him right over here. And those 45s, 10. The last lot was 15. Does anybody want those for 10? That was, I think there's like 12 in that one. That's getting those probably less than $1 a piece. I've been trying to do them in lots of 10. There's those for 10, okay? And Robin's in on 10. And if anybody wants that last lot, just say sold. And now Albert Collins is 35. All right, our next auction is Jim Morrison and American Prayer. Jim Morrison, Music by the Doors. A 1978 USPRC Richmond original. The book is attached in the gatefold. VG Plus, a $25 start on Jim Morrison. That's now up for bid. And now Albert Collins is sold to Thomas Sujar for $35. Now Jim Morrison's a $25 start. Now we have the original Fleetwood Mac. A 1977 US reissue, no condition notes. $25 start on that. Final call on those. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is a speed run of this new stuff because I feel like it was, honestly, I don't even remember what came in. And if I don't even remember what came in, there's a good chance most of y'all don't, or you wasn't watching at that time. And I think when I was going through all these, things were probably pretty crazy and hectic. So here's a speed run. If not, they're going to be posted again in the group at 6 a.m. and a whole lot of records. But hopefully we can sell a bunch right now, and then we're going to start doing some discount bins. So we have Jim Morrison, 25, now 30. Next is Godsmack self-titled, $39.99. Everything in here is new and sealed. Godsmack's $39.99. Kiss Revenge, 2014 remaster, $36.99. And Metallica live at the Hammersmith Odeon, London, 1986, numbered 160 of 300, lagoon colored vinyl. We sold 2. There's one left, $38.99. These singles are sold to Robin Glenn for $10. Final call to get a bid on Fleetwood Mac. Japanese pressing coming up right now after I do 10 more singles here. The first one I have is The Dales. We have Lee Dorsey, number 2. Beau Brummel's Laugh Laugh, number 3. Stevie Wonder, number 4. My Sherry O'More. Number 5 here is Ricky Nelson on his master's voice. Billy Williams. And then we have Roy Hamilton, Ace Cannon. The Drifters, Bill Haley and his comics. And we have Bruce Chanel Bruce Chanel, Number One Man, all those for a $10 start. Let me get a count on them. I don't know if that was actually 10. That felt like more than 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I was close. 11 singles there. 45's $10 start. All right, next thing was Kiss Crazy Nights. That was $36.99. Red Clay Strays, Made by These Moments. Both of the Red Clay Strays albums I have are colored vinyl. Made by These Moments is $33. Jelly Rolls on red vinyl, Ballads of the Broken, $29 for Jelly Roll. And Journey's Greatest Hits, $44.99. That's a 2 LP, Journey's Greatest Hits. Def Leppard, The Story So Far, The Best of Def Leppard, $44.99. And Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark. That's a 2 LP, $39.99. Kiss Psycho Circus was $33. The other Red Clay Strays is Moment of Truth. That's $33. Halloween, Time of the Oath was $29. Creator, this is Renewal, 2 LP with bonus tracks Gatefold, $34. Also Mastodon's $44. Emperor of Sound, Judas Priest, Fuel for Fire, Live. That's in St. Louis, $29.99. Bush, 16 Stone Red Vinyl, $39. All right, Fleetwood Mac's a no bid. That is a $25 buy now. Final call on the 45s for $10. And now our next Japanese pressing is Simon & Garfunkel, an amazing hits compilation here. This is going to go up for bid right now. Simon & Garfunkel is a 2 LP compilation, the best of the best of Simon & Garfunkel. There's 1 LP, there's 2 LP, there's the insert, there's the cover, there's the Obi. That's a $35 start. Jim Morrison's at $45. Fleetwood Mac is a buy it now for $25. That's over here with the other no bid, which is Booker T for $20. And Jim Morrison is a 1978 USPRC Richmond Original, Vinyls VG Plus or better, and the book is attached in the gatefold. The book is attached in the gatefold. We have the Beatles White Album for $49.99 and Shania Twain, Come On Over, which is like an on-sale price for $34.99. So we got Shania Twain's, the Beatles, Bush, Judas Priest, Mastodon, Creator, Halloween, Red Clay Strays, Kiss, Iron Maiden, Def Leppard, Journey. We have Jelly Roll, Red Clay Strays, Kiss, Metallica, Kiss, and Godsmack. That's what's available in there. All right, that one's going right here behind me. And then this one right here, it'll take about 30 seconds as well. Simon & Garfunkel, $35 start. No bid on these 45, so if anybody wants those, they're available for a $10 buy now. Those 11 singles. And then over here, I have these, which let's count out some more of these right quick. We have 1, we have 2, we have 3, we have 4, we have 5, we have 6, 7, 8, 9, and there's 10. Let's do these 10 right here, also for a $10 start. These 10 here also for a $10 start. We have Gene Vincent, we have Gail Storm, we have Bill Haley in the comics, Archie Blyer, Paul Gatton, The New Beats, Bonnie Guitar, James Darren, The Monkees, and Harper Valley PTA. Those are also a $10 start. Jim Morrison's at $60. Final call on Simon & Garfunkel. At this moment, I do not have Steelheart in stock. No. Oh, man, here is a grail. Can't believe no one's asked about it. A grail of a Bob Seger album. I mean, this would be something like if a record store had a wall. If we had a wall, this would be something they would put up on their wall. This would be something they would feature. It'd be like, wow, look what we just got in. A rare Bob Seger back in 1972. A 1973 USOG. It does have significant cover damage. It is in VG condition. It is a $30 start. Some of these have sold for as much as $305. This includes Bob Seger's cover of Midnight Rider. Some of these have sold for over $300 before. Bob Seger is a $30 star. Surprised more people hadn't asked for that. Putting it up at $10.36 tonight. Here's what's left in here. Morgan Wallen, One Thing at a Time. That's $54.99, triple LP. Thomas, you're out on Jim Morrison, just FYI. Van Morrison is $33.99. That's called Moondance, another classic album. Johnny Cash, American Recordings Volume 1, that's $33.99. Motley Crue is $33.99. Kiss Carnival of Souls is $36. I got a couple of those. Saxon, Denim and Leather on red and black splatter, $33.99. Megadeth, So Far So Good So What's $33. Clutch, Slow Hold to China. Clutch is on orange vinyl, $33.99. Chuck Haley says he wants the last bundle for $10. That was everything from Bruce Chanel to the Dales. Those are sold to Chuck for $10. And then Paul is in on these at $10 final call. I'm assuming Thomas is back in on Jim Morrison at $62. Next is Buena Vista Social Club, mastered by Bernie Grumman, 2 LP of a 20-page book, $34.99. Kiss Lick It Up's $33. Queens Rock Empire's $38. George Harrison, the new extra texture die cut cover, $38. George Harrison's $38.99, 33 1/3. G.G. Allen, always was and always should be. Red Vinyl, Sunflare, $33.99. And Lucero Self-Titled, $33.99. Justin Garrett wants the Johnny Cash. Thank you, Justin Garrett. That's so to you. Bob Seger, 30. Jim Morrison, 70. And we have Simon and Garfunkel. This is a buy now for $35 if anybody wants it. Simon and Garfunkel, an awesome 2 LP compilation, S and G. Simon and Garfunkel. This is going to go up for a $35 buy it now if anybody wants it. Amazing compilation there. That's going to go right over here. And Seeger. So let's go over the Seeger again. The actual vinyl's in VG condition. The cover has significant damage. I'm going to show that in detail right now. Tim Holloway has this for $30. Of course, this in high grade would be $200 plus. Significant cover damage. The good thing is it exists, and the vinyl is not bad at VG. These 45s are sold for $10. That's everything from Gene Vincent to Harper Valley. Those are sold to Paul Brothers for $10, okay? Thank you on that. And anybody else, now Bob Seger's at 31. Tim Graham offered 30 on Simon and Garfunkel. Sell that to Tim Graham. And now Jim Morrison's at 70. Now Thomas Hujar, you're out. So let's move that down. Now he's at 71. And as soon as I sold Simon and Garfunkel for 30, somebody's claiming it for 35. I just lost $5 just like that to Tim Graham. That was an easy way to lose $5. Next auction is Miles Davis, Aurora. Miles Davis is a 1989 U.S. Carrollton original gold stamp promo. The only time ever pressed a vinyl in the United States. Miles Davis Aurora is a $45 start. That's now what for bid. Now we got 3 auctions. We got Jim Morrison at 71. We got Bob Seger at 31 with Neil Reigler. That means Tim Holloway, you're out. And now Jim Morrison's at 76. And now Miles Davis is a $45 start. This crate had Lucero, G.G. Allen, George Harrison, Queens Rock, Kiss, Buena Vista, Clutch, Megadeth, Saxon, Kiss, Motley Crue, Van Morrison, and Morgan Wallen. If anybody else decides you want anything in there, just let me know. And the last is the most recent crate. You might have already seen some of these in the last hour, but it's going to take me just 10 seconds to read through them. And the first thing in here is Slade, Come On Feel the Noise, the best of Slade, $33.99. Duran Duran Self-Titled, Girls on Film, $33.99. Soundgarden, Super Unknown, Black Hole Sun, $46. Japan's $33, Quiet Life. Alanis Morissette's $29. Steve Earle, Copperhead Road is $33. Kiss is $33. That's Asylum. The best of Sting, $39. Haven't never had that. Lightning Hopkins, $29. George Harrison's $38. Alice Cooper, $39. Kiss, $33. 3 Days Grace is $28. And Celtic Frost Into the Pandemonium, $39.99. All right, he's done on Jim Morrison, so we're going to go ahead and roll that to Jerry Ferguson. Thank you, Jerry Ferguson. That is so to you. And now they're still bidding on Bob Seger. It's at $35. Final call to get a bid on Miles Davis. Let's grab another Japanese pressing right quick. And we sold one of these earlier tonight. And here's another opportunity. This is Elton John's Madman Across the Water. It is a Japanese pressing. However, the vinyl, well, actually, the cover has some humidity spots. Let me check the vinyl. The other one we had was VG+. Okay, this one's nice. I knew I had a nice one. This is the one that's EX or better for Japanese quality. It has both books, the U.S. and the Japanese. Hold Me Closer, Tiny Dancer. There is some humidity spots inside the gatefold, and on the book, that's a $35 start. And Larry's having hernia surgery this Tuesday. We wish you the best of luck with that. That doesn't sound fun. All right, let's do another lot of 45s. We have Annette. We have Dwayne Eddy, number 2. We got Jack Scott, number 3. Fats Domino, number 4. Nino Tempo, number 5. 4 Top Hits. Number 6, we have Doug Clark and the Nuts, number 7. The Crest, number 8. The Crest, number 9. We have Frankie Avalon, number 10. And Dion the Mailbots. We'll go ahead and say 11. And that's a $10 start. $10 start. So Dion, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 there. I counted 12. So those are going to be a $10 start, okay? So last thing we had was title Miles Davis, Aurora. A-U-R-A, if my accent is impeding that one. Aurora. And now we have Bob Seger at 38. And then Rebecca wants that last Celtic Frost. And Bob Seger at 40. And a 45 discount crate. A 45 discount crate. This is pretty much it right here. These are less than $1 a piece. And Debbie has that for $10. I don't really have a 40. All the 45s I've ever shown are all sold. All the individual ones that I've actually shown, they all sell. And this is about the cheapest I can get them in these bundles. Is probably $1 or less a piece for starting bids. If that's what you're referring to. All right, now, also told some people I'd show the Funkos, but let me go ahead and bring this over here. And she said 45, no 11. All right, that might be a bit on the bundles. Seeger 44, can I details on Charlie Rich? Yeah, let me figure out what happened to that crate. Charlie Rich was, those are all new vinyl. Here's an empty crate. What did I do with those? Hold Me Closer. All right. Yeah, Charlie Rich. The many new sides of Charlie Rich. Smash Records. In shrink, no condition notes. $9.99. Stereo copy. Okay. All right, so here's what we're about to do. I don't have many lots of those 60, I'm going to call them 60s records. Not many left of those. I do have hardcore. I wonder if Teresa and Chris Bryan are watching. I can run some of those, or Craig, or Robert, or anybody else that tends to bid on those. Who else bids on them? Tim Voldness. Oh, what about Darren Johnson, and what about Shannon Price? There's a couple other kind of new contenders in recent months. Recent weeks and months on those. Seeger's at 44. And yeah, let's start doing some discounts. So now is the time for discount bins. We're going to do half off vintage, buy it now, best offer vintage, and I'm going to show what all the new Funkos are. So I've shown all the new vinyl tonight twice. And thank you for allowing me to do that. It costs a lot of money to stock all that, and I try to sell as much of it as I can. And that's why I post it in the group as well in the mornings. But I think we're good to go. And let's see what else I got going over here. These are getting bids. You never know about the lot. Sometimes they get bids, sometimes they don't. And let me find the next best crate to go through. It's probably stacked back here behind me. I'm going to have to do some maneuvering. I'm definitely going to have to do some maneuvering. So let me try to maneuver. Okay. And probably very quickly on the Funkos, I can probably read them off. So on my card, I still got Pikachu, Hulk, Yoda, Freddy Cougar, and Jim Halpert from The Office. And then that's the ones I haven't shown, but some of those I have shown, but those were duplicates. Those were duplicates. Okay. Those were some. When were these shown? Impulse, May 24th. This may be a great crate to go through here. Let's do it. I mean, let's do a half off. I have no idea what we're about to get into. I've seen a couple titles, and let's just do them half off sticker. I can't sell them till I start showing them, right? Here we go. Steve Biddlecombe does want that Charlie Rich from the last bin. Thank you. And that is all 4 John crates we've been through tonight as well. There are still 5 other John crates from previous shows. It's mostly Fred Goodwin stuff. Nothing wrong with that, but it is like just $10, $15, maybe stuff we normally wouldn't put out, but it's really nice, clean stuff from Fred's collection. It tends to not sell too well, a lot of country, but I do have all that stuff, and I've been to showing that stuff best offer. It's a lot of stuff I know people want, but sometimes it's not worth our time to put out, if that makes sense. They try to make a decision every night, what is going to sell, what's going to sell the fastest, and possibly demand the most money. That's why when we get a new collection in, there's a lot of people watching, and we empty out entire crates of new arrivals. After 6 years of selling Fred's records, we're kind of down to, you know, country and soundtracks and stuff like that. And it sells, but like I went through a whole crate the other night and we sold 2 records. So I have to make sure we're careful how much screen time we give that stuff. I'd rather be showing stuff and selling stuff. All right, so Charlie Rich is sold to Steve Biddlecombe. And now this 45 bundle, this is sold to 45 bundle is sold to Debbie Winstead for $16. That's everything from 4 Top Hits to Annette. Those are all sold. And if he had any Waylon Jennings, when we first went in his house, he had about this many Waylon Jennings, probably like 170 of them. And they're all gone, to my knowledge. I'm sure there's some somewhere, but yeah, he had everything, even all the Bear family stuff. Bob Seger is a final call, and this was Paul Redfern's at $44. Paul Redfern's. This is probably the rarest Bob Seger album you can get. This is a 1973 U.S. original. Significant cover damage. Significant cover damage. It is in VG condition on the disc, and it's a final call. It's a final call. It's a final call to Paul Redfern at $44. Nobody bid on Miles Davis. He's a $45 buy it now. And Elton John got 1 bid, and that is sold. Elton John to Robert Barnett at $35. $35 on that. Steve, it sounds like you need to move to the United States. And plus, you'd save on shipping. Okay. There's that. And Miles Davis is a buy it now for $45. Aurora. That means there's 3 no bids. Miles Davis, Fleetwood Mac, and Booker T. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is going to be Pink Floyd, a 1975 Jacksonville reissue. No inserts, no poster, no stickers, just the vinyl and the cover. VG condition, a $15 start. $15 start. Bob Seger is officially sold. This is sold to Paul Redfern for $44. Paul, this is sold to you for $44. Thomas said he does not want to bid. And besides causing some sort of major catastrophe with that one, if you're okay, then I'm going to go ahead and sell this to you for $44. All right, there's that. That's sold to Paul Redfern for $44. And then what's the Miles Davis? What's the Mick Fleetwood? What is the Booker T? Here's the 3 no bids. Miles Davis Aurora, a 1989 U.S. Carrollton OG Gold Stamp promo. There is no white label promo. Only time ever pressed the vinyl in the United States. It does have the original on her sleeve. A $45 buy it now. The original Fleetwood Mac, a 1977 U.S. Winchester reissue. No condition notes. VG cover. $25 on that. And we have Doing Our Thing, Booker T and the MGs, a 1968 U.S. original VG Plus, a $20 buy it now on Booker T. And the Bob Seger was sold for $44. If that thing was high grade, I would have hated to sold it for less than $250. Some of them have sold for over $300. Our next auction is Led Zeppelin, a 1977 U.S. original Columbia Club copy. VG Plus condition, a $30 start. $35 start on that. All right. Thomas, I'm going to have to probably sell you this Bob Seger because I really can't. Paul said you bid 45 and he said out. Now he wants to pass. So either, Thomas, if you don't want this, I'm going to have to restart this all auction. Hopefully you take it for 45. Technically, there's no bid retractions, and now Paul says he doesn't want it either. So we're either going to have to completely restart this, or I'm going to have to sell it to you for 45. It is up to you because now we have a pass, and we have an out, and we have a pass, and now I'm going to have to sell it to Thomas. He said he'll take it for 45. Okay, let's change this to Thomas Hujar for $45. That's sold to Thomas Hujar for $45. Tim Graham on the Fleetwood Mac. That sold to Tim Graham for $25. Now, we got Led Zeppelin and we got Pink Floyd. Patrick said he'd give $15 for Booker. Sell this to Patrick for $15. Pink Floyd has a bid with Jeremy J. Johnson for $18. Next, these are all half off, no more, no less. Anthony Braxton, Montreux Berlin concerts, a 1977 promo for $10. Wow, might be a Paul Jazz crate, I don't know. We have Pockets, Come Go With Us. Pockets is sealed, $7.50 on that. And the OJ's collector's item. That's a white label promo, $12.50. And Fleetwood Mac, Then Play On. Fleetwood Mac is $15. Our next auction is a Japanese pressing of Yes, Owner of a Lonely Heart. A Japanese pressing with Obi. This is called 90125. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP, there's the insert, there's the other insert, there's the cover and Obi. Yes is a $35 star. Zeppelin's an OG Club, VG+. Next is Norman Connors, Take It to the Limit. That's sealed for $10. Cheryl Smith got Fleetwood Mac. That's sold to Cheryl. We have Impulse Artist on top. That's a white label promo for $5. The LA Boppers, Make Mine Bop. That is sealed for $10. David Hoy on Anthony Braxton. First come, first serve. First record sold to David Hoy. Ornette Coleman, Skies of America, a 1972 with promo markings. Ornette Coleman, $12.50. And Billie Holiday's Greatest Hits. That is $5. That is $5. All right, I think it's time to sell some auctions. Just nobody on Miles Davis. That's the only thing that didn't get a bid there. Neil Rigler, second on Anthony Braxton. And Quincy Jones, I heard that. Quincy Jones is $7.50. And Keith Jarrett, Staircase. Keith Jarrett is sealed, now just $10. Just one bid on Fleetwood Mac. And Jeremy J. Johnson, you get this for $18. Thank you. Jeremy, have you bought from us before? I'm not for sure if you have. If you are a first-time buyer, say yes, first-time buyer, or no, I bought from you before. The last night you sold to Bob, Waylon Jennings, Bob, All right, let me figure all out on that. First, though, we have Greg on Coleman, Ornette Coleman. That's right here. That's sold to Grog over on YouTube. Jim B wants LA Boppers. LA Boppers right here. This is sold to Jim B for $10. And then Sean Fairweather on Impulse. That's sold to Sean Fairweather. Nobody bid on the VG Plus Zeppelin. It's now a $30 buy now. And final call to get a bid on Yes, $35. I need details. First time buyer, thank you and welcome to Collectco. I need you to send, if you're on Facebook, which you are on Facebook, I need you to send our page. That's this page, Collectco. I need a message with your email address and your mailing address. We will invoice you on Monday, $8 in limited shipping. That means if you buy one record, we're going to ship it to you for $8. If you buy 50 more records, $8. If you buy 10 Funkos, whatever you buy, we'll send you an invoice on Monday. You may not hear back from us unless you're on here talking to me live. I'll be back on here tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Paul will be here Sunday starting a new week with a new cycle. The invoice open box ends on Saturday, $8 in limited shipping. We'll send you an invoice on Monday to your email. That's why we need your email and we need your mailing address so we can get your zip code for tax purposes. Next half off record is Charlie Rich Lonely Weekends. Charlie Rich is just $5. And Cream, Goodbye. Cream is $15. Our next auction is Hooker and Heat. That is Canned Heat and John Lee Hooker. A 1971 U.S. original VG++ EX. That's going to go up for just a $20 start. And then here's a couple more Funkos. The other Funkos I have are Chewbacca and Luke Skywalker. There's Chewie, $14.99, and Luke Skywalker with a blaster and cape from Return of the Jedi, $14.99. I also have Shawn Michaels. I got Sam Rothstein, The Incredible Hulk. I got Nikki Santino, Sam, and Nikki, of course, from the movie Casino. I've got He-Man. I've got Tupac. I've got Michael Myers. I've got Wolverine. I've got Matt Foley, Willy Wonka, and Shaggy. Also got the Coca-Cola Polar Bear, another Wolverine, and some of those other ones that I read a second ago. Welcome. Send messenger with email. Yeah, so Facebook Messenger. There's also a link to our website in the description of this video. But if you're on Facebook, we prefer to get a message through Messenger. So yeah, you can send us a message through Messenger. Welcome to Collectco. Most of these people you see here watching have been watching for many years. They watch every night. Some people have been watching for a few months, and this is their new favorite addiction. And that's why everybody else is still watching. And welcome. Hopefully the best buying experiences you've ever had for vinyl. We sell live 7 nights a week. I'm here 8 hours a night, typically. Chewy is sold to Henry's Choice, thank you. And then we need more singles. You said Tupac Funko, and we have Miles Davis and HH, okay? So first thing, let me make sure I didn't miss anything in here. Don't forget, we're in the middle of a half-off bin. We need to clear this thing out. Boom, 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 Tupac first. Hooker and Heat has a bid for $25. Next is Norman Harris, the Harris Machine. That's now $10. We have Roy Glover, What's a Man Supposed to Do? That's sealed for $7.50. The Fabulous Thunderbirds with Jimmy Vaughn, $7.50, and Lorraine Johnson, Learning to Dance All Over Again. Lorraine Johnson, sealed, $7.50. We have Miles Davis, sold to Garrett Cypert for $35. Thank you. That is sold to Garrett Cypert for, he did say $35, right? Let's see here. Garrett Cypert, yes, $35 on that. And we have Davy Jacobs, Undercover Love. Davy Jacobs is sealed, $10. Dave Holland Quintet, Seeds of Time. Dave Holland is $10. And the Crusaders, Street Life, 300 South. That's sealed for $7.50. Chick Corea, Piano Improvisations, $7.50. And Core of Jazz, bottled by MGM. That's a jazz comp. Herbie Mann, Gary Mulligan, Bill Evans, Kenny Burrell. A promo, just $5 on that. And then Yes is a no bid, 90125. Owner of a Lonely Heart. Move it. No, wait a minute. Move yourself. You always live your life, never thinking of the future. Here is Tupac Shakur. There he is. I don't have Eddie Van Halen in stock. Tupac, California Love. Yes is a buy it now for $35. Is somebody really not going to buy Yes? All right, show's over. Curse you. Everybody watching right now. Curse you all. Yes is a buy it now for $35. I'm going to put that right over here in the no bid pile. Edwin Riviera, thank you. That's sold Edwin Riviera. No more curses off. Expelloramus. We have Paul Redfern on the Crusaders. That's sold to Paul Redfern. Sean Fairweather on the Jazz Comp. That's sold to Sean Fairweather. And then DH. Who and what was DH? Dave Holland. Dave Holland is $10. Dave Holland's $10. Margaret next on Yes. And we have Joe Liggins and his Honey Drippers. That's $7.50. Tupac Shakur is sold to Rob Gates for $14.99. Thank you. I've got one more of those if anybody else wants them. Hey, Hooker and Heat is now a final call to George Sheriff for $30. Who was the other bidder? Duke Norman? Duke Norman over on the old YouTube. Let me know if you want to bid again. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And this is Wargasm. And this particular record, is this the only time it was ever pressed to vinyl? It is signed and JSL authenticated, and it's called Explicit, the MIXX tape. That sounds pretty crazy. Wargasm, Explicit. That's going to go up for a $45 start. And then next is Susie wants the last Tupac Shakur. Tupac is sold Tupac to Susie. With that, I need to take this stack of sold stuff over here to the operations room before there's a spill. Look at all this, just the miscellaneous stuff we've sold here in the last 20 minutes. Boy, the shipping department's going to hate me. Oh my gosh. I'm going to have to watch my bag. It's going to be like an assassination attempt on my life. And once again, I want to thank y'all for being great customers. I don't know if y'all realize this, but the pure volume we move here every night, some nights I'll sit down back there in that chair or the chairs, and I'll sit down and just kind of look at what I've sold that night. And then I know what it takes to like list elsewhere, like website, eBay, go to shows, I used to do all that, yard sales, flea market. What we sell here in just moments sometimes is truly astonishing. And I'm just sitting down sometimes and like, man, What have I just done in the last 4 or 5 hours? So we need to sell Dave Holland. It already sold. Dave Holland, and so did David Hoy. Justin, I'm going to order more Tupacs. I will put you on a waiting list. And then he's out on Hooker and Heat, so let's sell Hooker and Heat to George Sheriff for $30. And Wargasm's the final call for $45. Next over here is going to be the Grateful Dead, Anthem of the Sun. It is a 73 U.S. Winchester. VG condition, a $15 start. Grateful Dead, Anthem of the Sun, VG condition, a $15 start. Our next lot is going to be some hardcore singles. Let's count some of those out and see what we got. I usually do those in lots of 3 for $10 starts. Let's make sure everybody's still paying attention, unless hopefully they hadn't left the feed. I was waiting for more people to ask for them so I could put them up. But here is Dodd Flynn. What is this one here? This is, I don't know. What is this one? This one is a gatefold. There's nothing written on it. There's just pictures. Here we go. That doesn't help me either. What is this one right here? That doesn't help me either. Okay, here we go. Dead Effing Glass, Tony's War. And we have Dead Effing Glass again. Those 3 singles are a $10 start, okay? Next thing is Liquid Cold. That looks like the Stones Goat Head soup cover. 79 promo disco, $5 on that. We have Ohio Players back. Ohio Players is sealed $12.50. Justin Garrett on the Tupac Funko. Thank you, Justin Garrett. Also, we have the new Marquettes. That's called Step On It, sealed for $7.50. Teresa's in on those at $10. I just showed that record. The next record in here is Rough Edges, Benny King. This is actually a white label promo. VG Plus, $7.50. Mandrill's a 71 Monarch. VG Plus, $8.50. And Neil Reigler says he claimed Roy Glover. I might have missed something there. Roy Glover. Sorry, Neil Reigler. Thank you. That's so do you. And Dave Holland. And Unbought, you were second on Dave Holland. Just so you know, David Hoy asked the price on Dave Holland, then you asked the musicians, and he had dibs, and he went ahead and bought it. Final call on those 3 singles for $10. The Main Ingredient, featuring Cuba Gooding, Music Maximus, that's VG Plus for $6. Smiley Lewis, Down Yonder, EX $6.50, and the Marvelettes now, a 1990 copy, EX $6.50. Grateful Dead, just 1 bid, sold to Preston Rose for $15. Final call on those 45s for $10. And Wargasm is a $45 buy now. JSA authenticated. I don't know if those autographs mean anything to you. It looks like just the record itself is kind of tough to get. Next auction is going to be, wow, this is actually pretty tough to find an original of. This is John Lennon and Yoko Ono, two virgins, and it's real. Wow, there's a lot of bootlegs and counterfeits of this. It is real. Good job, Laura. Now, I'm going to show you a horrendous picture. You ready? Oh, my gosh. Oh, man, I'm sorry you had to see that. That was John Lennon and Yoko Ono completely naked. That was a picture of John Yoko, and Lennon Ono completely naked. I'm so sorry. $20 start. The bag and cover does have some staining. The vinyl's EX, a $20 start. Holy moly, I'm sorry about that. Okay, we have these 3. I think this is also Dead Effing Last. I'm not really for sure. Or it's Dodd Flynn. What does that say? No, it's called Dodd Flynn, D-A-U-D-F-L-I-N. And then these 2 are from a band called Dead Effing Last. And they actually spell that out, F-U-C-K-I-N-G. And those have bids for 10, and then Jim B bid 11. I had Pikachu. I have a Pikachu Funko, $14.99. Next is Robin Glenn on Marvelettes. That's this, so to Robin Glenn. And then Steve Biddlecombe, you were first on Smiley. You were second on Marvelettes. Margaret was third on Marvelettes. Was Tupac a Funko? Yes, Tupac was a Funko. Yes, it was a Funko. And we have Mandrill Price and Info. Mandrill Price and Info. This is a 71 Monarch. It is VG Plus, $8.50. Mandrill self-titled. Mandrill self-titled. Now, John Lennon has a bid for 20, and we have 45s are at 13. And what are the no bids for tonight? And what are the 45s? Oh, no, I've already answered that. And then was there something else? I feel like there was something else. Do you know if he still has it? What happened here? Okay. Let me unplug my phone. It's been plugged up, and I can't really get to it as much. Okay, let me make sure I didn't miss anything here. Things just got a little crazy. We sold the Grateful Dead, 45's $10. I pulled Roy Glover, Tim Voldness. Tim Voldness already got Mandrill. It's already gone. I knew I was missing something. Tim Voldness already got Mandrill. Boom, right there. Mandrill's already sold to Tim Voldness. Then Chris Bryan asked about the singles. I told him. Jim B bid 11. Did you say you had Pikachu? I do, $14.99. Robin Glenn got the Marvelettes. Steve Biddlecombe got the Smiley. Steve was second on the Marvelettes. Margaret was third. Justin wants to put back Tupac. Debbie, I still have Pikachu. Okay, then these are just random statements. Chris, I've already sold Mandrill. John Lennon has a bid for 20. The 45s has a bid for 13. The 45s has a bid for 15. Tim Voldness already got Mandrill. Did I sell Monk? I did. Now the 45s are at 14, now 15. The no bids tonight is a VG Plus Club Led Zeppelin for $30 and Wargasm, and that's $45, JSA authenticated. And then I have a lot of singles that didn't sell for $10. Random 60s lot there, $10 on that. And for some reason, Preston got Grateful Dead, but I never did put it in the crate. So Preston, let me give that right there. Monk is sold. Tim, you got Mandrill. 3 people back up on that. How much was the main ingredient? The main ingredient is VG Plus, $6. Now, if I missed something, that would be a miracle because I just thoroughly just went through that list. But if I did miss something, let me know. All right, I have some more auctions to put up, though. Next is Mississippi Fred McDowell, his Blues Boys. This is an 80s U.S. reissue. Laura says the exact year is unknown, but the back cover mentions CDs, so it can't be before CDs existed. So that could be late 80s. Probably late 80s on this. EX edition, nice copy, $15 start on that. And then I meant the non-bids. Your question was, what are the non-bids for tonight? The non-bids. Those are the buy it nows. Those are the no bids, if that's what you mean. And the stuff that I hadn't put up yet, I can read through that again. Robin does get the main ingredient. Now the 45s are at 20. Next thing, and this is a half off bin, by the way. These are half off, no more, no less. Back to the crate. Cats Go Wild. This is America's Greatest Drummers in a Percussion Festival. Okay, so this should have Neil Young, John Bottom, Bill Ward. Let's see who's on here. Not those guys. This is a 62 mono, VG Plus $5. They were probably too young. It's 1962. I was just joking, but y'all know what I mean. Wilbert Harrison, anything you want. Wilbert Harrison's VG Plus $5. Fred McDowell, 15. Fred McDowell, 15. Fred McDowell, 15. Fred McDowell, 15. 45's out. Teresa has them for 22. John Lennon just has another new bid. Jerry Ferguson bid 22. The first person who bid on John Lennon was Preston Rose. Preston, you bid 20. Jerry bid 22. We're still going. Jesse Rome wants Cats. That is sold. Next, we have Rye Cooter, Paradise and Lunch. Rye Cooter, EX $9. Steve Biddlecombe got Wilbert Harrison. We are going through a half-off bin, just FYI. Dennis Coffey, Back Home, VG Condition, $5. Also, we have Bruce Cloud, California Soul, VG $7.50. Wargasm is $55. It is a 2022 U.S. original, the only time pressed the vinyl, signed and JSC authenticated. Led Zeppelin's $30. Next is the Jackson's Triumph, VG Plus $7.50. Ornette Coleman, New York is now. Ornette is an original 68 U.S. Blue Note, OG, VG, now just $15. And Mandrill Composite Truth, a 72 German import. It is VG minus $5 on it. $5. So Fred is at 23. John Lennon, 25. John Lennon, 25. John Lennon, 26. These three 45s are sold to Teresa for $22. Wait a minute. Did Jim B say out? There was maybe one person. I saw William say out. Who else said out? Maybe not. Hold on. So let's give that one more second. There may be one more person bidding. I might have, let me catch that bullet and put it back into the chamber. Teresa has, I'm getting John Lennon bids confused. Okay. First on Ornette Coleman was Neil Rogler, then Grog, and then Tim Graham. Your AC was third. Fred, 25, that. Okay, I'm about to sell the 45s. Let me grab Pikachu for Debbie. Pikachu, yeah, it's a standard, which I prefer. You know, there's so many different crazy variants. I kind of just like the originals here. Pikachu, 553. Pikachu, 553. Tom Kelly does take the Zeppelin. That's sold. And Vicky, don't hesitate to make an offer on Wargasm. Oh, and I got a couple more Funkos back here. I forgot. I got Pennywise and the Wicked Witch of the East. Which direction? North? The Wicked Witch of the South? The Wicked Witch of the East. I'm Glenda, the Good Witch of the... I forgot. Okay. Debbie said she does want Pikachu. All right. These are sold to Teresa. Jim B said out. Okay, Teresa, you get those 3 for $22. Excellent. Now, that leaves me with what? John Lennon. Can I see Yoko's boobs again? You can look at them all you want if you win the auction. The high bid right now is 33 with Tim Voldness. And Fred McDowell is at 25 with Neil Rogler. And that's also a final call. Now, let's show 2 more half-off records. Carolina Polachek. Wow, Laura's going to be mad. This has a 4-heart rating from Laura on Tiger's Eye colored vinyl with poster, $12.50. And we have Shirley Scott, Queen Talk, live at Left Bank, a sealed record store day. That's $12.50. Preston Bryant wants to see a Jason Funko. Jason Voorhees, I don't have those at the moment. I'm surprised I got Freddy Cougar. Jason Voorhees is back ordered. Freddie has been for a long time, too. I was glad to get those when I could. All right, let's go through some more hardcore singles here. And we have Death Injection. We have Desiderata. And what a bizarre cover there. Oh, my gosh. What is going on? And this is who? Speaking of nudity, good gracious. There's nothing written on it. There's no artist. That's their logo. Holy moly. Okay, that's bizarre, though, because it looks like they're... I don't know. That's weird looking. I don't want to see that anymore. Okay, next thing we have is Fred got a new bid for 26. Tim Colino on CP. That was for Carolina Polachek. Garrett Seipert, you were second. Alonzo first on the Jacksons. That's sort of who Alonzo. Neil Rogler on Shirley Scott. And then Wargasm has an offer for $35 with Bobblehead Todd. First of all, the high bid on John Lennon. Preston Rose went out. Tim Voldness has it for $33. Jerry, you're out. Tim has it for $33. The 45s has a bid for $10. And Fred McDowell is at $26 with Grog. The bid before that was Neil Rogler at $25. Wargasm. The best price I'll do tonight on it is I'll split the difference with you, $45. I have cost in the authentication part as well. The record itself is not that expensive of a record, but being signed with authentication is a big chunk of the value. I'll do $45 on that. Next, we're doing half-off bins. I think we've got to a Laura crate. I think this stuff was Paul, like jazz stuff. Now we're into like sealed Laura stuff. This could get pretty interesting. This is Hotline TNT Cartwheel, sealed for $10. I've got 2 copies, and I have 1 copy of I Prevail, Heart versus Mind. This is sealed for $10. John Lennon is still getting bids. The final call on the 45s, and he's out on Fred McDowell. So, Grog, that's about to be yours for $26. Chad is about to take a drink of water. I desperately need this. There's that. Man. Okay, so the next thing, John Lennon 34. And then Wasn't Wargasm a 45. It's supposed to be 55. What have I said? There's no telling at this point. I didn't have it marked. Hotline is sold to Garrett. And that has filled up a crate. Let me swap out crates right quick. Let me swap out crates because this is full. And that's our 5th full crate of the night. Wow. Here's some other Funkos I have. Yoda, Freddy Cougar, Jim Halpert, He-Man, Pikachu, Hulk, Willy Wonka, Shaggy, Luke Skywalker, Matt Foley, Chewbacca, Wolverine, Casino, De Niro, and Pesci, Michael Myers, the Coca-Cola Polar Bear. That's it for tonight. The other ones we've sold out of. And let me grab a new empty crate because we just filled up that one. New empty crate. New empty crate. Crab chips. I'm excited to go through this box, Craig. That's going to be my snacks tonight. I already had some whatever I ate during the break from Publix. All right. John Lennon still getting bids. I Prevail. Stuck 73 was first over on YouTube, then James Hicks. Next to the half off, Hot Mulligan. Hot Mulligan is sealed on green and white split. That's just $10. And this is George Russell, an acoustic sound series. That is sealed for $12.50. Garrett wants Rye Cooter. That's sold to Garrett for $9. These 3 singles are sold to Teresa for $10. And then Fred McDowell is sold to Grog for $26. Those are, those are sold. Next is De Niro and Pesci from Casino. That's Sam Rothstein and Nikki Santino. The eye, the all-seeing eye. Oh, man. There we have it. What great actors. I mean, you're talking about, as far as acting goes, you're talking about the best of the best right there. De Niro and Pesci. The best of the best. Wow. Jim B on Hot Mulligan. Greg on George Russell. George Russell's already sold. And John Lennon is still getting bids. 10 volt and it's out though. Jerry Ferguson has that for $40. I have one set of those. Can I see Willy Wonka? You can see Willy Wonka. Willy Wonka's right here. And this is Pop Movies. I said earlier I thought it was Gene Wilder, but it's actually, I was corrected. This is from the most recent Wonka movie. $14.99. Isn't that like a backstory of his life on that one? Don, who do they make? No, they didn't make Don Rickles. They just made Ginger McKenna, Carmine. I didn't order that one. I can get it, though, if you want it, David. I can get the third one in the set if you want that one. Okay? And Susie wants Willy Wonka. Okay? There's that. And let's see. Susie gets that. Okay. Next is Chuck Prophet, No Other Love. That's $7.50. And Grateful Dead, Reckoning. That's sealed for $20. And Wayne Shorter, Schizophrenia. Wayne Shorter's a sealed Blue Note tone poet for $15. And this John Lennon is sold to Jerry Ferguson for $40. That's sold for $40. And let me take this miscellaneous over here before these Funkos spilled, and let's put up all new auctions. All new auctions coming up right now. All new auctions coming up right now. Right now. Here we go. So, tell Laura if she comes across that Polachek album again, she can't let it get to a half-off crate. That's a note from Garrett Cypret. Dale Sanders got Wayne Shorter. Chris Bachek second. Rod Bryan third. Garrett Cypret fourth. Tim Coleno fifth. Duke Norman got Grateful Dead Reckoning. Sean Fairweather next. DJ Dodge. And then Rick Berrien gets Chuck Profit. Wow, a lot of stuff being sold out of here. Holy moly. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Soft Play Heavy Jelly. Soft Play is a 2024 Euro Original, still in shrink wrap. It is signed, and this is a $45 start. Make sure I say that, $45 start. It is signed, Soft Play Heavy Jelly. And our next auction is going to go up right now, and it's called Canned Heat Hallelujah. Canned Heat is a 1969 U.S. all-disc original VG Plus, a $15 start. Next is $7.50. Welcome to Bobby Motel, or Bobby Hotel, Bobby Motel. That is now $7.50, yellow vinyl. Also, John Schofield, ECM. John Schofield is sealed for $15. John Schofield sealed for $15. And we have Glass Animals, Zaba. Glass Animals, sealed, $17.50. The note on the back from Laura is spectacular album. It's real and it's spectacular. We have Perfume Genius. That's on silver vinyl. That's just $10. And we have Aaron Parks, Invisible Cinema. Aaron Parks is sealed for $15. All right, let's move down Soft Play. Did I not strike a deal with Bobblehead Todd on the Wargasm? I don't guess I did. And I might have messed up the pricing. If I needed to make some kind of correction, I will do whatever I need to. Let me see what's going on over here. Give me 1 second, please, before I do this. Okay, next is Canned Heat 15, 15, 15. Shakedown on GA, and that was for Glass Animals. Tim Coleno second, Canned Heat 16 and 20. And now Soft Play Heavy Jelly is a $45 buy it now. $45 buy it now on that. And now our next auction is Dog Fashion Disco, Committed to a Bright Future. Dog Fashion Disco is a 2021 U.S. repress, limited edition wax, never wax merge. What does that say, Laura? M-A-G-E? M-A-G-E vinyl with insert. Never has sold on Discogs. Wow, look at the way this vinyl looks. Wow, that's incredible looking. This is Dog Fashion Disco. It is signed, and that's going to go up for a $75 start. $75 start on Dog Fashion Disco. Let's go through this half-off bin one more time. Canned Heat still getting bids. Let's not forget about the singles. Let's put those up right now. And let's see if I have any 60s left too. But first we're going to do hardcore. We got 1 hardcore, 2 hardcore, 3 hardcore more. Let's do these right here. I'm going to try my best to figure out what these are. And first we have that for in the lot. We have that in the lot. And boy, what a demented cover here, or a scary cover, I should say. CR. So CR, In Vain, and Piebald, and this might be the front. Pure Pressure. Pure Pressure, Rapongo de Furia, In Vain, and Piebald, and CR. Those are 10. Wax Mag is a specific pressing company. Ah, that's probably why I didn't know that. Wow, I learn something new every night. That's the Dog Fashion Disco, okay? Canned Heat's at 22. That was a great crate. I think that was a leftover crate, and we've only been through it once. Half was Laura and half was Paul. It appeared that way. Let's go through this one more time. Another run, because you may have missed something, or maybe you was thinking about something, and then we're going to try to do another one after this. Might even do a bundle deal on everything that's left in here. I like doing that too. Let's read through these. I did promise everybody I would try to do some sort of miscellaneous stuff tonight. So at some point I have to figure out when we're going to cut off vinyl and go to miscellaneous. Who's here for vinyl? Who's here for miscellaneous? Miscellaneous includes posters, books, and random Fred Goodwin stuff. So let's take a poll. Here's who's here for vinyl. Here's who's here for miscellaneous. How much was Perfume Genius? Stephen Riley, that is now just $10. It was $19.99. I'll make the first record in the crate, Perfume Genius. Here's what's left. Pockets, come go with us. Pockets is sealed, $7.50. We have the OJ's collector's items. White label promo, $12.50. Grog, I have found a bunch more baseball books. You're actually in my head for the baseball books that I have found. I have found baseball books, yes. We have Norman Connors, Take It to the Limit. That's sealed for $10. Billie Holiday's Greatest Hits is $5. Quincy Jones, I heard that. Quincy Jones is $7.50. We have Keith Jarrett's Staircase sealed for $10. And we have Charlie Rich Lonely Weekends for $5. Let's see what we got going on. Canned Heat, $25. Here for vinyl. Vinyl and miscellaneous. Baseball books. Vinyl till I fall asleep. Stephen Riley said sold on Perfume Genius for $10. Records, miscellaneous. Vinyl, 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 vinyl. I'm here for all of it. Vinyl, both, but mostly vinyl. Vinyl. OJ's. Patrick Lear on OJ's. OJ's, that's sold to Patrick Lear. CDs, miscellaneous. Oh no, what have I done? And these 345s are sold to Teresa for $10. Canned Heat was a final call. I hope we're done. Canned Heat is with MT Matt for $25. Cream, Goodbye. One of my favorite Cream songs on here, Badge. Talking about the time you drove in my car. Cream is $15. Billie Holiday info. Billie Holiday is called Greatest Hits. It's an early 80s pressing with a barcode on Columbia. $5 on that. Dog Fashion Disco is $75. $75 on that. Let's move that over. Next auction, as soon as I show Norman Harris, the Harris Machine. $10 on Norman Harris. The Fabulous Thunderbirds is $7.50. And Lorraine Johnson, Learned to Dance All Over Again. That's sealed for $7.50. We have another auction going up, and that is the Grateful Dead. This is a 1974 U.S. original. First press indicated by authentic embossed onto front cover. VG condition. Authentic is embossed on the front cover. VG vinyl, VG cover, a $15 start. Next is Canned Heat 26, Canned Heat 27. Margaret Gerhold on Cream with Badge. Chum, 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 boom, 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 boom. Next is the Fabulous Thunderbird. So to Tim Colino. Joe DeGaldo was second. Debbie Jacobs, Undercover Lover, sealed for $15. Chick Corea, Piano Improvisations, Volume 1, $7.50 on Chick Corea. Joe Liggins and his Honey Drippers, that is a 74 US, $7.50. We have Liquid Gold, a 79 promo. That's a disco album, $5 on Liquid Gold. And we have Ohio Players Back, sealed for $12.50. The New Marquettes is sealed for $7.50. Glass Animals is already sold. Benny King, Rough Edges, White Label Promo, $7.50. VG Plus Condition. Dennis Coffee, Back Home, VG Condition, $5. And Bruce Cloud, California Soul, 69 US. This has never been reissued, a soul album, VG, $7.50. Canned Heat is at $28. Rod Bryan on Joe. That was for Joe Liggins. And Patrick Lear on Ohio. Ohio Players. 4 Dead in Ohio. That's Neil Young. Grateful Dead. Does this not have a bid yet? Final call to get a bid on Grateful Dead. And OG, VG, VG. And that's a final call for $15. Patrick Lear on Dennis. Dennis Coffee, also sold to Patrick Lear. We need more singles. Do I have anything left in this last box over here of Fred? Oh, I do have a big lot of... Let's see, those are all empty. What are these here? Just a few. I'll condense these with... Man, I forgot about these. Any Buck Owens fans? Check this out. Let me run these right quick. We sold the Merle Haggards. These are all Buck Owens singles. All Buck Owens singles. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. That's not Buck Owens. That's Vernon Oxford. We'll leave it in there. 23 and 24. 24 Buck Owens singles. A $15 start. $15 start on Buck Owens. That's a $15 start on Buck Owens. Next is Dennis. We pulled that. We have Mandrill Composite Truth VG minus $5. Hotline TNT is sealed for $10. We have Welcome to Bobby Motel. That's on yellow vinyl, $7.50. John Schofield ECM sealed for $15. And Aaron Parks Invisible Cinema sealed for $15. Okay, Canned Heat is sold to MT Matt for $30. Nobody been on the Grateful Dead. VG copy, $15 buy it now. Buck Owens, that's like over 20, what did I say, 23 plus that extra, $15 start on those. Next auction is Big Black and the Blues. This is a 1972 US OG with the company inner sleeve. Big Black and the Blues is a $15 start. Grateful Dead is sold to Shakedown. And then next was Holiday was $5. Yeah, the Billie Holiday still available for just $5, Jesse. That's correct. Joe Delgado on BM. And BM was for Joe Delgado, that was for so Shakedown got Grateful Dead. Joe Delgado, BM. You might have to help me with that one. James Allen got TNT. That was right here. And then Jesse Rome does get Billie Holiday. Thank you. Aaron Gardner on Liquid Gold. Or did I already pull that? I didn't. That was right here. That's sold to Aaron Gardner. And then, let's see, Grateful Dead already sold. I can't believe it. No bid on an OG Grateful Dead. It was sold for $15. Next is Charles Mingus. This is called Debut Records Presents Mingus at the Bohemia. Special guest Max Roach, Mal Waldron. A 2009 U.S. reissue. Mingus is just a $10 start. Mingus is a $10 start. The front. BM the front. All right. So we had Aaron Parks, John Schofield. Welcome to Bobby Motel. Probably Bobby Motel. I bet that was Bobby Motel, right? Bobby Motel, yes, thank you. And then Mandrill, Bruce Cloud, Benny King, the New Marquettes, Chick Corea, Debbie Jacobs, Lorraine Johnson, Norman Harris, Charlie Rich, Keith Jarrett sealed, Quincy Jones, Norman Connors, and Pockets. Anybody else want anything in there? One second. All right, so next is nobody bid on the Buck Owens, so that is 23 plus extra Buck Owens singles for $15 if anybody wants those. Buck Owens, no bid, $15. Okay, and then California Soul. California Soul was the Bruce Cloud. Bruce Cloud, VG condition, $7.50. 69 US. Mingus has bids for 12 and 15. Big Black and the Blues is a final call for 15. Let's grab a few more singles over here. The Hardcore collection. We're going to do 1, we're going to do 2, and we're going to do 3. And these are going to be a $10 start. We have one called Put to Death here. Put to Death. We have Piss Christ, Novin Gringen, and we have R.A. The Awakening. And those are a $15 start. 15. Those were all Buck Owens except for one. Who was that random one that was in there? Vernon Oxford. They're all Buck Owens. 24 records, $15 buy it now. Patrick says he'll take it. Okay, so here's what we're going to do on everything left in the bin. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 records in there. We can clear these out, do a bundle deal, blow the air horn, and the price on those 15 will be $75. Bundle deal, price, $75. Let me condense down this trash can here. I'm going to have to definitely take my trash out tonight. I've probably filled up more than a bag of random sleeves and miscellaneous tonight. All right. Rod says he'll take the Buck Owens. All right. So this stack of Buck Owens, that's from that Buck Owens to that Buck Owens, $15, sold to Rod Bryan. Mingus is getting multiple bids. The 45s looks like they're at 15 with Teresa. Bundle deal. Don't let me down. The first bundle of the night didn't sell either. I still got that available. I think it was, what was that one over here? I forgot. But I know how much it was per record, I think. All right. Here we go, folks. So I've already asked where everybody's watching from. We're going to find another half-off crate right quick. The feed tonight will end about 1:15 a.m. We started actually earlier than normal tonight. And not counting the time I left to go do some banking for a couple hours and some errands I had to run, I've actually been here at the store since about 8 a.m. This has been the longest time I've ever probably got here during the day, the earliest I've gotten here. Oh, I ended last night really early. But I've been here, not counting for the couple hours I left, since about 8 a.m. Wow. We got a lot done, though. All right, let's try to find another discount bin of some sort. Make sure nobody wanted these. And then the 45s. And Mingus is at 20. Okay, Mingus is at $20. Grog, you've been outbid. Yeah, I'll show the other bundle as well. Let me see if I can find it. Was that this one here? Let's see. Yeah, it was this one right here. Nobody on this one? I'm going to move this one into this other crate, though, so we have an empty crate at least. Let's find another bin to go through half off. Maybe this one right here. I see... What do I see? This one looks pretty interesting. Oh, yeah. Let's do this one. Let's do this one. Here's the other... Whoop, my bad. There's already something there on the table. Okay. Here's the other bundle from earlier. These are being offered as a bundle. Elton John, Donnie Marie Osmond, Willie Nelson, Jaco Pastorius, Mahavishnu Orchestra, 10 Years After, Alan Parsons, Three Dog Night, John Paul Young, Mahavishnu, Lacey J. Dalton, Joni Mitchell, Mahavishnu, Weather Report, Mahavishnu, James Gang. We have George Shearing Quintet, Neil Young, Robert Palmer, Sunfighter, Grace Leak, Dusty Springfield, and Weather Report. And that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. That was 23 LPs there. And I offer those for a price of, let's see, I remember putting in this number. Yeah, I said $135. 23 records, $135. Teresa gets these 3 singles for $15. Thank you, Teresa. Big Black and the Blues is a buy now. It's a no bid. A 72 U.S. original for $15. No condition notes. And what is the Charles Mingus? Mingus at the Bohemia, a 2009 U.S. reissue, and the last bid was Neil Rigler at $20. Grog went out. Rod, if you don't bid, say pass. If you bid, please send it right now. Next auction's going up right now. The Rolling Stones, England's newest hit maker. The Rolling Stones is 1972 U.S. reissue. It does have a small pressing defect on track B1. Laura says it did not affect the playback on our stereo system. It's VG Plus, other than the mark described above. $15 start on the Rolling Stones, England's newest hit maker. All right? And then Mingus is sold to Neil Rigler for $20. So the Rolling Stones is a 1972. You won't have any problems with that one. $15 start on that. And then our other auction is Big Brother and the Holding Company. And this is called Joseph's Coat. a 1986 UK original. So this is a compilation that collects material from Be a Brother and How Hard It Is. That's going to go up for a $15 start. Anybody else? No bundle, no bundle. 2 bundle strikeouts. That's very unfortunate. Not even any offers. All right, let's go through this other crate over here I'm talking about. Hopefully about to expedite a lot of sales right here going through these 2. Let's go through them and see what happens. Here we go. First thing we have is Prince, $19.99. What in the world? Prince OG in the half-off bin, $25 on Prince. Bob Dylan Real Live. Dylan is $17.50. Teresa, here are the next 3 singles, or anybody else. We'll do these for a $10 start. $10 start. Here's some absolute brutal covers. It is hardcore singles. There's one. Let me do another one here. How much for just the Elton John? Let me make sure nobody wants the bundle. Final call on the bundle, because I know people seen records they probably wasn't watching earlier, and now they want to buy some out of the bundle. But I'm going to make sure everybody's done. So there's that. That looks like Con 5s or Con Flus or something, and there's Convenience. And those 3 are going to be a $10 start. $10 start on those right there. Just saying, those are up for bid. If you want to bid, now's the time. Where you have Jim B already striking first with the Prince. Jim B gets Prince. Prince sold to Jim B. Next is Carly Simon. Come upstairs. Carly Simon's $5. Huey Lewis and the New 4, $8.50. Pretty easy to buy records out of here. It's called Half Off, No More, No Less. And the Elton John was $10, and Robin wants to Donnie Marie. Give me 1 second, I'll start pulling those. Let me make sure he doesn't want Elton John, or maybe he does want Elton John is what I meant to say. If so, it's $10. Next is the Carpenters. That's now $5. Also, the Yardbirds, Shapes of Things. Yardbirds is $17.50. The Doors 13 is $17.50. Sid Blair on Carly Simon. That's sold to Sid Blair. 77 Sunset Strip. That's $10. Music from this year's most popular new TV show. $10 on that. This is John Mayall, a hardcore package for $12.50. And Bob Dylan and the band, Before the Flood, has radio station markings, WFULF, $22.50. Are they the same band? I don't think so. This is CUNFIUES. Let's see if it's better written on the label. The graphic designer didn't do good of a job. It may be I don't know, how do you say that? Confuse. And this is Convenience. All right, next is these 2 records out of that last crate is sold. Let's pull those right now. Elton John and Donnie Marie Osmond. All right, so Robert Barnett got Elton John. It's Confines. Okay, Confines. I guess that's an N. I would honestly be really bad on Wheel of Fortune. It'd be like CONFI_ES, and I would mess it up. Donnie Marie Osmond, that's sold for $5 to Robin Glenn, and Elton John sold to Robert Barnett for $10. Michael Rudolph first on the Carpenters. And next is Confines, and we have To the American Executive. That is $5. That's a salesman record. Mahavishnu Orchestra is $10. Stevie Wonder, Journey Through the Secret Life of Plants. Stevie Wonder is $13.50. Eric Clapton, Another Ticket, $17.50 on Eric Clapton. Jean-Luc Ponty, Civilized Evil, $5. And The Who, Face Dances, with the poster in shrink wrap and hop sticker, $12.50. No bidders on Big Brother, it's $15. No bids on the debut album from the Rolling Stones, a 72 reissue, $15 on that. And next is Circus Maximus, $13.50 on Circus Maximus. This is Supertramp, incredibly stamped. Supertramp is a white label promo. A white label promo price, it's $15. The cover does have some wear on it. MT Mac got The Who, that's sold. Paul Redfern on Jean-Luc Ponty, that's sold to Paul Redfern. Asia Alpha, Asia is $10. We also have Debbie Harry Cuckoo. That's $10. These 3 singles are a buy it now for $10 if anybody wants those. Over here, our next auction is the Velvet Underground. Laura has this as a 1970 US OG promo. It's a compilation, essentially their greatest hits. It does have significant cover damage. It is VG, but it's a yellow promo label. Velvet Underground, Golden Archive Series, $10. It was definitely at a radio station. This is a play log from a radio station. And this is a $10 start, the Velvet Underground. Pretty worn out copy, but it is a promo, and it's the Velvet Underground. That's now up for bid. Next is Tim Holloway is going to grab the Rolling Stones. That is sold to Tim Holloway. And then next is Margaret on Supertramp. That's sold to Margaret. Teresa had them. Are you kidding me? She bid on these? Oh, she did. $10. Well, she got them anyway. Teresa gets those. I'm sorry. Teresa bids pretty much immediately. And Teresa, I think you bid before I even tell what they are sometimes. And I don't even see your bids. It happens. She knows this. It happens all the time. She just goes ahead and bids, and then I miss them. We have Coptic Times. We have Crash. Coptic Times, Temptation, Crash, C-R-A-C-H. We had them the other night. And Subjugated Fate. And those 3 are a $10 start. Now the Velvet Underground's at $10. Half off bin. Jethro Tull, Heavy Horses. Jethro Tull is $10. The Best of Peter, Paul, and Mary is $5. And the Greatest Hits of Nat King Cole. We had that just a moment ago. There's another copy for $10. Our next LP is Year of War. And this is Year of War. A 2021 UK original compilation, limited to 500 picture discs. This is the only physical release of this compilation worldwide. They have sold for as much as $300, and this one happens to be signed and JSA authenticated. Year of War. Year of War. Sells for a lot. And we're going to put this one up, JSA authenticated, for a $155 start. $155 start on that. Now the 45s are at 10. Now the Velvet Underground's at 12. Next in the half off bin is the Allman Brothers Band in Light and Rogues. The Allman Brothers is $10. Isaac Hayes, to be continued. Isaac Hayes is $13.50. Long John Baldry, Baldry's out. That's $7.50. Sam and Dave, the greatest hits. Sam and Dave is $10. Joe Tex, Hold What You've Got. Joe Tex is $17.50. And Stevie Wonder in Square Circle. He always has cool embossed covers. Stevie Wonder is $12.50. So Neil Reigler is back in on the Velvet Underground at 14. Year of War is a $155 start. And we're done on these 45s. Or is that Teresa bidding again? Yeah, she already bid $10. And then Darren bid $10. Yeah, she already bid $10. See, I missed it again. She's already bid. So now, Darren, you're out. You tied her. She bid. I'm telling you, whoever wants to bid on the 45s might as well go ahead and bid 12 because you're not going to beat her first bid. There's no way. She bids before I even show what they are. $10. So, Darren, you tied her. Margaret Gerhold on Allman Brothers. I miss them all the time because I don't scroll up. I'm like, man, where does she bid? I'm like, oh, she bid before I even explained what they were. Margaret get Allman Brothers. Rod Bryan got Sam and Dave. Robert Barnett second. Velvet Underground 16. We have Janis Joplin with a promo strip on the front. Them Old Cosmic Blues Again, Mama. $17.50 on that. Patrick Lear on Isaac Hayes. That sold. How much was Joe Tex? That was $17.50. If you just joined us, we're in a half off bin, which means no more, no less. It's kind of like we price records. We discount them, half off, buy it now, best offer, half off, whatever it takes to get them sold. That's what we do when we're going through these discount bins. Now they're at $16. So Darren's bid $16. Jim Ciascio, you were second on Isaac Hayes. And we have Dionne Warwick Anthology. There is a name written on the cover, but that's $9. And we have Hall & Oates Live Apollo. Hall & Oates Live at the Apollo with the Temptations. That's $10. And nice. The legendary Christine Perfect album, Christine McVie. This is on the Sire label. I remember showing that one night. I think since then we've shown it a couple times. And now it is $15. Now the 45s are at $16. Now Teresa's out. Now Empty Matt's out on Velvet Underground. Now Neil Reigler has it for $16. And now if anybody wants a Year of War, it's a $155 buy it now. Chris Bachek on DW. That's Dion Warwick. Shakedown got Hall & Oates. That's so. Denise says she wants Joe Tex if Paul Redfern doesn't want it. Paul, you can say sold or pass on Joe. If you say pass, I'm going to sell it to Denise. If you say sold, it's sold to you. Smash your head against the wall. John Entwistle. John Entwistle is $10. Smash your head against the wall. Carlos Santana, Blues for Salvador. That is $10. And we have the best of Caravan. The band Caravan from 1970 to 1974, $10 on that. Now the 45s are $18. And now the Velvet Underground is sold to Neil Rigler for $16. And now we need a new auction, which I'm going to do right now. Paul said he will take it for $17.50. All right. Speaking of 45 bundles, we have a whole box of Joe Tex singles. Y'all know those white boxes we keep records in? We have a whole box of Joe Tex, and they're all different. It's pretty incredible. Probably the most different singles I've seen together ever by one artist. All right, let's get back to the Japanese stuff. Oh, David Johnson's not already in bed because I have an Obelus Japanese Beatles Let It Be. Speaking words of wisdom, let it be. Let's take a look at the vinyl. Hopefully it's real nice. It is. This is a Japanese pressing. The Beatles Let It Be has the original black apple inner sleeve, the lyric insert. I've got a feeling deep inside. Oh yeah. My baby says she's traveling on the one after 909, the long and winding road that leads to your door will never disappear. $35 start on that. Next is Samuel Copage on Christine McVie. Edwin Riviera on Santana. Thank you, Edwin, on that. That's very cool. Preston Rose on Caravan. That's sold. And Tim Voldens next on Carlos. Now the singles go back to Darren Johnson. Teresa does have them for $18. Next is Graham Parsons, the early years, 1963, 1965. That is now $13.50. Wow, Thin Lizzy is a 2012 U.S. Black Rose, just $17.50 on Thin Lizzy. Evening Star, Fripp and Eno, that's EX 1150. The Beatles has a bid for $35. And Saint Tropez, Belle de Jour, that is sealed for $5 on that. All right, here we go. What's next? We're about to find out what is going on. I have no idea. What is this? I don't know. What about the 45s? We got to wait for that. He says, what color is the Coptic Times? We do have a question. Coptic Times is right here, and it is on white vinyl. It is on white vinyl. Coptic Times is on white vinyl. Darren's going to think about that for a second. Rod Bryan on Graham. Graham Parsons sold to Rod Bryan. Ed Riviera on Thin Lizzy. That's sold to Edwin. And we have a couple people signing off. Neil Rigler said good night. We have Robert Barnett. It sounds like some people's hit their bedtime wherever they're watching. It's getting close to midnight. Everybody's like, okay, I got to get off here, or I'm not going to be able to wake up for work in the morning. Now, I don't want anybody to get fired from their job. So I would love you on here till the end. We're going to be live for about another hour and 15 minutes. I think I went live at 5:15 tonight, so we got about an hour and 15 minutes left. So I got a lot of ground to cover. Holy moly. Saint Tropez, a Beatles final call for 35, 45's 19. Next in the half-off bin is Loving is Living, McGrady's. That's an R&B soul album. That's $7.50. The Tramps, The Whole World's Dancing. The Tramps is sealed, $7.50. This is Roxy. Not Roxy Music, just Roxy. Roxy is $5. And James Taylor, In the Pocket. Shower the People, $7.50 on that. So, Teresa, you have been outbid on the 45s. The next auction I have over here is going to be a sealed copy. This is a Capitol or a Starline, Starline reissue. This is a sealed copy, though, of Heart magazine. Oh, I just bit my tongue. You'd think with enough talking experience, I wouldn't be biting my tongue. That actually hurt. Okay, minor setback for a major comeback. Heart is a $15 star. You close up shop 11 p.m. David must be on the West Coast. Yeah, I like West Coast viewers. Nothing against the East Coast. We got some great East Coast viewers. But the West Coast has a major advantage. They have a major advantage. It's still morning out there. What about the people watching over in Indonesia? It's this lunch over there. Anybody watching over in Indonesia? They're 12 hours ahead. They're eating lunch over there and buying records from Coletco. 45s are at 20. Darren, you're out. Debbie Wednesday gets James Taylor. Next is Sea Level. Cats on the Coast. Sea Level's $5. How about Precious Metal right here, right now? Precious Metal is $12.50. Looks like a female, an actual hair metal group. They're actually hair metal. Foxy, Hot Numbers. Foxy is $5. And we have Brenda Lee's Greatest Hit Story. Brenda Lee is sealed for $10. David V., you do get the Beatles. He says, I'm live from 3 to 11. Wow. Well, if you get, I know you get on at the beginning, so you tune in early, and technically you stay late. 3 to 11. Yeah, some people out on the West Coast, they're like, man, I'm still at work when you go live, so make sure you don't run that till at least 8 o'clock, because that's like 5 p.m. Some people's like hitting the door at their house at 5 p.m. on the West Coast to see a keynote featured auction. David, you do get the Beatles for $35. Chris Riddling's on Precious Metal. That's sold to Chris Riddling's, the Precious Metal. What about Heart? Darren has it for $15, but Robin came in first, and now Matt has it for $17. Now the 45s are at $22, and now we have another Japanese pressing. Do y'all realize that we only went through a half of a crate of Japanese tonight? And we still have a whole nother crate I didn't even touch. Unbelievable. I think I got another Obelus Beatles, though. I do. I have a couple more Obelus Beatles. But let's do a Beatles with an Obie. Let's do a Beatle with an Obie. Let's do John Lennon's Rock and Roll. This is a covers album that John Lennon did where he's covering like classic 50 standards. And this is John Lennon Rock and Roll. Stand By Me. John Lennon is going to go up for a $35 start, including his cover of Benny King's Stand By Me. It has the insert. Very nice. John Lennon, a $35 star. T.O. Review wants Sea Level. That's so the T.O. Review. Robin Glenn said 18, and she's bidding on Heart. So MT Matt, you've been outbid. Darren, you've been outbid. Teresa, you've been outbid by Darren on the 45s. Next in the half-off bin is K.D. Lang, Angel with a Lariat. K.D. Lang is now just $5. We have 10 of Pentacles, Sam the Sham. That's $7.50, as in Sam the Sham the Pharaoh, one of his later albums there. Roseanne Cash Greatest Hits, a sealed original for just $7.50. A sealed original for $7.50. Wow. That's Roseanne Cash. Leslie got K.D. Lang for $5. Now the 45s at $23. Now Hearts at $18. John Lennon's a $35 start. We have Marshall Tucker for $10. Where We All Belong. Chris Riddling's on Roseanne Cash. Leslie was second on Roseanne Cash. Sad Cafe. Sad Cafe is sealed for $5. We have Aretha, 10 Years of Gold. Aretha is $10. And Chuck Berry in London, Record Store Day, sealed $10 on Chuck Berry. I need to keep trash bags back here. I got to keep trash bags back here so I can change out this trash can. We fill up so much empty sleeves. All right, so Chuck Berry. All right, let's read through this half-off crate again. Boy, my brain. If I hadn't drunk that V8 earlier, I wouldn't be able to do this right now. I'm pretty amped up, but also, blah, blah, blah. I'm having trouble this last part. If y'all didn't watch anything that else happened earlier in the show, it's been a crazy, busy, but fantastic, wonderful, amazing night. Let me see what's going on over here. What did we sell on Discogs? Sold several things on Discogs. What did we sell on Discogs? Grump, Heartbreak Hotel for $30. I don't even know what that is. All right, Marshall Tucker first. We have Heart 19. Darren's out on the 45s. Chris Bachek got Aretha. And then Samuel Kobach wants to Chuck Berry. Marshall's a Gatefold 2 LP, yes. And John Lennon's a no bid, $35 buy it now. Rock and Roll, Stand By Me. John Lennon is a buy it now for $35. If anybody wants that, let me know. Okay? I'm going to put it right over here. And Supertramp, that was, I think somebody already grabbed that. But I'm about to read through these again. First, the 45s are sold. Darren went out, so Teresa gets those three for $25. And then Darren's out on Heart. I think MT Matt's done too, but let me know. Heart's at $19. And I think Supertramp sold. Let me grab another lot of singles right quick for them. 1, 2, 3 here. And these are going to go up for a 10. I repeat, $10 start, 10. $10 start on these. We have Cream, C-R-E-E-M. There's another one from Cream, and Crime Desire in Lucifer's Grip. Those three for a $10 start. He's out. We're about to sell Heart. Next, let's go through these one more time. See, half off bin, no more, no less, okay? We got Bob Dylan Real Live, $17.50. No, if I don't say anything about grade, which I think, yeah, everything in here was non-check condition, that means it's all nice, EX or better. Dylan is $17.50. Huey Lewis and the News 4, $8.50. The Yardbird Shapes of Things. The Yardbirds is $17.50. The Doors, $13. Come On Baby, Light My Fire. Touch Me. Love Me 2 Times. I like that one. Hello, I Love You. The Unknown Soldier. That's a great Doors compilation. No conditionals on the vinyl. $17.50. 77 Sunset Strip is 10. Also a 2 LP Yardbirds for $17.50. Huey Lewis. Wow, some great stuff right in there. John Mayall is $12.50. And we have Bob Dylan and the Band, Before the Flood. That's a 2 LP, $22.50. The sealed Heart is sold. Heart is sold to Robin Glenn for $19. Mike Post on Huey Lewis. Thank you, Mike. Mike, have you bought from us before? Mike Post. You have, right? Mike Post. Mike Post. Mike Post. Mike Post. $8.50. That's so to you. Sorry, this time of the night with my brain, I'm questioning if people are a first-time buyer or not. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And what else do I have over here? Oh, I forgot John gave me more sealed records. What's my other sealed records here? Art Garfunkel, Miles Davis. Here we go. Capitol Jazz Classics, Volume 2, Miles Davis, The Birth of the Complete, and Art Garfunkel Watermark. Those are sealed for $10 starts, okay? Yes, I bought 4. Thank you. I'm sorry. I hate doing that because they're probably like, man, he don't know who I am. But sometimes some names are just like, Mike Post, Mike Post. Welcome back. Welcome. And if anybody is watching for the first time, welcome to Coletco. All right, next is Mr. Executive, Keep Well, Live Longer. Keep Well, Live Longer, $5. Mahavishnu Orchestra is $10. We got Stevie Wonder, Journey Through the Secret Life of Plants. Stevie is $13.50. Eric Clapton, Another Ticket, is $17.50. Circus Maximus is $13.50. We also have Asia Alpha. Asia is $10. Debbie Harry Cuckoo. Debbie Harry is $10. Jethro Tull Heavy Horses. Jethro Tull is $10. The Best of Peter, Paul, and Mary, $5 on the Best of Peter, Paul, and Mary. The Greatest Hits of Nat King Cole is $10. Long John Baldry, Baldry's Out, $7.50. Stevie Wonder is $12.50. In Square Circle. Janis Joplin, I've got them Old Cosmic Blues Again, Mama, $17.50. John Entwistle's $10. Teresa gets these 345s for $10. Final Call on the sealed Miles Davis for $10. Final Call on sealed Art Garfunkel for $10. Evening Star, Frippinino. This one's EX, just $11.50. A 75 UK original, $11.50 on that. Patrick Lear on Janis with the promo timing strip. We have the McGrady's, an R&B soul album for $7.50. The Tramps is sealed for $7.50. The Whole World's Dancing. Roxy, somebody just asked about this. Denise, Roxy is $5. It's technically Roxy self-titled. Our next auction is going to be these next 3 singles. 1, 2, 3. And these are going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start. We got Crime Desire. We have Criminally Insane, Crime Desire, Criminally Insane, and the third and final one is Dark Blue. Dark Blue. And those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start on those. Miles Davis does have a bid for $10. Patrick on Fripp. Nice pickup, stuff like that in the half off bin. I start to question reality. Foxy Hot Numbers is sealed for $5. Foxy. Also, the Brenda Lee Story, her greatest hits, that is sealed for $10. Roxy is so to Denise. Thank you, Denise. That's so to you. 10 of Pentankle, Sam the Sham, $7.50. Marshall Tucker, Where We All Belong. That is a 2 LP. $10 on Marshall Tucker Band. $10 on that. And we have Sad Cafe sealed for $5. Sealed for $5. Dennis left a note. Derek, Sad Cafe, more great new wave rock. UK band Killer album, great harmonies. That was Derek Clark's blurb on Sad Cafe. More great new wave. Rock from UK band Killer, great harmonies. Just $5 on that. Tim Colino, you do get the sealed Miles Davis for $10. Thank you on that one. If anybody wants the sealed Art Garfunkel, that's an original pressing. When you cut that open, it's going to be brand new, just like you opened it in 1978 for the first time. Jim Ciascio does want Marshall Tucker. That's so to Jim Ciascio. And these 3 singles are a buy now, no bid for $10. Let's go over the no bids and show you everything. First, I have Wilbert Harrison. I have Thomas Wayne, the Mulcays, Elvis Presley, and the G Sisters. Now, I'm going to add those to these that didn't sell earlier, which was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I had these 12 earlier. Now I'm adding 14. There's 17 total records for $15. And that's all from this Fred box. 17 total records for $15. Less than $1 a piece. All 60s type stuff, as you can see. Sid Blair gets Sad Cafe. Condition of Doors, cover, and vinyl. And Jackie, you were second to Sad Cafe. The Doors is probably the biggest. I can't believe this didn't sell. The Doors does have, it looks like it needs cleaning. There's something on it right there. Yeah, it's like dirty or something. But that's definitely on the surface. It looks like it can clean off. I've already had to clean off one CD box set tonight. Something, this must, John must overlook this. We try to wipe this stuff down. But let me give you an idea. Yeah, it looks like literally like dust or dirt on the cover. But that's going to come off. It's already getting better. And a little bit of moisture and all that's going to come off. It's all on the surface. And then the vinyl is beautiful. And sometimes stuff like that overlooks John when he's mass pricing these. But he always cleans all the vinyl, as y'all know. $17.50 on that. David V put B15. B15, was that for the bundle? If so, then these are so to David V. That's everything from George Hamilton to the Gee Sisters. $15. And then Teresa wants the 3 hardcores for $10. So all that stuff sold. And let me show y'all an amazing feat we accomplished tonight. We started at 5:30 when I began auctions. Here is what is left in this box from Fred Goodwin's. This entire box from front to back that I found today was sealed, or I mean full of records. And here's the only thing left, which I'm going to put up very quickly for a $15 start. This is called a Tune Tote. It's an original vinyl. Something else that it could use a cleaning. It's been stored over here in a box, but this was something you could have put your records in. It's got a pop-up handle. You could carry it to your friend's house, and y'all could spin your favorite Slayer 45s. Your favorite Slayer 45s. But that's a $15 start, okay? Next is Aaron Gardner wants Foxy. Let's pull that for Aaron Gardner. And Jackie wants the Doors. Thank you, Jackie. All right, Tune Tote, a $15 start. Here's the other no bids. While y'all were thinking about the Tune Tote, here's tonight's LP no bids. We have Art Garfunkel Watermark, a sealed original for $10. John Lennon Rock and Roll for $35. A Year of War, signed and JSA authenticated. A 2021 picture disc, Blood Splatter. That is $155. Think about that. If you're interested, make an offer. Big Brother, this is called Joseph's Coat. Big Brother and the Holding Company, $15. Big Black and the Blues is $15. Dog Fashion Disco was $75. 2021, signed, never sold on Discogs. Soft Play Heavy Jelly, $45, signed. And Wargasm, signed, $45. Okay, there's that. And Tune Tote's a $15 start. Sid Blair wants Art Garfunkel. That was his sealed original for $10. So John Lennon, Year of War, Big Brother, Big Black and Blues, Dog Fashion Disco, etc., etc. I'm going to offer a bundle deal for everything in here. If not, I wouldn't be doing my job. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 22 records in there, $95 bundle deal. Less than $5 a piece for everything that's left, $95 if you want those. And then there's all of our no bids if anybody wants to make an offer. Sounds like I need to list some of those that's never sold on Discogs before. and say that they're JSA authenticated and signed, they'll probably sell. First time ever being listed or sold, and they're signed and authenticated. I'm going to take a drink of water right quick. Do you have Trivium or Bullet from a Valentine? I do have Trivium Ascendancy. I don't have any Bullet for my Valentine, but I need to. I'll make a note to order some, but I have Trivium Ascendancy, and that's it. The Big Black and Blues is, that's the name of the artist. Big Black and the Blues. It's a 72 US original on Uni for a $15 start. If anybody wants the Toon Tote, it's also a $15 buy now. And here are the Funkos from tonight, the new ones from tonight that are still available. Pennywise, the Wicked Witch from Wizard of Oz. Shawn Michaels, Sam Rothstein, the Incredible Hulk, Michael Myers, Shaggy from Scooby-Doo, Willy Wonka, Luke Skywalker, Wolverine, Matt Foley from Saturday Night Live, Ricky Santoro, also from Casino, He-Man, the Coca-Cola Polar Bear. I got Jim Halpert from The Office. I got one Pikachu left. I got a Freddy Cougar, and I got Yoda. And I guess we sold the Chewbacca's. Yeah. All right. And Patrick, if you don't want Big Black, Tim Colino does. And David V wants the Toon Tote for $15. Great. All right. So we got about 1 hour left in the show. We filled up this 6th crate. And I think what I'm about to do is I'm about to go over here and start digging through some of the stuff that I found today. And I'm going to start trying to throw up some of that. Maybe try to keep a few more auctions. Big Black and the Blues, no problem. It's a 1972 US original with the original uni inner sleeve. There's no condition notes on it. It's called, that's the name of the artist, of course, Big Black and the Blues. Big Black and the Blues, $15. And that's that. So we're about to show probably some random miscellaneous stuff. I'm going to try to maybe keep a few more auctions going, especially for 45s. And we have 1 hour left. Yeah, that's about what I thought. Laserdisc. Yeah, I think there's a good one right here, Michael. Let's see here. Yeah, this one here. I think this is a good one. It's called Hardware. Let me check this right quick. I think that's a good one. Let me check eBay comps on that. But, of course, we will run it and see what happens. But I think that's a good one. And for those that don't really see what we do this time of night, we're about to probably show some pretty cool stuff. So please don't go. Yeah, Hardware is like a 40, 50, 100. This is a good laser disc. Sold or a little bit more reasonable. So yeah, just a $10 start still. We'll put that up right quick. Hardware. That's a laser disc, $10 on that. The Big Brother, yeah, this is kind of a bizarre release in their discography. Big Brother and the Holden Company, Joseph's Coat. No Janis Joplin. This is material from Be a Brother and How Hard It Is. It's a compilation. And yeah, we're about to get into some miscellaneous right now. So let's do that. All the no bids are still available. Laserdisc is up for bid. So Big Brother, Big Black is sold. He said let him have it. So Big Black is sold to Tim Colino Jr. for $15. Thank you on that. And then that leaves Dog Fashion Disco, Soft Play, Heavy Jelly, Wargasm, and then Year of War, and then the John Lennon Japanese. Okay, and that was a pretty good run of auctions tonight. I still got a crate and a half of Japanese. We'll get started with those first thing tomorrow. I'm going to take this stack of miscellaneous back here to the back. That's already sold. Already sold miscellaneous. Okay. Boom. There it is. Boom. There it is. Hopefully we find some good items over here. Get some stuff rolling. Let's see what we got. All right, this first handful is a lot of flat, loose stuff. It could be posters or prints. Michael Rudolph gets the laser disc for $10. Chris Redlings gets Big Brother for $10. And anything here, if you see something you want to price on, let me know. Looks like I got some newspapers here. Nashville, Tennessee from 1964. 100 years ago, the Battle of Nashville. The Civil War in Middle Tennessee. Georgia Tech can't stop Smith. Gators lose a tag and win a bowl. Gerald R. Ford sworn in at nation's 38th president. There's another Florida Gators related one. Florida Recreation 67 Orange Bowl souvenir. This is a, let's see, that's a reprint of a Bob Hope lobby card. 1993 calendar, images of the Native American. There's a yellow piece of paper. There is an insert for Fleetwood Mac Tusk. There is a cardboard divider. There's an image from the Wild Bunch movie. There's a reprint of Square Dance Jubilee. There's a reprint lobby card of Country Music Marty Robbins. A couple more reprint lobby cards of Everybody's Dancing with Spade Cooley. Here is a Roy Rogers King of the Cowboy 100th anniversary discography poster, a whole pack full of them. Song of Nevada reprint lobby card. MGM Stars of 1943. This is a Chickamauga battlefield map, it looks like, or multiple maps. There's another one, probably something sold at a gift shop there. Here's another one outside of the plastic. Here's some old looking images of Roy Rogers kind of compiled together. These are Benton Card Company. These are reproduction concert posters. Loretta and Conway, Marty, Barbara Mandrell, Dolly and Ronnie Millsap. Those are reproductions, concert posters. This is a Roy Rogers Film Festival poster. Another MGM Stars print. This is actually an original here. This is Hank Williams Jr., Country Music on Broadway. That is a actual window card from that era. Details on yellow piece of paper. Rare and valuable. We have 1955 Cowboy and Cowgirls contestants. Here are some more window cards. Spade Cooley, Everybody's Dancing. These could be originals. They are. This one definitely is. Yeah, Roy Rogers, Man from Oklahoma. I don't know about that one, but that one definitely has the look to it. And then here is a matted MG Stars of 1953. There's a nice cool picture of John Wayne. Here is another matted MGM Stars of 1943. And let me pause here because I've run out of room. Plus, there's a question. All right, and then the maps are Chickamauga battlefield, it looks like. So yeah, let me go back on that. Looks like I got 3 here. So it includes a symbol, like a legend, a key, and it's Stones River campaign, Stones River campaign, various maps here, various maps. And I think this is the same thing repeated in each bundle here. It definitely looks like it. Okay, picture of John Wayne. Let's see here. Now, anything, if you started buying from us on Sunday when we did our miscellaneous sale, all that's going to be put together for one shipping charge, just FYI. And so the pick of John Wayne here would be $15. $15 on that 10 gram. $15 on that 10 gram. Let's move this right there for a second. And this is interesting looking here. This is Atlas Folio, National Geographic Society. It may have some stuff missing, though. Yeah, looks like there's stuff, pieces and parts missing. Fred may have took some of that out. John Wayne picture sold to Tim Graham for $15. Thank you, Tim. That's so to you. Here's some actual posters. They're small ones, but there's Madagascar. These are like legit deals here. There's Madagascar. There is the Pacifier, Vin Diesel, Sahara, We have the League of Gentlemen's Apocalypse, more Saharas, a bunch of Saharas. And then here's a picture of Gary Cooper and Story of Dr. Weissel. This is a picture of Shirley Temple, maybe. And there's another picture, The Wacky Life Story of Donald O'Connor. And then there's just a piece of purple cardboard. There's just another piece of cardboard. Here is The Western Horseman presents C.M. Russell Memorial Calendar for 1970. That's pretty cool looking. Here is a picture of horses. Looks like signed by the artist. And here's a reprint of the Big Street lobby card. Price on the map bundles. What's the Roy Rogers Picks poster? All right, first thing we have is the map bundles. I'll say a map bundle for $20. Map bundle for $20. And now you're going to be hearing the words Roy Rogers a lot. There's a good chance there's over 10,000 Roy Rogers items in this building. There could be 20,000. And if somebody told me, Chad, there's 50,000 Roy Rogers items in this building, I wouldn't be surprised. If somebody said, Chad, there's 75,000 Roy Rogers items in this building, I still wouldn't be surprised. And neither would anybody working here, and probably at this point by most of our customers. But let me figure out exactly what happened, because I got to get back possibly to these maps anyway on those. Pretty cool deals there. There's those. There's these. There's this. There's this. And this is a Roy Rogers lobby card here. Possibly a reprint. Some of these are pretty hard for me to tell. Yeah, I think that's a reprint. That is. And then there's another one. I mean, I guess it just depends on what you were wanting. There's these lobby card reprints. There were some pictures of them earlier. There's a lot of different stuff there. Let's put these back over here. Pass on the maps. And did I say Native American calendar? I did. That was right here. This is here. How much is the horse's picture? Let's move all this back over so I don't get any of this out of play. And there's this, and there's this. Okay, so here is the Western Horseman's presents the C.M. Russell Memorial Calendar. I don't think it's Native American. I think it's Cowboy Calendar. And then the horse's picture, I'll say that, signed by this artist here. There's a piece of something stuck on the back of it. Let's see if this easily peels off. This will hopefully easily peel off. There we go. $6.99, Tim Holloway. $6.99. All right, let's go grab another handful. I've got about 300 billion bundles more like this. Some of this stuff I'm going to take immediately up front in the store. I'm going to make a big pile and let people dig through it. And we're probably just going to slap prices on it left and right. Let's go over here and get some more. All right, Tim Holloway said sold on that for $6.99. Great. Here's Marty Robbins, Guns of a Stranger. This is, some of these it's hard for me to tell. These window cards, typically these things, or these prints like this, these are like reproductions. I think these are typically reproductions, but that's a cool reproduction. Marty Robbins, Everybody's Dancing. Marty Robbins, Barbara Mandrell, Country Boy. Now, that might be legit because it's got Benton. Yeah, I think that's good. I know these are for sure. Country Music Broadway. The window cards are more legit than a full print. This one could be pretty good here. Lily St. Cyr and Lilith's Wedding Night. And yeah, these are good here. The ABCs of Love, those are pretty good. I'm going to set those over here. Those are real lobby cards. Down Thunder Road, Down Thunder Road. Everybody's dancing. Lash LaRue. These Lash LaRues are reprints, but there they are. And then, let's see here. We have Matt Bundle. Are you picking up, Paul? If you're picking up, I'll sell you a bundle. We got Kirk Douglas, Scalawaga, Cimarron, Santa Fe Jubilee, Melody Ranch, Pistol Packin' Mama, Fighting Coast Guard. That's pretty cool there. All right, let me check on these here. Let me get a second on these. There's one. Willie St. Cyr is $275. $275 on Lily St. Cyr. $275 on Lily St. Cyr. And let's see. Yeah, we'll say 75 on the ABCs of Love. So 275 and 75 on those. Those are pretty good ones there. And then Thunder Road. So first, let's sell one of those bundle maps of bundles to Paul Brothers. He gets those for $15. That's local pickup. And then the Thunder Road here. Let's go back to that for Teresa. That was this right here. And Teresa, I'll sell you one of these for $25. Down Thunder Road. It's one of these like things where they were advertising. That's a real one too. It's where they were advertising multiple different movies here. I think this is real deal based on the inking of it. No, I think that's a good real deal there. But let me check on it right quick. Let me check on it because it does say Benton card at the bottom. Give me 1 second. Hold the thought. Actually, let me retract my last 5 statements because I don't want to. One thing I don't want to tell you that it is and not, and then I don't want to price it the wrong way. One or two different. Either way, I don't want to go the right way or wrong way. If that makes sense. These things that are marked Benton are pretty tough. It's better if they're not marked, honestly. I'm on Heritage. You know, it's got that kind of print on the back, which is a good sign, you know, like the bleed through. Yeah, I don't see anything really. Yeah, I really don't know. I mean, I've Google searched it and image, if reverse image, I've AI'd it. No luck. I mean, I'd say this way. I think either way, well, if it's definitely like OG, definitely a great price. And I think even for a pretty solid vintage reissue or reprint, I don't think it'd be that bad. It's definitely made like a what I call like a hat show print, like a stamping almost. So I'll still honor the $25. Can we ship this rolled? Yeah, we can ship this rolled. Hopefully, yeah. Okay. So there's that. And then Teresa wants one. We'll give Teresa one and Paul one. We'll give Teresa one and Paul one. I think they're good, but I think they're good either way. They're very cool. 25. All right, that's fine with me. And then fighting. So what these are, this is where Fred took like the gatefold or the binding of like a press kit, and he boarded and bagged them. Sometimes those press kits had really good gatefolds. And then here is a WSMN. So like this particular print, I probably have 1,000 of them. Some of these prints that you're seeing, these like these we've got like brand new boxes, like hundreds and hundreds. I don't know what to do with them. I'm going to have to try to maybe sell them to like other stores around the country, wholesale like Fred used to do. But I bought most of this stuff from them. And I mean, it's pretty cool. I mean, you can spot some pretty cool people. There's Johnny Cash right there. But I mean, I have thousands of these. Like boxes that say WSMN Grand Ole Opry Peak 1,000 pieces. And I'm like, holy moly, what am I going to do with 1,000 of them? I don't know what that is. The posters, the ABCs of Love, $75, and Lily's Wedding Night, $275. Those are original window cards. Pretty scarce items there. Those are brand new, basically old stock. Okay, let's go through a different box over here. Let's go through this tub. Let's see here. What's in here? Yeah. Oh yeah. All right, let me move this stuff off the table. Okay. Let me take care of this right quick. Okay, I have a tub of books or like a tub of like toys and miscellaneous stuff that I'm probably going to try next. I think these big stacks here are huge stacks of just more prints and prints. I don't think there's many more like original type posters, but there's just print after print. If anybody has any idea of what I could do with these, I mean, I know what's possible, but I'm talking about serious people who wants to buy thousands and thousands of cowboy prints. We got thousands and thousands of cowboy prints. I'm trying to find the good posters. Let's see what I've got over here without making too much of a mess. I got to find the lady who buys all my Kid Rock stuff because I found a bunch of Kid Rock stuff. Let's go through this. The reason I wanted to do this, the booth all this stuff's in, we're trying to go through it. Here are some Pink Floyd Division Bell seat cushions. I'm assuming that's what those are. Yeah, these are Pink Floyd Division Bell seat cushions. Pink Floyd Division Bell seat cushions. Next is a F4E Phantom 2 132 scale Revell model. Is it all in here? Is it in good shape? McDonnell Douglas. I can't open it up. Yeah, like, I feel like the Opry could sell the heck out of this stuff in their gift shop. I can't get this open. Oh well. I'm not going to worry about it unless somebody wants a price. Where's Michael Manning at when I need him? Michael, what can I do with all this stuff? Where's Michael Manning at? All right, we got posters galore. There actually may be some pretty good stuff here. Let's see what this says. This says Raiders. I like the way that sounds. That is Oakland Raiders. I was hoping it was Raiders of the Lost Ark. Oakland Raiders. Pink Floyd. Let's check it right quick. All right, so Pink Floyd couch or seat cushions. Michael Manning, there he is. I know he's watching. If not, I'd be disappointed. What do I do with 10 billion cowboy pictures? You literally work at the Hall of Fame. I will sell you both of those. It's going to cost a little extra postage. So people are paying like $25 and $21 with postage. So let's do them for, I'll sell them both for $35. Both for $35. Okay, then we have an F-4E Phantom 2 132. None sold. No, that's F4E, not 8. Revell. Is that it? That looks like it there. Yeah. Well, I guess we need to look in it, right? Let me see if I can get the lid off of it. I mean, we got to see what it looks like. What's up? Oh, it's taped. No wonder. No wonder I'm having trouble. I'm like, why is this not wanting to come off? Let's see if it looks unassembled, half assembled. Oh, yeah. Nice. Brand new. $85. $85. One cushion for $20. Sold to Shakedown. Sold to Shakedown for $20. Does anybody want a cushion for $20? There's a Raiders poster. I like this word. No. Yeah. Is that what I think it says? Yeah. I like these initials. Nice. $19.99. I think this was a promotional photo for his greatest hits. I think that was a promotional photo. It's a real Sony Legacy marked poster. Oh man, this is why Paul Brothers always tunes in. Star Trek. Insurrection. Star Trek Insurrection. Original movie poster. Thank you, Shakedown. No, coming to video cassette. Coming to video cassette. And that part's perforated. So you could tear that off if you want to. Stevie Ray Vaughan, shipped in tube, rolled, $35. Star Trek, shipped in tube, rolled, $35. This looks like it's ancient. Pink Floyd, couch, seat cushion, sold to Teresa for $20. I'm going to have rubber bands all over the store. Psychedelia poster. I'll wait on that because it's got multiple stuff rolled up in it. I'm about to sneeze. A lot of dust over here. I'm liking these posters a lot better, though. This is from Big Bob's collection. Y'all remember me talking about Big Bob? Somebody has dented these corners, which made it impossible. I'm going to have to literally rip this open like a can of biscuits. Paul 35 on the Star Trek. It's a poster of a clock. It's a poster of a clock with music hands. And the tube said Rolling Stones related. All right, and then this is Toy Story 2, now available on video cassette, VHS, and DVD. Toy Story 2. That's pretty cool. Buzz Lightyear. Next comment is Sock. Bless you. How much for Sock? And sold Star Trek. All right, so Star Trek Insurrection poster sold to Paul, $35. Next is a Sock. I think that I just sold a bunch of those. Does this have a brand? I just sold Colin a bunch of these. It's pretty damaged though, but we still got to ship it rolled in a tube. I'm going to say $35 on that one. LSD, well, it's got a big rip right down the middle. Dang it. We'll say $25. And then here is a McDonald's toy poster for Toy Story 2. Wow, look at all that. This was what year? 1999. I was 5 years old. I remember this stuff. Man. Yeah, I had that right there. I had the dinosaur that wound up. Okay, so the Toy Story video cassette, and we'll make the McDonald's poster part of it. Both of those for $35. 90 stuff is hot. Let's go grab some more like that. Oh, they're right here. I got a whole tub full of them. I like this kind of stuff. Oh, man. Mack trucks. That's probably pretty good. Mack trucks. This is a decal. This is a Mack Trucks decal. Yeah. So both Toy Story posters sold to Paul Brothers for $35. Thank you. What was this? Oh, that was Stevie Ray Vaughan. I hadn't opened this, have I? No. Oh, man. Oh, man. Is this really what this is? Oh, man. All right, I got to clear the table for this one. I'm bringing out the big boys now. Let me clear the table. These are available at all times if you change your mind or want a price. I'm going to take some of this better stuff that was passed on and get it ready for the store or eBay. Probably store. I always say I'm going to put stuff on eBay and I never have time. All right, so this is Page and Plant. Tuesday, October 26th. Unleaded. Don't miss the unforgettable reunion. Big screen concerts, one night only. Coming to select Regal theaters. Jimmy Page, Robert Plant, no quarter, unleaded movie poster. I've got two of them. Page and Plant, unleaded movie posters. That's pretty dang cool. Shane wants to see the Stevie Ray Vaughan again. I believe that this image was used for that collection called Essential Stevie Ray Vaughan. So it's marked Sony Legacy. It's that image that, if you've seen that compilation, the Essential Stevie Ray Vaughan, that's the image they use. And it is officially licensed. $19.99, $35 shipped, rolled into you. And Shane, I hadn't forgot about our conversation on that other poster from Sunday. I'm doing more research for you, and I'm calculating my best price. We will do a deal this week, though. We will do a deal this week, or I'll at least price it to you, probably by tomorrow or tonight after the sale when I'm working and thinking and talking. What is this? It looks very old. I've kicked the habit. America. Caution, war may be hazardous to your health. This is a Vietnam War era 1970. I've kicked the habit. 1970 Vietnam War era poster. Page and Plant unleaded. Let's check those. Let's check those. Probably need to go here for that. I think Jimmy Page was always upset they didn't invite him to that stuff. I've heard him make comments before like, I never did get a phone call. I never did get a phone call. Regal, that's pretty close there. Yeah, they're not that expensive. I'll do those for $35 too. Page and Plants for $35. Stevie Ray, $35. There's that. Let's grab some more. Let's grab some more here. But man, if they would have invited him, it would have been a mess, you know. Just with the media. They kind of, all that stuff to me kind of, I wasn't around. But it seems to me all that Page and Plant stuff kind of flew underneath the radar, didn't it? I mean, it wasn't like huge commercially, but it doesn't seem like they were trying to really promote it all that much, is the vibe I get. Wow, Steppenwolf. Look at this vintage Steppenwolf poster. Wow. Look at that. That's real deal too. That's definitely 60s. That's a real deal Steppenwolf poster there. 1968. That's what Big Bob wrote. Yep. 1968, The Visual Thing. Steppenwolf. Page Plant poster and leaded. That's sold to Paul Brothers for $35. Thank you. Done. That's a cool vintage poster. Steppenwolf. I like to be, yeah. Yeah. Let's see what this says. I see what he wrote on the outside, but what actually is it? It is, what did he actually write? Water. That's what he wrote. Water. Another kind of almost blacklight poster. Water. It looks like what's their names right there? Water. Kind of like a blacklight poster. Man, there's probably 100 road posters in this tub. Oh, that's just some kind of... Oh, that's just some kind of backing paper. That's nothing there. Laurel and Hardy. Ding, you win, Patrick. Laurel and Hardy, yeah. Looks like Laurel and Hardy there. So that's just some kind of backing deal. Nothing there. Vintage Steppenwolf, vintage blacklight poster. I guess that's blacklight. Any unsold auctions? The only unsold auctions were Dog Fashion Disco, signed, $75. Soft Play Heavy Jelly, $45. Wargasm, $45. Year of War, $155. And John Lennon, $35. The non-poster. What did that say? Let me see if I can find a comp on it. What did that thing say? Give me 1 second. I'll check on it for you. Right now, for about the next 20 minutes, we're trying to go through some vintage posters. I'm about to go grab another handful. Oh man, I like this words. Holy moly. Is that what's actually in this tube? One could hope. One could hope. Wow. Led Zeppelin. This says, he wrote on the back, the first U.S. Led Zeppelin poster. Copyright 1969, The Visual Thing. Led Zeppelin. It's got a big rip. Led Zeppelin. Wow. If you need a price or anything, just ask. Led Zeppelin sold for $800. The RL tonight sold for $800. Let me take another look at the non-poster for... Let me try to get that key word off of there. What did it say? It says, I've kicked the habit. All right. Let's see what we can find out on that. I've kicked the habit. All right. So we've got I've kicked The Habit. Hobbit. Habit. Oh, let me add the word poster. Let me go ahead and copy that. All right. There's one. Why did that say I've kicked the habit? Matching fewer words. It shouldn't. Ours is definitely not that. Let's see if there's some sold, though. Nothing sold. Let's go over here to selling, research, Terapeak. None sold. Yeah, nothing. Well, let me put a. Sometimes this stuff's weird. Let me put a apostrophe in there. Yeah, nothing sold with those words in the last 3 years, and then there's only that one active. It looks like. Unless I'm. Oh, I bet I need to put. These search engines are weird about apostrophes. Yeah, there's only one for sale. $275. That one's in obviously much better shape. I'm going to say 95 bucks. 95 on the nom, and then Led Zeppelin. That was Visual Things. 1969. There's one for 124. Please read. We need to find sold. Active is meaningless. None sold. But let's go back over here to this, and then this, and then this, and then this, and then this. There's one that sold. There's one that sold. There's one that sold. There's one. There's one. Okay, there's one. There's one. This gives me a good idea. Okay. So let me check the condition. It does have a pretty big rip down here at the bottom. However, if it's framed, you could match it up pretty good. It's kind of tattered on the ends, and it has been hung. It looks probably like nice ones have sold for well over 100, close to 150, and some pretty beat ones pretty low. I'm going to say first time showing this tonight, without anybody else seeing it, I'm going to ask $95 for it. $95 on Zeppelin. Okay? And then there's that. Let's jump back over here and see what else is in this tub. Let's see here. This looks like Peter Gabriel plays live. It's still in the plastic, like from a poster shop. Ooh. I like the name on this poster. I wonder if anybody saw that right quick. That's a good name to have written on a poster. I've got one more silver dollar. Distributed exclusively by Personality Posters. Printed in USA. Hopefully you know who he is. If you're interested. Ain't wasting time no more. Let's see what this is here. All right. The Who. Budweiser presents The Who performing their rock opera Tommy live in New York and Los Angeles. And that's 3 of the 4 original members, Pete Townsend, Roger Daltrey, and John Entwistle. $19.89, Budweiser Who poster. What is this? Let's see. Amelia posters. Are these real? Big Poi Dog Pondering, Tesla with Firehouse, and Roxette. I just don't know if they're real or not. And what's in here? A Bacon Fest. That sounds cool. And these look like they could be good. Annie, Get Your Gun. I don't think those are originals. I don't know. Some of the stuff, it takes me about another 10 minutes to look at comps. I don't know if these, I know if this is real, this will be an instant seller when I get this advertised, unless somebody buys it right now. I mean, I don't know. It's got that reproduction look, but it also looks like it was hung up somewhere. I could check right quick, but it's also in here with some, I mean, these probably wouldn't be reproduced. Poi Dog Pondering and Roxette, those are probably not going to be reproduced. This one could, just because it's Tesla and Firehouse, you know. Spectrum Showcase, Tower 3. Are these all from the same place? These were hung up. I don't know. I think they're real. I think they're real. 225 with Stevie Ray Vaughan. I will split the difference with you at 30. The biggest thing on that, if I could fold it up and put it with your other stuff, Susie, I would take 25. But the road stuff, basically that extra $10, to me it's like 25 bucks. But you know, and we have a flat shipping charge, but the road stuff has to be a whole different shipping charge. So, you know, if we can get it all in one big box, we're obviously already taking a loss on postage. But the road stuff's a completely different shipping charge, so it kind of stinks it's like that. But there's that. The rest of the Jimmy Blacklight poster. The rest of the Jimmy Blacklight poster. Must be some Jimi Hendrix somewhere. Roxette. Let me see if I can find a comp on this, Teresa. This is ROXETT. Tower Theater. I put Roxette. Let's try Roxette. Does anybody want to make an offer on anything before we're done? Nothing there. I'm going to go try to grab a few more out of this tub. The Facebook feed's going to end pretty soon. There we go. Yeah, what is this right here? Joy Tour. E-music poster. See, that scares me. I don't know if that's... This is from a big company here. And I don't know if this is a reprint that they're selling. Let me Google image it right quick. Let me go to Google. You can literally take a picture of this, and it will AI and tell you everything about it typically. At least a general description. This image is for promotional poster for Roxette's Joy. I mean, look how much AI just did right there. They did that in 1 second. It has literally everything. Look at all this information. That's amazing. But, I mean, it looks like maybe even... Teresa, it's about the same thing on the Thunder. I really don't know, but I'm going to say, because I have to ship it flat, we might get that in a box, $25. I'm going to say $25. And Susie, 30 on Stevie Ray Vaughan. And Yeah, Google AI on this stuff is I mean, it's incredible. It tells the date and time, everything. It basically takes all that and just looks it all up. So, Roxette is sold to Teresa for $25. I'm going to put that over here. And then Dale says 50 for ABC of Love since he's picking up. I said 75 on that one, right? Yeah. Sell this to Dale, no problem. Dale, you should see the box. I was going to try to get to tonight. You should see the box of Tennessee Vols memorabilia that's over here. Magazines, programs, stuff from the 60s and 70s. I'm going to try to get to that sometime this week. That's sold to Dale for $50. Great price from what I just seen. Nice piece there. And then Susie said she'll take Stevie Ray Vaughan for $30. Let me figure out what I've done with Stevie. And by the way, if you're on Facebook, the feed could end at any second. The Stevie Ray Vaughan is sold to Susie for $30. And I think there's a few more in here I didn't get to. What the heck? Michael Jackson's This Is It. It's almost like plastic. It's some kind of store display. Michael Jackson's This Is It. It's like hard plastic. I'm 67, had that Greg on poster when I was a kid. Yeah, that's definitely an original. Yeah, that's something from the, that's probably from the mid-70s for sure. Definitely. And then we have, what is this little deal here? This looks like something new, but let's open it right quick. That's just some kind of local. That's just some kind of local car show. Some kind of local car show there that he kept. And what are they? These are like new. Who are they though? Road not applicable. The road not applicable. I don't know. It looks like. I'm not for sure. They're like 90s era. I'll have to open them. Okay, and then I'm trying to find the original stuff over here. I mean, those are technically, could be, quote, originals. That's just a bunch of loose paper fragments. I guess I better stop there. Let me stop there where I can give everybody a formal good night. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Let me pause there to give everybody a formal good night. We made it through a whole tub and a couple stack of Fred stuff. And as y'all see, our store is full. For those that's relatively new, we started going through that was the big any tags on the end of the rolls. Here. Oh, yeah, thank you. Pink Floyd back catalog. Oh, yeah, that's where the women have their backs painted with the album covers. Pink Floyd back catalog, thank y'all, and Pink Floyd group. You know, I was about to say that looks like Nick Mason's eyes. But I also was thinking Robert Plant. But yeah, it's Pink Floyd. It's Pink Floyd. So, we'll say, let's see, this in a tube, $20, and this, either one, $20, which is equivalent of $10 plus shipping, because we got to ship those separately. I know it's $7.99 unlimited shipping, but this rolled stuff is a killer because it's got to be shipped separately. So basically, $10 plus shipping, which is about $10. Cost of tube and postage. And Patrick says he'll take the back. Yeah, y'all know what I'm talking about. It's like they're sitting, they're nude, it's their backs, and they're all painted on the Pink Floyd. That's sold for $20. And always remind me, so if the rest of the week, make sure if you say, hey, I've already bought a rolled poster, remind me and I'll do less. Because if I'm pricing a rolled poster, it includes additional postage. So if I'm pricing a rolled poster, it includes additional postage. So remind me two things. If you're picking up local, or if you've already bought a rolled, because we can put them all together. And I'm basically not going to charge you postage again. So if we have more rolled posters in the week, remind me. And that way we can do a cheaper price. Was Dog Fashion Disco on the Razor twist label, and was it a wax mag? Yeah. It's a wax mag or Maggie, however you say that. Mag, M-A-G-E. It's a 2021. And yes, it's a limited edition wax Maggie. And it's signed, and it's a $75 buy it now. It's signed by 3 members, JSA authenticated. The Facebook feed's got to be ending any second, so thanks everybody for watching again. Guess what? I'm back again tomorrow. Laura's already got auctions ready. We've got more new vinyl on the way. There should be more vinyl on the way. If I can stop by 11:30 or 12:30, we'll do this again for the last hour. I'm trying to eventually get back to showing some more of this stuff. Otherwise, it's going to sit back over here for another billion years. And sometimes we hit really good stuff. I think tonight was some really good stuff. Some nights we hit really bad stuff. And meaning just like monotonous over and over prints. And I try to get out of that stuff pretty fast. Chris Ridlings gets Dogface Disco for $60. This is sold to Chris Ridlings for $60. I'm going to put it over here with this miscellaneous stuff right now. So thanks, everybody. I'm going to end the feed. I'm going to probably start cleaning this place up and get ready for tomorrow. Y'all have been incredible. My new saying now is y'all are the best customers on earth. And I think y'all know that. And I appreciate it. And good night from Coletco. Thanks for those that watch every night for the last 10 years. It seems like 10 years. It's been about 5. For those that are new and you've just been watching, also welcome. We'll be back here. Blockbuster. No, there wasn't any original movie posters. There was no original. Well, yeah, no like Blockbusters. We had that one-page plant, and we do have an extra. But yeah, if you watch the last hour, Kenny, and you see something you want, just send me a message. If you watch the replay over on Facebook, or it's easier to watch the replay over on YouTube, which should be uploaded as soon as I hit end stream. And if you see something you want, or anybody else, just send me a message, okay? But there was some cool music posters. Thanks, everybody. I'll be back tomorrow at 5 o'clock.